At 6 years old, this boy is already considered a national threat. But a single punch, he is able to destroy a level 6 threat monster to the country. But do you know why he is so powerful?
No.
I'll tell you. In his past life, he trained a lot to get strong. But he killed and tortured several warriors in the process. In other words, he was the villain of the story, so the hero appeared. Even though he was stronger, the hero Shenrian used a divine technique and ended up blowing himself up along with him. Now he is reincarnated in the Muram era. He had trained even more than in his last life. But that man appeared again. This time he was even more powerful. The battle lasted for days. In the end, when it was all over, he lost again. The god trains, meditates, masters chi, learns to cut mountains with a toothpick, and in the end, Shimryon appears and says, "Not today, friend." Then he reincarnated again for the 5th time. Now he created a gigantic army to crush everyone and trained until he went crazy. If he loses again, he will need about 3 more reincarnations just for therapy. But that man was there again. Again, the battle was intense. It seemed like he would win this time, but in the end he lost. Even if he reincarnated hundreds of times, the man would not let go of his heels. This was his 6th reincarnation, now in the body of a baby. It was here that even at 6 years old, the boy named Jungwoo had already killed a level 6 threat demon. In this life, he does not intend to lose to the hero, especially in a world with awakened people, where weapons created by humans have no effect on demons. Pretty soon, he starts losing hair from the stress of losing to the hero. After the death of a demon, a hunter arrived at the scene. When checking the security cameras, he only saw a 6-year-old boy. He can't even imagine how much of a monster this boy can become in the future. And the most impressive thing is that 2 boys with monstrous strength appeared at the same time. This cannot be just a coincidence. And of course, we already know who this boy is. Now at home, the protagonist was playing. But he was soon reprimanded by his mother. He claims to be training, which makes his mother ask if he is trained to hit the boys at school again. I'm already proud of this protagonist. However, the great and powerful martial master who lived 5 whole lives killing and torturing warriors was now being reprimanded by a woman. He didn't even have the option to choose what he was going to eat. It doesn't matter if he destroyed nations or tortured gods. If your mother said that dinner is broccoli, you were going to eat broccoli. At school, there was a boy saying he would beat up Jungwoo today. Even though he had already lost several times, he had even learned a new technique with his father just for this. And it was really powerful. With a single punch, he exploded the tree. This boy was furious because he had been humiliated by the protagonist in front of the girl he liked. The boy's doubt was whether Jungwoo would show up at Kang's birthday today to be humiliated. Suddenly, the boy appears, saying that of course he will. The protagonist was literally the boss of the kindergarten. At that age, it was already possible to see the evil in his face. Now at the Golden River clan house, the birthday was already happening. Jungwoo really went there. Kang was happy and greeting everyone. The protagonist didn't seem very interested in this nonsense. Suddenly, a blonde girl arrives. She quickly became the center of attention since she is a TV commercial star. Kang ran out to greet her. Jungwoo could only find this disgusting since at that age it was hard to even tell boys from girls. But Kang was melting for the blonde girl. However, the girl named Harry shifted her attention. When she saw her handsome boy, she immediately started making small talk with him. Tan was left abandoned in the corner. He quickly turned redder than a bell pepper. Then furious, he ordered Jungwoo to stay away from Hera. In the end, Kang just wants to be the boss of the playground and Jungwoo just wants to know what time they are cutting the cake. Now in the patriarch's room, he received news that his son was throwing a birthday party. The leader of the Golden River clan just smirked at the kid's lie. They were currently having a meeting because the clan leader had a cursed rift core and should throw it away, but he didn't care. In his head, a little curse wouldn't work on him. Suddenly, everything shook. Returning to the birthday hall, a crater had formed in the wall. It was possible to see Jungwoo inside it. He had just received that blow from the boy. Kang was happy with his strength. Was it supposed to be normal to knock out your school friend on your birthday now? Everyone was thinking Kang was incredible. He even tried to brag, saying he would protect Hara from Jungwoo. But she never said she was afraid of the boy. She also warns that in fact, Jungwoo hasn't even lost the fight yet. Furious, the boy says that he took the hit head-on. The girl just asks if he wants to make a bet. Only then did he realize Hara has the eyes of God and can see the condition of her opponents. In other words, the boy really didn't lose. But now, it was too late to realize that. Jungwoo said he let him land the punch as a birthday present for him. This leaves the boy confused. After reincarnating 6 times, it was the least he could do for the kid. However, now it's his turn to hit. Jungwoo leaps toward Kang at an absurd speed. He was going to make sure the boy never challenged him again. Kang even asked to stop, but it was too late and the whole mansion shook again. The patriarch hearing this became curious and intended to go there to see who was facing Kang. But the assistant insists on the rift core. This was because even the leader of the awakened clan died after obtaining this core. So the assistant insists that he give him the core to break it. But the patriarch says he ended up losing it as if he had lost a car key. Returning to the party, the children were astonished. Jungwoo had been thrown again. He lost to Kang. But the boy's aura was not normal at all. This time, the blonde girl really got scared. She asks everyone to run away. At the same time, the hunter from earlier arrived at the mansion. He's after the boy from the footage and thinks Kang is this child. All the children were running in fear. Kang was already out of his mind. Hera asks him to stay calm. The boy just says he will kill anyone who gets in the way. He even strikes Hera in the face. Wasn't he the one saying he was going to protect her? He completely lost his mind. his imaginary girlfriend, and probably a few teeth soon. Hera, about to faint, only wished someone would save her. The boy kept coming in her direction. Suddenly, he was thrown at full speed. Jung-woo had a demonic expression. Jung-woo doesn't even give his rival time to hit the ground. While he's still in the air, he delivers another blow. Kang-shun feels the impact and his smile vanishes, replaced by an expression of pain. He starts to remember when all began, back when he received the trophy. He was overjoyed to have won the martial arts school tournament, but his father didn't seem pleased. He certainly told the boy not to boast over something that was already expected. Still holding the trophy, Kang-shun felt his eyes fill with tears. He just stood there, shrinking back, unsure how to respond. But then his father placed a hand on his head, and with a big smile, congratulated the boy on his victory, bringing back Kang-shun's happiness and pride. Snapping out his memories, he forgets the pain and is once again overtaken by the shadows, blaming Jung-woo. Fallen after the last hit, he says that was the only time his father ever praised him. But before he can say more, he's hit with another punch, this time slamming the boy hard against the wall. Clearly, our protagonist doesn't care about his rival's childish drama and keeps his wicked smile. Kang-shun slowly gets up, wondering what kind of reaction that was, and his rival makes it very clear that it's entirely his own fault for being so weak. That brings the demonic expression back to the boy's face. His eyes turn red and fill with rage. He gets up so fast for a counterattack that Jung-woo barely notices when the boy arrives, ready to strike. A perfectly placed kick ends Jung-woo's villainous stance in seconds, sending him flipping through the air before humming the wall, leaving our prodigy just as furious as he is in pain. Now Kang-shun stands tall again, surrounded by a red, malevolent aura, using his rival's own words against him. His face becomes once more unrecognizable, fit for an exorcism. Meanwhile, in Lee Holdik's room, the clan leader is still being scolded for having lost the cursed magical artifact. His assistant searches every corner while shouting angrily for him to look as well. Leader Lee still can't believe that such a curse could have affected someone as strong as the former head of the association. But his assistant, despite lacking full details, seems genuinely worried about the rumors. Rumors that speak of cursed cords controlling their users, just as is happening now with Kang-shun, without anyone realizing it. And while the boy mercilessly pounds Jung-woo, it all finally begins to make sense. He truly is possessed by a demon. Jung-woo spits out Yuma Sala that he doesn't have after the last blow. Once again, he's flown against another wall. Kang-shun grows more consumed by that dark aura as he marks his rival, asking how it feels to get beaten up. After all, he always thought he was so special, as the boy says with glowing eyes and a marking smile. That's when Kang-shun remembers the moment he found a strange stone on his father's shelf. The beautiful blue stone seemed to call to him, promising limitless power. And of course, the boy went straight for it, grabbing it to gain strength. The moment he touched it, he felt his power and energy surrounding everything. He tells his rival how badly he wants to defeat him while recalling how he got so strong. But our wicked prodigy's sense of humor is limitless, and he laughs again. Beater Kang-shun doesn't understand and now furious, asks what he's laughing at. Fleta Jung-woo, clever from so many reincarnations, explains that it's funny because he already knows that the demon isn't Kang-shun, it's just pretendant. The boy doesn't like this talk and immediately tries to shut his rival up with a punch. But this time he's ready and dodges, quickly taking the chance to grab Kang-shun by the hair and rubbing it in his face that he's stronger than some second-rate demon. For Kang-shun with his face smashed, that was the final straw. He's filled with hatred but can't move much, so he tries to strike back with words. With the equally demonic expression, Jung-woo holds him firmly, explaining that the boy is housing a parasite. Being called a worm finally provokes the demon, but our little monster is faster and simply grabs his hand before it can strike. The boy is surprised, but not for long before he finds himself slammed face first into the wall. Now he seems to finally feel pain as the wall embraces him. But Jung-woo doesn't care and keeps walking slowly toward his opponent, who's now certain this Kate is insane, as the little villain's face lights up with cruelty, as opponent realizes he's a monster. The demon possessing the boy finally understands it needs a stronger body, and almost as if the universe responds to his wish, the unsuspecting Singular walks into the room, asking what's going on. Without much explanation, the young man begins asking about Kang-shun, but he doesn't understand anything when the boy suddenly grabs him by the waist. He asks if the boy is the one he's looking for. Lai immediately senses something off. A great black aura begins surrounding them both as the young Singular starts screaming, and before he can resist, it's too late, he's possessed. Now that the demon has changed body, his little Kang-shun is left kneeling in front of him. The young Singular, with a different glow in his eyes, is completely controlled by the demon, who makes it clear the game is over. They help it finally arrives at the banquet hall, only to witness a scene he can't comprehend. His son on the floor and vulnerable has lost all his strength, which fills the clan leader with rage. He goes for the most obvious question and asks the young Singular if he was the one responsible for the boy's condition. But the only response he gets is, "You should leave while you can. I'm in a bad mood." The reply immediately makes Hobik show off his strength, and with a mocking smile, he asks, "Oh, are you cranky?" Then he reveals that his weird laugh was also out of nervousness. The clan leader gashes toward the Singular at absurd speed, preparing one of his deadly strikes. and an entire side of the hall explodes from that single attack. The possessed young man himself, even a previous generation of Lee's family, while holding the arm that took the brunt of the hit, but he still has enough strength to threaten the man who left him in that wrecked state, though that rage is quickly replaced by surprise, as he sees the muscle-bound leader still standing right in front of him, fist clenched, ready for another round. Without hesitation, Holduk unleashes his celestial annihilation again, driving the possessed deeper into the wall, causing the blue stone, hidden all this time, to pop out from its hiding spot. The assistant, observing with keen eyes, instantly recognizes the curse rift core and shouts, almost ordering his own leader to retrieve the artifact, which is exactly what the brute is about to do. But before he could lay a hand on the stone, it vanishes into thin air. Hajungwoo, who could simply waited for the right moment, was faster and snatched the object first. The assistant starts shouting again, now even more nervous, warning how dangerous it is and that it must be taken away immediately. But Hajungwoo always doesn't care. He just waves goodbye to the demon, ready to destroy the stone. As the spirit inside tries to bride him with power, the boy simply lacks at the lack of self-awareness. He's the one about to end it, and without further conversation, the boy closes his hands of destroying the stone. The clan leader and his assistant are in shock, devastated by the waste of such a valuable item, but the boy keeps crushing the remains until the stone is reduced to dust. The sky is blue as always. Outside the clan mansion, parents reunite with their children, while the clan leader's assistant goes around apologizing to each of them. And a medical team assists the wounded. Through large windows with elegant curtains, it's clear that peace has returned. Now the assistant cares for the clan's heir, who complains about the pain. Cheerfully, he tells Chom that he doesn't remember anything that happened. Sean is now certain of his theory and watches as the boy's personality returns to normal. The little one cries, saying his friends will now be afraid of him, and that his birthday was horrible. He remembers getting beaten up, but Sean quickly tries to deflect, saying it must have been a nightmare. The boy then notices his father isn't around, and Sean debates whether to tell him. A noise upstairs draws both their attention. Kang Shun nervously asks what's happening, and once again the assistant just grumbles. In another room, a young man who looks very much like Lee Hoguk is thrown to the ground. Fallen at the clan mater's feet, the young man seems to give up. Hajungwoo, once again with his bored face, just watches the two. The young man kneels beside the clan leader observing a situation. Here's the clan leader's eldest son, now asking his father for forgiveness. Lee Hoguk, sharper than he looks, is now face to face with Hajungwoo and knows it was he who defeated his younger son. The boy asks if he's being accused of something, but Lee Hoguk explains he misunderstood and now realizes that, like Park Sum-ho, his son had also been under the artifact's control. The boy listens carefully to the leader's conclusions, and finally he was the reason why he was asked to spar with the older brother, who had been easily defeated. Hajungwoo smiles, feeling proud. The clan leader gets excited and asks if he'd like a match with him too, but Hajungwoo doesn't take it as a challenge. He sees it as stubbornness and lets out an awkward little smile. The elder son quickly reminds his father that Iskate is one of Kang Chun's friends and begs him not to fight, but Holduk ignores him and repeats the question eagerly, wanting to know if the boy will face him too. The clan mater's eldest son is very nervous, certain this will end badly, but Hajungwoo just smiles, pleased with the offer, and asks, is it free? Which immediately kills the older brother's concern, now and is absolutely sure the kid is crazy. Lee Holduk, on the other hand, is thrilled and bursts into laughter. The brute cheerfully explains that he likes the boy's attitude, so full of courage and strength, and he even sounds like he's giving a lecture as he tells Hajungwoo that power and courage must walk hand in hand. Internally, the boy can only think about how simple and ignorant leader Lee must be, but the man assumes the kid might be afraid of his power and asks him directly, receiving a flat no in response. Holduk gets excited, his smile widening, and the cheeky boy casually asks if he's the one nervous about having to use his strength. The leader proceeds with a lightning-fast attack, admitting that of course he had some hesitation. Hajungwoo gives him no opening and dodges the brute's punch with ease, but more lightning-quick blows come flying in. The little monster dodges until he's forced to crash into a pillar. That's when the brute sees his chance, activating his celestial dragon fist and landing a direct hit on the boy. Running toward the sounds of impact are Kang Chun and the assistant Charm, rushing to calm the situation. Strong is panicked, afraid Lee Hoguk might go too far against a kid who's barely 9. But on the way, they're surprised by someone being thrown into a wall that shatters in front of them. It's the clan leader, collapsed on the ground, apparently unconscious. The hole in the wall is enormous. Footsteps echo from what's left of the rubble. A familiar smile appears, bringing a sense of nostalgia. Had already been 10 years. Out steps young Rude, now 17, pulling out his earphones after hearing someone call him. His smile hasn't changed even after all that time. Hajungwoo examines the hole in the wall, still untouched. Kang Chun greets and white a friend now, asking what he's doing there. The young man questions the hole that's been there for 10 years and wonders when they'll fix it, but Kang Chun explains that his father would never allow it. Suddenly, Lee Holduk appears, asking why anyone would want to fix the wall. After all, it's a reminder of the first time he was defeated. But Jumhoo disagrees, saying defeat isn't something to brag about. The leader even agrees that losing to a brat wasn't something to brag about. Though the manic grin says it's fine because Hajungwoo is very powerful. And with a quick motion, he attacks the boy, knowing that even if he's strong, he's nothing compared to him. The young man barely dodges the thunder strike, surprised by the welcome, but the attack ends up hitting Kang Chun instead. Overcome with excitement, his father doesn't even notice and just keeps talking about the divine chai he received from Jungwoo. Meanwhile, the boy remembers how in past lives, he never even think about giving that kind of power to someone else. But he smiles, realizing that in this reincarnation, Murim doesn't even exist anymore, and it's fine to just have fun. Beside him, Kang Chun is still recovering from his dad's hit and shouts for it to stop before things get worse. Only then does Lee Holduk realize his mistake and halt the electric barrage, but his son is already quite affected, barely able to stand for a moment. Even so, his irritation wins out as he yells at his father not to use that power so recklessly. Just then, Assistant Chung arrives, agreeing with the hair of the clan, especially since that power wasn't exactly free. Ajumwu now looks confused, scratching his head, trying to remember. Chung responds, stating that the divine tea was sold for 10 billion won, but Jumwoo plays dumb. The two argue about the high price, and the young man eventually admits remembering the sale. The assistant also reminds him that he had said he'd sell it to another clan if they didn't buy it, but Ajungwoo defends himself, saying it wasn't that much money, and he really needed it at the time. Chom, now the serious expression, reminds the boy that, on top of that, he's not McClan's vice leader. And Jomwoo ends up trying to argue. After all, he's getting paid really well for a part-time job. Meanwhile, Pollock's joy lightens the mood as he hugs both of them, saying it's all in the past, and thanks to it, the clan's power has only grown. Suddenly, a girl calls out to Vajungwoo using a cute nickname, grabbing his attention. The little girl jumps up and hugs him around the waist, leaving the young man completely confused. He scolds her for calling him bad at Ast, who told her to call him darling. Hurin, Huldek's youngest daughter, points straight at her dad, who looks proud. In with a huge, shameless grin, says he'll do whatever it takes to make Jungwoo his son-in-law. Jungwoo, shocked, reflects on a child being taught to call him darling while she squeezes his cheeks. But Hokut doesn't seem to care about the boy's opinion and says that his wife is friends with the boy's mother in a threatening tone. Already outraged by the situation, the boy asks if he should beat the man up again. With a lot of mockery, the leader jokes that his son-in-law wants to beat him up, making Jungwoo even angrier. At a last attempt, Holdov asks if in the future he will accept being his son-in-law, but now the young man just walks away with the child in his arms, saying he doesn't know. Lee Holvik is actually still very curious, since even with the divine chi, the power gap between them hasn't narrowed. So Ji asks that his daughter Brill quickly catch him before the others, and she appears confident, while Ha Jung-woo simply judges him silently. The boy and his Kain Chon are now walking down a sidewalk. The successor of the clan asks his friend if he will really be his brother-in-law someday, but the boy only says he doesn't know. Changing the subject, he now asks Jung-woo if he's really going to specialize in magic. Not understanding why, he asks what the young man thinks is lacking in him. Jung-woo stops and explains that his specialty is swordsmanship, but he still doesn't have the perfect style, which surprises Kain Chun, who thinks his friend is amazing but asks again whether some change. Haijang-woo's answers that he can't just walk around with a sword since he would draw too much attention. Internally, he still wants to become stronger in this life. Even though he no longer cares about Murim, he feels he will meet his old enemy again. They are out at the Singular Academy building where powered humans are trained and where they receive their high school diplomas. Many people are at the gates cheering for friends and relatives. But two are startled by the number of people there, and soon realize there seems to be some confusion when people call them by different names. Several girls run excitedly in their direction. Kang Shun doesn't quite understand since he knows who they're talking about and that they don't look that alike. But actually, the famous guys are behind them, and one of them tells him to get out of the way. The girls now also head toward them, telling him to move aside. When one of the popular guys slaps Kang Shun to push him out of the way, the boy is in disbelief for being slapped by the girl's idol. He gets even angrier when he hears him say he was an ugly guy getting in the way. He's still trying to process the information and understand why they think he's ugly. His anger starts to rise since his tolerance is as low as his father's. But it quickly fades when he sees the blonde idol being thrown between him and his friend. Ajumu watches him shock. Everyone gets concerned and Kang Shun asks what's going on. When a new figure appears among the crowd, teeth clenched. A boy and his gang in suits now make their presence known, intimidating the clan successor. Kang Shun finally recognizes the guy as Park Teo, but Jung-woo just stares without making a move. The guy introduces himself as a rookie from the Black Tiger clan with an intimidating look, his scar and tattoo. Kang Shun is confident it's the moment to teach a lesson to the rival clan's successor. But as he prepares to face him, Jung-woo stops him by grabbing his arm. He tries to protest. The boy seems firm for some reason, and shows the situation to his friend with just a tilt of the head. Turns out the girls were also going to confront the arrogant one who had attacked their idol. But even so, the guy wasn't intimidated. The furious girls shouted for him to take responsibility for what he did to the celebrity. While the blonde guy still tried to get up with the help of his friends, the Black Tiger clan successor doesn't move even with the fan screams. He operably explained that he's not used to apologizing, seeming even more arrogant. And with a smile, he says he'll make an exception because they're asking so much. The girls are startled when he extends his hand to them, and in it appears a kind of strange green smoke, which soon transforms into a rather pretty green apple. He throws the apple at the girls as if that were some kind of compensation, and obviously think it's ridiculous and don't understand what the apple is for. But soon the apple reveals itself as a green smoke bomb that spreads over all the girls, making them cough and choke, crying for help. The Black Tiger and his gang smile sarcastically, asking what those faces are for, and begin lecturing them about not getting involved where they weren't called, while his buddies judge them as idiots. The Fed girls are already on the ground, desperate, but still asking for help. But the only response they get from the boy is that it was their own fault. Suddenly, Kain-chun charges at Park Teo, stepping over to girls to launch an attack. However, his punch is blocked by a kick, putting them on equal footing. The arrogant tiger tries to lecture him, saying Kain-chun would end up like his father if he kept meddling, and that his clan would become a joke. But Yuzin intimidated and throws the same words right back at him. Around them, some boys gather to watch and record the clash between the successors. And Jungwoo keeps observing, confident that his friend can handle it alone. Full of rage, Kain-chun demands to know why Park Keto poisoned the girls who posed no threat at all. And the guy just deflects, acting like nothing happened. However, just behind them, the girls now seem fine and didn't understand what was going on. With a mocking smile, Park Keto defends himself, saying all he did was get in the way of an arrogant celebrity. Kain-chun then seeks support from the boys who gather to watch the fight, but none of them take sides, and they all confirm that the blonde guy always abuses his popularity. Hajamwoo lets out a nervous chuckle as he realizes his friend's rival is turning the situation around. Tan-shanovli gets angrier and starts yelling at the boys around him. Taking advantage of the moment, the cunning Black Tiger's successor prepares for an attack. And by the time Nong Kain-shun notices the strike, more like a snake's lunge, is already too close. Still, not close enough to avoid as the boy grabs his opponent's arm and counters directly. But Tiger's comrades get worried for a moment, and even the girls now cheer for Kain-shun to teach that delinquent a lesson. But the boy, now in control, simply asks if he should give him a beating, saying arrogant people deserve to be hit. With Liu reaction, Park Kyo just curses at his rival, while Kain-shun becomes even more confident knowing his opponent's abilities and that he won't be affected by his poison. But for some reason, all the intimidation doesn't work on the Tiger's successor, who just smiles. He grabs Kain-shun's arm as if performing some kind of trick. Even Jungwoo notices something strange. But before anything else can happen, a representative from the academy shows up to stop the ruckus. He orders the two to back off, and Kain-shun reluctantly obeys while his rival still shows some confidence. The boy, still full of rage, says this isn't over. But his opponent just walks away, telling him to give up. The academy official now turns to the other students, ordering them to proceed to their tests. The first, the sprite. Jungwoo and Kain-chun drink their sodas as if nothing had happened. Our protagonist harshly marks the situation, making his friend spit out soda like a fountain. He wipes his mouth and defends himself from the insult with the excuse that he wouldn't do anything in front of their teacher. Hajamwoo tells him not to get involved in anything he can't finish, or one day he'll suffer the consequences. And with an ironic smirk, he says that Park Kyo must think he's an idiot. Kain-shun is more sensitive and already feels bad about the insult, while his friend just stares at him without a trace of remorse. Jungwoo grabs his arm, startling the boy. Shocked, he merely asks what he's doing. When the boy's coat sleeve is lifted, the opponent's finger marks are visible. The dark prodigy quickly recognizes the chide absorption technique and grows concerned. That could only mean there was another reincarnated person there, still at the Singular Specialization Academy. Ajamum is a worried look, remembering a past life. He recalls his fifth life, when he was just a sect member fighting against common enemies. He got through them easily with his sword. After defeating 13 enemies, he still wanted to reach 8 more before resting. When a voice from someone whose path draws his attention, another young man his age had already captured all the remaining enemies. And with a maniacal expression, he said he wouldn't leave any for Jungwoo to enjoy. One of the capture enemies was a girl who cried and begged for her life, with the maniac just covered her mouth, and with a terrifying smile said he soon put her to sleep. Activating his chi absorption technique, the girl's eyes widened as her face filled with veins. Suddenly, several beams of red light made of pure energy gathered toward the mania. Jungwoo tried to shield himself from all that energy while watching. That's when he finally realized more was happening. The captured enemies are having their life force drained. All of them at once were being brutally sucked dry. Finally, that weirdo stops and exhales as if he had just finished a massive feast. He looks at the line of bodies and asks if Jungwoo defeated them one by one, then explains that it's more efficient to take them all down at once. Our protagonist, despite being powerful, clearly remembered that this guy gave him more trouble than usual. He recalled it was because of him that he lost energy in an important battle, even though he defeated him. That's why in digging through his memories, he remembered one more thing. The Blood Scholar, facing his end, revealed something important. Already on his knees, he lamented not having drained the power of 10,000 humans to reach his superior form. As he walks toward his test, Jumble remembers well the power of the Blood Spirit body. He knew that Seer Moon hailed the Blood Scholar, and after absorbing only 3,000 humans, had already been a major challenge to defeat. And in his final moments, the man had even threatened to complete his power if he ever reincarnated, just to destroy him. But now was the time to jump to conclusions, since he still needed to confirm if Park Tito was truly the reincarnation of the Bloodthirsty One. Hang Sham's voice brings him back from his thoughts as the boy approaches. Jungwoo asks why his friend isn't doing his test yet, but the boy says he's too curious about the marks on his arm. A voice makes the final call for candidates to their tests over the loudspeakers as Kang-chun complains. Our prodigy is great at changing the subject and asks if his friend more take the test, which makes the boy give up. As each follows their path, Jungwoo decides not to say anything until he's sure. On a blackboard, a teacher writes complex formulas, and the board is truly filled with them all over as the class just watches. As he continues his calculations, the teacher asks if his students know the relationship between math and magic. With the book in hand, he explains that physics and mathematics are essential to understanding magical nature. And while everyone in the room grumbles and complains, the teacher simply smiles. Another staff member knocks on the door, catching the man's attention. He informs that it's time to the test with the candidates. Student the Blown Die is already preparing to fulfill his duty. On the testing court, teenagers chat in groups. Jungwoo, for his part, seems out of place with his level 3 ID card. Not far away, a girl with red braids also doesn't seem very social, and her card shows number 1. Suddenly, Park Tito appears, calling out to Jungwoo. He just looks at the tiger, already imagine how much trouble will be saved since he's also in the magic course. With an arrogant look and mocking smile, Park Kivo sees himself as superior upon noticing his rival's friend is only a level 3. Certainly can use him to get to his rival. He decides to order Jungwoo to meet him at the exit. The nerdy girl with braids immediately starts paying attention to the boys' conversation. But Jungwoo doesn't break his posture and indifferently asks why he should do that. In disbelief at the boy's audacity, Kyo asks if he hurt and right, while the delinquents following him are all shocked by the boy's boldness. The Black Tiger successor tries to intimidate him by stepping closer and saying to do as told, he doesn't want more trouble. Then the nerdy girl steps in fearlessly, asking if that was some kind of threat. Everyone looks at the girl, who apparently posed no threat. In his arrogance, Park Tito just asks who she is. But with exemplary manners, the girl formally introduces herself as Chae Yoon-jun. Without losing her seriousness after being ignored, she asks again if they're threatening another candidate. With a sarcastic smile, Kibo tries to deflect. But the nerdy girl isn't fooled and plainly asks the boy to apologize. Even Jungwoo was surprised by that reaction. One of Park Kivo's followers resorts to insults. Unshaken, Cha Yoon-jung summons a magic circle in front of her, asking if that's all they got to say. And as the goon tries to insult her again, she activates her barrier, sending the idiot flying. Now Jungwoo was not just surprised, he was stunned. Everyone around begins to watch after that incredible display of power. But the clan successor is not intimidated and just smiles with his usual superiority, saying she's full of herself. The girl stands firm, demanding he apologize. Now running out of patience, the Black Tiger tells her come closer. She wants an apology. And for the first time, our Jungwoo speaks, but only to warn the boy not to approach. Annoyed, Park Teo questions the boy, but the response is even ruder when our protagonist speaks syllable by syllable, telling him not to come closer. The gang leader's expression of hatred looks more like a stomachache as he refuses to be ordered around. But our prodigy is far worse and gives him just a single look. Park Keo narrows his eyes, unable to believe that presence. He starts trembling all over without even understanding why. His lackeys are right behind him trying to encourage him to go forward, but their leader just tells them to shut up. And indeed, the Black Tiger really did have a stomachache. He just didn't know why. Jungwoo had already noticed and simply smiled. Once again, Cha Yoon-jung steps in, asking the boy to just apologize already. He was sweating cold and furious. In that moment, he looks at the girl but can only think about why he's feeling so sick right now. His target quickly shifts and he charges at the naughty girl. His lackeys cheer him on, but his attack is a total failure as he slams into an invisible barrier in front of the girl. Everyone watching around, however, hears another noise coming from the boy and immediately cover their noses. Park Keo trembles violently, plunging to fight off the stomach pain. His lackeys, to feel confused, ask what's happening to their leader, but he can only tell them not to come near as his strength gives out. And finally, he gives up. And out of all the crap the tiger had pulled so far, this was without a doubt of his biggest mess. From outside the gym, the screams of the horrified and desperate candidates could be heard reacting to Park Tio's stench. Fortunately, the hallways had big windows, and soon all the candidates were seeking fresh air as the cleaning team went to work. Now even the teacher could stand the stench, covering his nose with a handkerchief. A janitor apologizes, but the blonde man says he saw everything that happened. The staff member then asks why A didn't intervene, and with a laugh, Professor Richard says it was entertaining. Considering the exam was compromised, the janitor asks what they'll do, but Richard reassures him, explaining they'll just do a manner reading. The janitor relaxes and asks if there's anyone promising him on the candidates. The blonde man's eyes go straight to Jungwoo and his nerdy protector as he says he's already found someone with potential. The candidate immediately notices the professor's gaze examining her due to her manner. But humbly, she greets the man and apologizes for disturbance. Richard, in turn, simply compliments her and tells her she has passed, which causes a reaction of pure joy in the girl, who now promises to do her best. Now turning to Jungwoo, the professor also notices something incredible. You know the boy remains indifferent, at least until he realizes that the professor's aura is far more powerful than what's listed on his file. Richard looks at the boy's card and says he doesn't seem very talented, which makes the nerdy girl let out a discreet giggle. Though irritated, Jungwoo doesn't defend himself. However, as the professor still tries to decide whether to accept the untalented youth, a voice echoes in his mind. Surprised, Richard realizes the boy is using telepathy. He's so shocked he even forgets about the smell. He immediately begins questioning the boy mentally, asking if he's capable of learning both magic and martial arts. But Jungwoo remains calm, explaining that they aren't incompatible specialties. He just isn't very familiar with magic. They continue the mental conversation about the possibility as everyone returns to the court. Jungwoo remains confident, explaining that he would like to combine both specialties. The professor, however, becomes stern, saying the boy is underestimating magic. They stare each other down as they debate Jungwoo's acceptance into the class. And telepathically, the boy says that the evaluation should be fair. Finally, the professor speaks out loud and asks how the candidate knows so much about magic. Jungwoo, the proud smile, replies that he's self-taught. Outside the academy, people are already starting to leave. Kang-chun is waiting for his friend near the gate, curious about himself. He greets him with a smile, which quickly turns into laughter that Jungwoo doesn't join in. Kang-chun then says he heard about the incident with his rival. Finally, Jungwoo explains that what caused it was a mental technique. The boy looks surprised and asks if his friend caused the diarrhea. And calmly, the dark prodigy confirms he was the one responsible. Now Kang-chun is very proud of his friend and immediately starts asking more about the technique. But the boy cuts off his friend's enthusiasm, asking him not to make it so obvious. It was just a test. The question then becomes whether everything was already planned, since he didn't understand why Jungwoo would do that. Then he explains that in his judgment, a guy who uses chai absorption deserves it, and if the technique worked despite his physical resistance. Kang-chun looks confused and asks what exactly chai absorption it is, and Jungwoo prepares to explain. He starts by mentioning the greatest scumbag to ever exist in the history of martial arts. In a quiet, dark room, footsteps can be heard. The sound echoes near a bed, and right there, hidden, is a terrified and panting young singular. She trembles as the footsteps seem to get closer and closer. The girl doesn't even blink, clutching her only weapon. Then she finally sees someone's legs stepping into the room. The footsteps stop when the person stands right next to the bed. Automatically, she covers her mouth to muffle the sound of her breathing. But he's still there wearing dress shoes. He seems to be waiting for something, but soon gets tired and walks back the way he came, leaving the room and shutting the door behind him. The girl still waits to make sure it's safe to come out, and eventually she does, though still cautious. Her first sight after leaving her hiding spot is disturbing. Two men hanging like decorations are mounted on the door and wall. One of them also wore a singular's uniform. The girl runs in desperation, nearly tripping along the way. But in the hallway, the horror is worse as she sees many others in the same state, sprawled across the floor. Terrified, she can only think this must be the work of a demon or a nightmare, until she feels a sharp blade and hears a voice asking why she left her hiding place. Now she knows this isn't a nightmare and she begins to cry as she faces the devil himself. It delights in the girl's panic as he tells her there's no salvation. Even while screaming, the young singular slowly fades as if something is draining her life, and to think it was nearly dawn at the hotel. Morning light shines on the buildings of the singular academy. Students come and go while unnoticed echoes announcing the start of classes. In the courtyard is our dynamic duo. Kang-chun, wearing his most curious expression, says someone is looking at them. He's referring to Chae Yoon-joon. The girl looks again in her direction and this time notices she's been seen, which sparks Jungwoo's curiosity as he stares back. The nerdy girl shrinks with embarrassment, accidentally using her magic and causing a minor incident with some nearby students. Sharp-eyed Kang-chun looks at the queue and asks what's going on because clearly she was looking at his friend. But Jungwoo, annoyed by the nosiness, tells the boy to mind his own business. The subject quickly changes, returning to Kang-chun's curiosity about chai absorption. But he ends up a little awkward when he realizes his friend wasn't as bothered as he thought. Jungwoo notices something different. Nearby to see Park Kyo arriving at the academy. His arrogance now seems replaced by defeat. The guy looks wrecked. Even so, Kang-chun is surprised to see him back so soon, considering a shame he went through. Our protagonist, on the other hand, simply starts walking toward the black tiger, raising questions. With a smile, he tells his friend that he still needs to clear something up. Upon being called by name, the arrogant delinquent turns around. But he's already hostile, asking what his rival wants. Shaken and unstable, he accuses Jungwoo of coming just to mock him. With his usual indifference, Jungwoo simply grabs his wrist, taking him down with a completely unexpected move. The part Tito manages to recover before hitting the ground. Now furious, he tries to get answers, not knowing the boy could fight. Jungwoo explains that he wouldn't go around bragging about something that would reveal his potential to enemies. While the Black Tiger's successor realizes that makes sense, he still feels rage after being called stupid. The anger drives him to charge in his offender, but his strike doesn't come anywhere near the target, nor do any of the other attempts. It doesn't take long before other students around notice the commotion. Park Kyo accuses his opponent of dodging like a rat, but that doesn't offend our dark darling. In fact, it becomes the perfect cue to start his attack. Right away, a right cross lands clean on the little tiger, literally breaking his face. And with force, he's thrown into a wall. He calls up a bit of blood as he hits the floor, but Jungwoo is already standing right in front of him. Park Teal even tries to insult his opponent, but he can't even get up to do it. He takes a solid kick from a speaker, twisting backward, and once again crashes into the wall, this time seeming nearly unconscious. He slumps straight to the ground, but Jungwoo still watches to see if he can continue. Since he doesn't seem able to get up, a ruthless protagonist steps on him without mercy. The boy, despite his rage, doesn't react even as he's lifted by the head. With indifferent eyes and entertained smile, Jungwoo asks if he wants more. But the guy is so broken at this point, all he can do is mumble and threaten revenge, which doesn't work at all. Our favorite villain, who slams his head back into the ground again, then lifts him once more to take a good look at his mashed up face. He gives a terrifying smile and asks again if Partino wants more. The only response is a face of disbelief and shock. The battered black tiger's successor feels like a toy at the hands of a psychopathic child. But Jungwoo's sadism seems to have no end, and he presses the boy for an answer. He keep going or not. With suddenly, a red cloud of smoke begins to form around Park Teo. He finally reacts, expanding his toxic smoke and attacking directly. Jungwoo defends with his arms, stepping back. The student crowd immediately gets excited, seeing this situation about to turn. Now the sadistic one feels the impact of the poison, which begins to intoxicate him. The onlookers grow upset with the use of poison in the fight, calling it cheating. For the first time in the fight, the tiger successor pulls himself together, and you waste no time bragging about turning the tide, charging at Jungwoo, ready for retaliation. But he quickly realizes he's mistaken. Jungwoo concentrates his power and unleashes a kind of smoke explosion from his own body. Once again, Park Teo is caught off guard. The spectators cover their noses and mouths, realizing the black cloud was also poisonous. The mist spreads over the entire area. The area boy is once again frustrated to see his attack only empowered his opponent, and now he can barely tell where he is, until Jungwoo's voice echoes through the mist, revealing how close he is and shocking Park Teo. He searches through the smoke, calling his opponent a coward, only to regret it immediately as he feels Jungwoo's hand on his head once more, and is slammed into the ground again, face first. Our prodigy asks about the chat absorption technique, and his aura shows he's now serious. But still lying on the ground, and the poor tiger doesn't even know what that is. He barely gets to ask before another smat changes his language from Korean to Chinese. A strike is so strong he's launched again, while Jungwoo barely moves. Even enjoying himself, our protagonist isn't so easily convinced. He charges full speed at his opponent, attacking with repeated, precise blows. Adi will strike back or dodge. Park Teo loses consciousness. Jungwoo still lands a few more hits, but a firm voice calls out, trying to put an end to it. The boy notices just in time and stops. In seconds, an explosion hits the area where the fight was taking place. The sudden blow pushes our sadist away from his opponent, but he can only think. He knows that technique. He looks toward the source, stunned. A red-haired young man appears with near-perfect posture and total indifference. Jungwoo is sure he recognizes that attack from a past life and just stares at the boy, coldly analyzing the redhead's blank expression, trying to figure out that he's another reincarnated one. Still unsure, he lets his guard down for a moment. If it is who he suspects, he might be in trouble. Park Teo is unconscious, and this is the redhead's introduction. Temstu, a member of the student council. Fortunately for the tiger, the fiery-haired boy is there to defend him, claiming Jungwoo went too far. But he defends himself, saying he was poisoned and had to respond. He also explains that despite his condition, traces of poison remain in his body. The redhead examines him impartially and confirms it, then shifts his gaze to the unconscious boy slumped against the wall, knowing full well he's a poison user. The students watching are frustrated, still waiting for a proper conclusion. Sir John Lu, not wanting to disappoint, watch right past the redhead again, heading straight for Park Teo's head without hesitation. Kyung-shu merely asks him to take his foot off the boy so they can talk, though he feels ignored. But the sadism strikes again as Jungwoo, laughing, claims he's afraid of being poisoned again. The redhead tries to counter the logicless excuse, pointing out the boy was unconscious, but doesn't work. Kyung-soo senses the brutality in Jungwoo and now understands why Park Teo resorted to poison. He tries again to make the boy back off, this time with a threat. But that only excites the psychopath more, who gets visibly thrilled. The atmosphere around him shifts and the redhead immediately senses danger. So he changes his approach again, opting for compassion. If only the boy would stop. Jungwoo finally lifts his foot off a fallen tiger. Only then does Kyung-soo ask the boy's name, while the onlookers seem curious too. And Ho Jung-woo introduces himself with a smirk as a freshman in the magic department. As he walks out full of swagger, the crowd parts to let him through. Kyung-soo keeps his eyes on the boy, reflecting on how different he is from his own leader. With a slight look of concern, he imagines that one day that guy might cause chaos here. Inside the academy, the hallways are much quieter now. Jungwoo continues walking, outraged that the black tiger could use chai absorption without even knowing what it was. But that leads him to the answer he was looking for. Meanwhile, back at the horror hotel from earlier, Park Young-chien, leader of the Black Tiger clan, is stunned. He asks the man beside him what the hell happened there as he sees the many bodies. Nervous and sweating, and then explains that the culprit fled after draining the life energy of the entire surveillance scene. The leader's brutal reaction is to leave marks. Punishment for incompetence. Not even the singular girl escaped, and now only her hollow shell remains as the boss screens for them to hug down the culprit, who, by the way, is already making new victims. In a dark, gloomy place that looks like the hallway of another building, he holds a man like he's made of paper, and his face makes it obvious. This is definitely the reincarnation of a blood scholar. Back at the Singular Academy, daily student life resumes. Some students sit in the classroom waiting for the teacher, including Jungwoo, who has a pile of gifts in front of him, though he doesn't understand why. Two girls in the same row express admiration for the hero who beat up the crybaby. But before they can fangirl any further, another girl tries to pass by. It's Yuhara with her signature blonde hair and usual charm. She walks right past the two, ignoring your glares. Sitting directly next to her childhood friend, making it clear how close they are. The other girls are not happy and start criticizing the blonde for monopolizing the class prodigy. But Yuhara isn't bothered. Instead, she smiles and tells him to stop gossiping. The girls feel personally attacked by the fact that Yuhara is a celebrity, and one of them promised is to expose the princess online. Yuhara immediately stands to defend herself, but the girls are already leaving. So she sits again only to hear Jumbo agree with the girls, which makes her furious until he quickly deflects. The topic shifts to magic and Jungwoo asks why she's suddenly interested. She explains it's just entertainment. In her celebrity career, she needs to stay updated or someone else might take her place. When Jungwoo questions her decision, since her family is rich, she cuts him off by grabbing his arm. Obviously, he's not the type who feels comfortable with that and asks her let go, but she insists. She stares at him, recalling the childhood. When Jungwoo saved her from imminent danger, her eyes remain fixed on the boy as she holds his arm. But Jungwoo, clearly nervous, asks what that look is for. Blushing, she gets straight to the point and says she doesn't intend to stop at kisses with her hero. But to the boy's relief and her shock, a stack of books slamming onto the desk cuts her off. Shagyun Jung arrives and sits on the other side of Jungwoo. Though the blonde is now angry if the boy ignores her and starts a conversation with the nerd asking about the homework. The girl responds to the proud and keeps smiles saying she did it. Not red as a tomato, the blonde asks Jungwoo via telepathy who that girl is. He casually replies and tells her how they met during the test. Yuhara moves closer to Jungwoo, almost accusatory, noticing he already memorized the nerd's name. She's more irritated than before. The two girls glare at each other over Jungwoo, and sparks practically fly in this teeny romantic drama. Jungwoo is saved by the ringing of his phone, which immediately grabs both girls' attention. He opens the messages and sees that it's his younger sister. The girl asks if her brother is free to go to the movies with her in the afternoon, but Jungwoo says he still has classes and will have to leave it for another time. In front of the cinema is the boy's younger sister with her friend, who excitedly asked about him. She's quickly disappointed when she hears that her friend's brother won't be coming, even though the girl says they can go alone. The friend tries to protest, but Suvien, like her brother, is very determined and walks ahead, making her friend end up following to keep up with her. The movie takes a few hours and it's already nighttime when it ends. Suyeon runs toward home, already anticipating the scolding she'll get for arriving late, but she suddenly slows down on a quieter street. She senses something different nearby and becomes more alert. The little girl looks around a dark, empty street but doesn't see anything there. She's sure she heard something, but whoever is watching her is out of her line of sight. Then something else suddenly happens, startling even her observer. Suyeon turns to look around again, now more certain. This time, she is shocked by what she sees coming her way. She is surrounded by masked people who do not look very friendly, and she simply starts screaming like any girl her age would. That's when a cloud of smoke signals the first impact. To our surprise, it's Suyeon who is well prepared, defending herself with a magical barrier. The masked figures around her aren't surprised. They already knew she wasn't just any child. The clever girl warns them that the police will arrive soon, but one of the masked ones explains that no one will come because they took care of the cameras there and no one will be able to see them. One of them then warns the others not to go easy on her just because she's 13. They still need to capture her. But we're talking about Jungwoo's younger sister, and as they approach, she's the one landing the hits. The one with the Iron Man mask nearly catches the girl, but she escapes with a jump. Although she's handling things well, she complains that it's not fair while trying to flee. But the one with the Captain America mask appears behind the girl while she's distracted. With a wicked smile, he doesn't let her escape this time. Elsewhere, someone is running down a corridor. It's Jungwoo, who arrives at the emergency room and bursts through the door with determination. Worried about his younger sister, he begins calling out her name. Jungwoo soon finds his little one, who throws herself into his arms, frightened and asking why it took so long. He kneels down to speak with the girl but doesn't want to talk about why he was late. He wants to know what happened. Embarrassed, the girl begins to explain, pointing to the criminals who tried to kidnap her but now don't seem so threatening on the hospital stretchers. All of them are bandaged and injured, running in pain. Then Jungwoo asks who left them in that condition, and Suyeon begins to remember everything that happened. She says she was about to be captured by Captain America. She'd even tried to turn quickly to escape, but he was too close and she was screaming in fear, when suddenly someone struck the guy in midair and pushed him far away from her. Just like the girl, the other kidnappers didn't see where it came from. And while she tried to figure out what was happening, she heard someone call out. That's when she saw a group of men in suits, all very serious, heading toward her. One of them started to apologize for his delay, but the girl didn't know him at all and Yim thought he was mistaking her for someone else. The criminals were still standing there but were starting to become hostile again, which didn't help since the motivation of the suited men was their own lives. Not understanding much, the idiots didn't run. They just stood there wondering how their location had been discovered. And then it was too late because the leader of the sued group gave the order to take them all down. The group charged the masked attackers ready for action. And it wasn't too hard to handle the masked ones if they had greater numbers and more motivation. Without understanding a thing, Suyeon just watched from a distance with the group leader astonished. When a nearly imperceptible expression of pain drew the attention of the big man, he quickly crouched down to chat, panicking and frightening the girl even more. He noticed her arm was injured, and she explained it was from one of the punches that hit her. Even as she tried to calm him down, anger took over the man's face, and he could only ask himself why this had to happen. Then he stood up in rage while the girl tried to process his reaction in shock, and he was already shouting a new order to exterminate everyone, as it was a level 1 alert. While the girl was telling her brother how scared she had been through it all, he listened calmly. and she says that the masked men on the hospital stretchers must definitely be regretting it now. It still might when they leave the hospital. Hajamu waits in the parking lot with his unshakable posture. Soon, a group of men approaches. They are the men in black suits now standing in front of him. Their expressions are somewhere between fear and despair, but they all simply bow to him while the leader reports that the girl has been taken home safely. With the same intimidating gaze as always, our protagonist stares down at them. His squad, even composed of ex-mafiosos nobody will miss, is completely terrified. The leader of them speaks, offering his own life to pay for the mistake of letting the girl be in danger. But how Jong-woo simply turns to leave, dismissing them, and says the punishment will be saved for later. They all bow again, obeying his command. And before the boy even exits the building, they have already vanished, making Jung-woo focus on something else still in the parking lot. He notices something in the way and stops to observe the buildings, but he ignores it and continues on his way out, leaving the parking lot empty as if nothing had happened, or almost, since there was still someone hiding behind one of the pillars. A terrifying silhouette of the familiar maniacal smile lurking in the dark. The next day, the routine continued as normal while a woman and several children admire the entrance to the Black Tiger clan, where several clan apprentices trained in martial arts. The children were very excited about the visit to the place. The teacher explained, even though they already knew, that this was the base of one of the 8 clans of South Korea, and one of the children asked if that was then the most powerful place in the country. But the teacher, feeling awkward, knew she couldn't take sides and only said that all the clans help in similar ways. Suddenly, a voice caught the cause attention, stating that if there were a ranking, they would certainly be at the top. It was Park Jung-jian himself, the leader of the Black Tigers, approaching with a bodyguard. The teacher felt honored by the presence of the clan leader, who still tried to remain modest. Smiling, he said he needed to come personally to see the class because those children were the future of the nation. In an instant, everyone was already surrounding the elder, praising him and eagerly asking for pictures. But nearby, watching everything, Park Sum-hoo's reaction was different. The group leader from the association observed that scene with disdain, the disdain that soon turned into anger over something he seemed to know was being hidden. The unusual young man was still observing the place, now with a colleague who suggested calling even more people. He explained that drawing attention would be a terrible idea and could end up starting a war between the clans and the association. The girl then reminded her leader of one of the cases under investigation, when in a meeting 300 people mysteriously vanished. She also mentioned that the year before, passengers from 3 tourist buses disappeared after going to a tunnel. Lastly, she spoke of a hotel from which all the guests also vanished inexplicably. The young man said all of them were classified as demon-related damage, but the girl wasn't convinced, linking all of it to the Black Tiger clan. And the leader even agreed that the clan was far from innocent, which only made his colleague even more outraged. But he tried to calm things down, asking for patience since they also knew they were being investigated. He said that the previous year, the Black Tiger clan had found something ancient in a tomb, and without knowing what it was, they couldn't proceed. And while the elder played with the children, the young man made it clear that nothing could be done until they knew what was in the tomb. Now the little group was saying goodbye while the two still watched from a distance with caution. The leader also said his farewells with a warm, affectionate smile, but it quickly faded, giving way with sour expression. He bluntly asked if Park Kiva was already back, and his bodyguard confirmed that he was. The clan's base was enormous and empty. However, in one of its rooms, Park Kido sat on a bed, still fully bandaged, recovering from the beating he took. The clan leader entered right away, mercilessly criticizing the condition his son was in. The boy was startled by his father's sudden arrival at the place, but he quickly dropped to his knees on the floor, begging for forgiveness and promising he would bring no more shame. The grumpy old man simply tells the boy to finish what he starts next time, no matter how problematic it may be. Park Tito trembles under his father's dark glare, and the clan leader continues with a look of disgust, judging his own son as a terrible choice for his successor. The boy can do nothing but lower his head and apologize. He remembers how he always got beaten by his father whenever he made a mistake. He remembers the look of hatred on the old man's face, who always criticized him as an heir while punishing him. On the floor in his childhood memories, he only tried to protect himself, but deep down he knew his father was right and that he needed to be stronger. After all, he wanted to be able to repay all the humiliation he suffered from his father and was determined to become more powerful for that reason. Clouds cover the sky as the rain falls and the tree leaves sway with the wind. Workers in raincoats carry a large box out of a hole while Park Young-chiam watches. Despite the rain getting in the way, the tiger leader is fierce, demanding care with the cargo. When one of his workers, frightened and careless, hurts his hand on the box, accidentally dropping it to the ground, causing total frustration for the boss. He yells in disgust at the employee who tries to apologize and explain the mistake. While trying to close the partially open box, a coworker also schools him. After all, everyone who knows the boss's temper. Through the gaps in the open box, it's possible to see that it was his body that made it so heavy. At home, Park Kilo was startled by something out of the ordinary. A dried-up man, like a shriveled fruit, hangs from someone's hand. Still wrapped in bandages, the money that rested in the coffin earlier now seems to be recovering well by absorbing life from around it. The boy isn't intimidated and actually asks if the creature was trying to escape. While the man stares back without reacting, the young man simply makes him an offer. Decided, Park Kilo says he will help him on one condition. He then asks the man to teach him the technique he's using to eliminate whoever crosses his path. A serious stare reveals that it's not what the man was expecting. But with a grin that suggests he'll enjoy himself, he seems to accept the proposal. Back in the present moment, Park Tito observes the consequences of his actions and his injuries. But soon, a staff member interrupts his thoughts, saying he must resume training as soon as possible. The boy agrees and asks if there is any news about the academy, but finds out they've been unreachable for hours. Annoyed, he questions whether they tried all possible communication channels since there are many, but the employee assures him something will be done when possible. Park Teo, who inherited his father's temper, immediately himself the poor guy, who could only apologize. Then a new idea seems to form in the young man's mind as he looks at his servant. He asks for his hand, causing doubt and confusion in the servant. But before he could even process it, the boss's son grabs his arm, saying he'll be quick. A brief scream rises and vanishes as a great energy is released. Park Keel lets go of the employee's arm and the man collapses to the floor, completely dried up. The young tiger now realizes it was all true, and his bandages are no longer needed. He feels the power of the new energy he absorbed healing his wounds and strengthening his body. Now he knows exactly how to get revenge on his new adversary, Hajumbu. Suddenly he's caught off guard by a noise and tremor. It seemed to come from nearby. He quickly looks around to try and see what's happening. Meanwhile, in the city, two people talk about how their clan's communications have been cut, and once confirmed, two members of the Black Squad guide civilians away, announcing a rift attack simulation. The civilians around are too happy about yet another drill, but the announcement continues, warning there will be screams and chaos, but everything will be fine. Elsewhere, Jongwoo gathers the remaining members of his squad. Yahello, the vice leader, whispers to the superior, who asks what's wrong. The man reveals he's so scared he can't even move. He's never seen the boss this angry. At the front of everyone, Hu Jungwoo, with his sadistic and furious smile, announces that tonight is the night they will make the Black Tiger clan disappear from the planet. The Black Tiger clan's base is under attack. An armed group advances to the battlefield, leaping over rooftops like ninjas. The group's leader charges ahead at full speed, determined to put the aggressors in their place. But something hits his teammates who are coming right behind him. With quick thinking, he realizes it's an enemy ambush and immediately orders a retreat. However, several of his subordinates have already been hit and fall like flies. With ninja-like stealth, he drops down to a place where he can take cover, while still scanning for his opponents. He looks around, hiding behind a wall, searching for his enemy. But a voice from behind catches him off guard. It's a Jungwoo, standing right next to him, already warning not to get too excited, just because he's alone. The ninja leader doesn't waste the opportunity and immediately attacks the boy with his katana. Jungwoo lights up and goes in with a kick that's blocked, but the impact still throws the ninja far away. The leader of the armed group crashes onto some wooden boards and now lies on the ground in a defensive position. He's shocked by the boy's strength, and his body still feels the tremor from the impact. But something else catches his attention even more than his opponent. Look into the cell. He sees his entire team scattered across the ground, completely defeated. He's still trying to understand what happened when Jungwoo starts walking toward him. The prodigy's sinister aura is back, and the group leader is terrified to realize that it was him who took down his entire team. Jungwoo smiles psychotically as he approaches the ninja, telling the man not to worry. Soon, that will be the fate of the entire clan. But someone interrupts, mocking him and breaking the boy's intimidating stance. A new team steps in wearing hang-in masks, and her leader seems confident that Jungwoo is just talking nonsense. Even the ninja leader is now frozen in place in front of the Crimson Guard, the most powerful unit in the entire clan. The guard's leader flaunts confidence, asking if Jungwoo even knows what he's got himself into. Our protagonist remains calm and amused, revealing that this place is actually a human trafficking site. From the outside, everything looks normal in the Black Tiger clan's territory. Leaning against the wall that surrounds a mansion, the singular leader tries to get some information after noticing the commutation failure. But Su and his teammate appears to ease his curiosity, informing him that the clan seems to be under attack. The boy's shock is clear. After all, it's the most powerful of the clans, and anyone going against them would have to be insane. He quickly decides to report the situation to the association, but his partner remains still. She seems to have other plans and lowers her head reluctantly, and she reveals those plans by leaping toward the site, driven by the hope of finding her missing sister, leaving her leader speechless. He finally reacts, shouting for her to come back. But an invisible electric barrier is more effective than his voice, shocking the girl as she tries to break through. She falls back to the spot she leaped from, and her worried leader immediately runs to help her. He helps her up while questioning the reason for a barrier being there. Meanwhile, inside, the warriors of the Crimson Guard are being tossed around like yo-yos as they fight against Jungwoo. The boy, on the other hand, remains calm, standing in place even as several enemies surround him. The enemies grow furious and prepare for counterattack. But Jungwoo is entertained and compares them to moths flying toward a light that will burn them. Then suddenly, a blade of light appears in his hand. It terrifies the opponents as they recognize the power of the weapon. One of them tries to warn the others to run, but it's too late. A single strike is already coming for all of them at once. The force of the blow cuts through the boy's opponents. They aren't fast enough to defend against it. And when it's over, a spiral marks the whirlwind that cleared all of Jungwoo's enemies at once. One of the opponents realizes that it could only be the spectral blade, Shock, questions how anyone besides their master could wield it. The others, still on the ground trying to stand, ask why he's doing this if they've done nothing wrong. Jungwoo finds it amusing that they believe there's no reason and asks if they really want to know. Desperate, the masked ones scream that of course they do, since they're about to be eliminated. The boy then says he will reveal his reason, increasing attention in the air. All the guard members now pay close attention to him, eager to learn what grave mistake they made. Then Jungwoo says that all of this is happening because they tried to kidnap his sister, even if they failed. The warriors are clearly confused by the information. Their leader in turn defends himself, saying that this isn't the kind of thing they do, and that they only punish those who deserve it. That statement makes the boy glare coldly at him. And with a touch of arrogance, he asks if they really believe they deserve human rights, considering it walk around armed, leaving the opponents speechless, but someone agrees with his statement from behind them. Park Ketil appears, fully recovered, shocking even his own subordinates. A member of the guard tries to warn him to stay back, but Kinho is focused. With his hand on the warrior's arm, Beyond Master questions him, making the man nervous. And to show they shouldn't worry, he activates his chai absorption technique again, draining all the strength from his ally. Another member of the guard gasps and asks what that is, but Park Tito focuses only on the power. His desire to become more powerful rises with a smile as he absorbs the ally's life energy. It doesn't take long before several Crimson Garb warriors are lying on the ground looking like dried raisins. But the young man doesn't stop. He grabs the next one in line to absorb. As his life is drained by the master, the man begs to be spared, but Park Tito is out of control. The team leader watches his subordinate being drained and tries to get the boy's attention, but realizing it would be pointless, he is left in shock by the situation. His only option becomes attacking his own superior without hesitation. Park Tito feels the impact of the strike, but now it's no longer enough to cause any damage. He's merely pushed back. Seeing that the young man has paused, the team leader tries to reason with him, asking indignantly what he's doing. Jungwoo is still there, observing when a tiger successor assumes a similar posture and to the man. With an arrogant smile, he says he's just ensuring the Crimson Guard fulfills its role. Shock and surprise take over the masked leader's expression as he tries to understand what Kill meant by its role. Then he remembers his induction into the team when he solemnly swore to protect the clan. He and his team all swore and offered their lives in service of the clan's protection. The mansion wasn't much different for how it is now. But back then, the young master was still a frightened boy in a corner of the dojo. The man approached to ask if everything was okay, but clearly little Kino was not okay. He was bruised and battered. Trying to be supportive, he even tried to cheer the boy up, explaining that the clan mater only pressure him like that because he wanted him to grow strong. But the boy questioned if that was even possible, since he trained every day and was never good enough, leaving the young warrior speechless but still concerned. He then decided to change his approach, offering to teach martial arts during the next training session. And finally, he got the boy to lift his head and look in his direction. With a sincere smile, he said he would do it so that little Kiho would one day become a strong leader. The boy, who wasn't used to affection, immediately hugged him, and then declared that he would become that strong leader. Crying, little Kiho kept hugging the man, promising to grow stronger and asking for his help. He remembers that moment when the boy hugged him as if it had just happened. But now he trembles before what that boy has become. Lifted by the neck, the leader of the Crimson Guard acknowledges his role even in fear, once again offering his life to protect the clan with nobility. Once a part Kido, there's nothing noble about it. The guard exists only for the benefit of the clan, and viewing the man as nothing more than a slave, he begins draining his life force without hesitation. Quickly, the team leader, once strong and imposing, begins to look like a shriveled plum. But even in his final moments, he still tries to protect his master by warning that the enemy is very powerful. Part Kido finishes the chide absorption, leaving behind only a dry husk, which he discards on the ground without mercy, even as he acknowledges how much he needed the man's strength. Finally, the boy's attention turns to his opponent, who is still waiting, and he wonders if he should thank him for the time he had to grow stronger. But Jumbo replies that he too is grateful, because now he only has to deal with one, not many, then asks again how Keto learned that technique. The answer comes in the form of a punch to the stomach as the clan successor owes no explanations to his enemy. Jumbo watches his opponent's movements with surprise, realizing his strength has grown. Suddenly, a series of successive blows come at him, but he defends against them all, until finally a punch breaks to his guard as Park Tilo declares that today is the day he teaches him a lesson. Inside the Black Tiger clan's base, screams and complaints echo through the air. The leader of the Black Squad, along with his vice leader, are also fighting off an entire team of ninjas. Wade managed to hold the ninja group at bay. The captain asks how long they'll have to stay there. The vice leader quickly replies that they need to hold them off until Jumbo wipes out the clan. Though indifferent, the vice tries to encourage his captain, saying they just have to hold on. And as the conversation ends, he lands another hit on an enemy, throwing him so hard that only a wall stops him. To both their surprise, the attacks suddenly stop. Everyone is already down, so they agree that the job seems to be done. But before they can decide what to do next, they're caught off guard by a scream of rage. And before they can even see who it is, one of them is struck at high speed. It's the clan leader's bodyguard, charging throughout the freight train, slamming the squad leader, straight into a wall. And before the vice leader can react, he's also caught off guard by a precise blow. He crashes into another wall with such force that the impact leaves a new pattern of cracks. Trying to figure out the source of such strength and rage, he looks up, only to have his vision blocked by a foot pressing down on his head, leaving its mark in the wall. If the Black Tiger clan's leader himself, stopping down his opponents and demanding to know who they think they are. The old man is absolutely furious, especially since he doesn't even know who the invaders are or where they came from. The bodyguard explains that they're still trying to find out, but the barrier is making it difficult. The old tiger decides to fall back on the traditional method of getting answers, finally, out of sheer impatience. And to everyone's surprise, the vice leader of the squad talks almost immediately, revealing they're from the Diamond Gate, the Golden River clan. Naturally, the old man is incredulous at this claim. The bodyguard tries a quick analysis, saying it must be a trick. No one would confess that easily. But the man in the black suit gives a better answer as he tries to free himself from one of the flit, saying he's confessing because soon they'll all be dead anyway. That little of certainty only makes the Tiger clan's leader angrier. Now bloodless is in his eyes. But before he can do anything, a loud crash from the wall behind him grabs his attention. He sees someone crash through the wall and fall at his feet, to the shock and horror of the black squad leaders. It's Jungwoo, wounded and unconscious. The despair on their faces after thinking they had victory in the bag is almost more pitiful than his condition. A sight rarely seen, our protagonist lies on the ground, covered in debris and seemingly how cold. The clan leader is stunned, trying to understand where the fallen boy came from. But the answer arrives quickly. Partino steps through the hole in the wall, radiating an aura of rage and vengeance. Even his father can't believe it. He has to call his name to be sure. He's in shock because he recognizes the energy now coming from his son. Pito, meanwhile, is quite taken with his new, imposing form. He even rubs it in, pointing out that he was the one who harnessed the power of the monster his father had so desperately wanted to unearth. But the old man immediately switches to his usual fury, yelling that his son is an idiot. He was supposed he is the monster, not become one. Full of power and arrogance, the boy simply tells his father to go to hell. To prove he doesn't care, he grabs his father's bodyguard by the jacket. And in the blink of an eye, the guard becomes just another energy source as the clan head watches. The boy seems to be in ecstasy from all that energy, even saying it tastes delicious, far more than he expected, which enrages his father even more while Kido keeps smiling. A clan leader, now utterly livid, disowns Kido on the spot, declaring that you came a monster the moment he learned that technique. But the boy isn't as shaken as expected. After all, he grew up hearing that he wasn't truly his son because he was weak. So he asked his father, which is worse, having a weak son or a strong one who's a monster? The old man is left speechless. After all, it was no lie. Marching forward with arrogance, Kido even suggests his father retire since he'll be the leader from now on. The Tiger clan leader scowls instantly, calling his son arrogant. Meanwhile, the successor, with a wicked grin, offers him a fair fight since he was always taught the strongest taste everything. The old man trembles, and it's unclear whether it's from fear, hatred, or bitterness. That's when both are interrupted by a third voice in the room, telling them to stop at the threats. Jungwoo, now conscious and sitting up, watches the family drama like it's front row at a play, and even jokes that they should just duke it out already. Park Tito is genuinely stunned by his opponent's resilience. Fire Prodigy mocks his surprise, pointing out that not even his subordinates have been eliminated yet. The young tiger hair doesn't believe it. The members of the Black Squad are lying on the ground, beaten and unconscious, until Jungwoo simply orders them to get up, to the total shock of both father and son, and then who appear to be down for good suddenly rise like nothing happened. Jungwoo then commands them to leave and tend to the external barriers. Once again, with extreme speed, the two vanish from the scene to carry out the order. Now feeling more at ease without interruptions, Jungwoo begins to speak. But before he finishes his sentence, he notices the Tiger clan leader rushing toward him. The lightning fast blow is unstoppable, and the impact sends the young man flying, crashing through yet another wall. Still in the air, though, he summons a spectral sword and prepares to land gracefully. He just didn't expect his enemy to be waiting right behind him. The old man blames him for his son's fall, but all Jungwoo sees is a blur, as the Black Tiger's war slams into him, smashing our prodigy to the ground. Jungwoo manages to cushion the impact barely. He's still processing what just happened. Sure, the man had been in front of him. Then suddenly, he senses another attack from behind, coming at high speed. The tiger's launch hits him dead on. This time, there's no escape. All he can do is scream. As if that weren't enough, the old man follows with yet another series of blows. Jungwoo narrowly dodges the rest. That's when he realizes his opponent can move through space using an enchantment. But Park Young-shim doesn't care if the boy figured it out. His Rithcore eyes still burn with resolve. He stares at Jungwoo like prey to be hunted, then unleashes the Black Tiger's explosion directly at him while he's still midair. But our protagonist isn't just anyone. He has tricks too. He counters the blast. He admits he's impressed by the opponent's technique, but says he's still nowhere near his level, driving his spectral sword into the ground. The young man activates it, causing fractures and ruptures in the earth toward his opponent. Startled, Park Jung-chien jumps back, trying to escape. He's stunned that the boy can wield such a weapon. His eyes lock onto a motion that deeply worries him. Loose spin of the blade, unleashing the whirlwind slash, precisely aimed. The destruction is on a whole other scale, far worse than just breaking through walls. The old tiger can't believe he had to defend with his own magical sword. He wonders in disbelief just how much power this boy has, even being so young. Landing on a rooftop that somehow withstood the impact, he tries to gain momentum. But a new explosion hits his position dead-on, forcing him to dodge again. At the epicenter of destruction, Jung-woo stands with his blade, making any approach impossible. If the young man knows the old man still isn't fighting at full power, the game changes when suddenly, he feels arms wrap around his neck. He's caught. The clan leader shouts his son's name, as if knowing something terrible is about to happen. But Keatle feels completely in control, ready to play his trump card by draining his rival's energy. A massive concentration of energy begins swirling around them as the successor begins to drain. Jung-woo is in serious trouble, veins bulging as his life force is pulled away. Meanwhile, Park Keto is more confident than ever, reveling in the chai he's absorbing. And it truly seems there's nothing that Prodigy could possibly do now to escape. But in his final moments, he remembers something. He seems to feel more pain from having to play his hand than from the attack he is suffering. Kiho is so focused on absorbing all that energy, and he can only wonder who Jung-woo is to be so powerful, which makes him slow to notice. But he feels something different. But chant flow reverses and Park Tito realizes that the tables have turned, but is already too late. His father tries to run toward him as if he could do something to stop fate, but Jung-woo warns that it's already too late for him. With a devilish smile, our protagonist no longer seems to be suffering as before, and in a few seconds, the young successor becomes as dry as all the corpses he had left along the way. The father is still in disbelief and unresponsive upon seeing his son in that state. Jung-woo says that after all his reincarnations, it was obvious he would have learned the technique and had only refrained from using it before so as not to stoop so low. Finally bidding farewell to his rival, who falls like a dry leaf to the ground while all his father can do is watch, now consumed by a new level of hatred and resentment, Park Young-chi and trembles, quickly beginning to run again, now toward his enemy, ready to eliminate him if he cannot save his son. But Jung-woo is prepared for the charge and he then mocks, asking if he has ever seen a dead person come back to life. A new explosion can be seen from kilometers away. The old man is hit, and the damage makes him cough up blood. Wounded from head to toe, he still stops and questions who that monster is he's fighting, asking the reason for the extermination of his clan in such a manner. But before receiving an answer, he only feels Jung-woo's spectral blade pierce through him. The young man finally seems more satisfied, but still complains about all the talking, eliminating his opponent once and for all to hold him accountable for his actions. He spins his sword to clean the remnants of the battle, and realizes that now everything is over as he looks around and sees no one else. Only then does he stop and analyze that he should have found out more about how Kiwol learned the chai absorption technique. And looking at the leader of the clan he had just defeated, he sees that the rift core was now revealed over the body. Suddenly everything makes sense because only with that energy could the tiger have done all that. Jung-woo can only think about how his clan still needs to evolve in gathering information since he knew nothing of this. While reflecting on whether the other clan leaders also possess such power, something catches his attention. In a leap, he heads swiftly to where something was detected. There was another young man hiding nearby, watching everything like a spectator. He tries to flee while striking blows at Jung-woo, but this only helps our prodigy quickly figure out who this meddler is, defending himself masterfully. The protagonist's posture is impeccable. The boy is startled to see that, in addition to defending, a Jung-woo's sword is already embedded right beside his face. He tries to pressure the intruder for information, but the boy says he is known. Jung-woo, however, denies it, since he wasn't using the Black Tiger clan's style, but rather the Pangs. Now desperate, the boy explained that he is the third heir of Habit Pang and was just a guest, trying to use threats to get out of trouble. But threats don't work very well against our protagonist, who approaches, and widening his smile becomes even more intimidated. Already taking the opportunity to mention that the Habut Pang family's history wasn't very good since they were always destroyed before they could rise again. However, an idea makes him step away from the boy, saying that in the end, he was already targeting his family and could now use him as the scapegoat for the massacre. The boy firmly protests, saying he was there precisely on a peace mission, giving a Jung-woo no other choice but to use his intimidating smile to control the situation. Frightened, the boy, who values his life, obviously agrees to the terms. And while screaming for his life, Jung-woo throws a pill directly into his mouth. He makes it very clear that the boy should swallow it and follow his orders from then on if he wants to live. Reluctant and unaware of what he just took, the young man only asks what kind of thing he'll have to do. And with the greatest naturality in the world, Jung-woo explains that he is now puppet. The young man shouts for the leader of his squad to come train the new recruit, and suddenly, a strike hits the boy's neck squarely, making him fall to the side. It is Kang Ta-san who appears to obey his master's orders and take the new squad number for training. Now addressing the rest of the squad, Jung-woo gives his orders to imitate the Habut Pang style, leaving traces on all the bodies around the place. The smoke from the explosions caused in the clash still disperses through the area. The bodies of the leader and his successor lie on the ground where they were dropped after being eliminated. Next to the clan leader's body still lies the rift core he used, but not for long, as someone soon finds it. The bloodthirsty monster that the leader himself had revived now holds the power in his hands, and he quickly begins to absorb it directly from the stone. The energy is so great that even he seems to suffer to absorb it all, bending over with a scream of agony, but refusing to give up all that power. And in an instant it ends, while his body still trembles from so much energy. Slowly he rises with a laugh of satisfaction, and with a demonic smile he knows that his power is finally complete, making him the embodiment of the blood spirit. In the city, The night seemed as peaceful as any other, and while the couple slept deeply, their son tried to enter the house without making a sound. Carefully, Jung-woo closes the door, avoiding any noise. He could only think how it was easier to wipe out an entire clan and to enter the house without waking his parents. But someone else had noticed. To his surprise, Soo-deon was in his room with many questions. Jung-woo asks what the girl was doing there instead of sleeping, as she says she was waiting. Already taking off his dirty clothes, the boy thanks his sister for the concern, but says they'll top later since it's so late. But Soo-deon doesn't fall for it and presses her brother again about where he was. And although he doesn't even consider telling the truth, he's actually enjoying himself. So he decides to play along and asks if all that is worry or desperation. The girl takes offense easily and insists she's just worried like their mom always is. Jung-woo weighs 2 bills to help her rethink, and the girl freezes. Now feeling even more offended, she reminds her brother that she was nearly kidnapped. How could she not be worried? But the boy increases the amount of money, making her question if he doubted her morals so much and threatening to tell everything to their mom. He then raises his offer to 500,000 won, stunning his younger sister. She stares at the money, rethinking the value, and Jung-woo weighs the bills, trying to convince her to take them and watch as many movies as she wants. As expected, the money disappears from his hand in an instant. Let the girl swear she won't ask any more questions, only because she doesn't want to see him get into trouble. Either way, the girl just says thanks while her brother plays the overly confident role. When he offers her a bodyguard, on the other hand, she's shocked. Remembering everything that happened with the masked men, she processes the information, quickly coming to the conclusion that she's better off defending herself, especially since she's training the technique she learned from her brother. Not giving Jung-woo much time for excuses, she launches into a demonstration, which surprises the boy with a blow he has to defend. But he doesn't back down, showing that he managed to defend and snatch the bills the girl used. Then something catches him off guard. Suddenly, several new blows come at him, forcing him to defend quickly, and of course, uses monetary strategy. There were so many consecutive strikes that Jung-woo already recovered more than half the bills he gave his sister, and she still seems ready for more attacks with the rest. Despite his unshakable posture inside, Jung-woo feels quite proud and knows his sister really can defend herself now, so he used the money back, asking her to keep practicing. The girl picks up her bills and heads out of the room, frustrated with her brother who never praises her, slamming the door with no caution at all, unlike her brother, which leaves Jung-woo to wonder how dealing with his little sister can be harder than exterminating a clan. Finally, our protagonist has a moment of peace and throws himself onto the bed, but his mind is still working as he calculates one less problem now that the black tigers are gone. As sleep begins to set in, intense memories emerge, forcing the boy to sit up suddenly, trying to shake off the painful memories. He presses his head as if that could block his thoughts. But inevitably, he remembers an encounter from a past life, when a girl, upon introducing herself, offered him food in case he was hungry. Annoyed, he asked if the roast was poisoned. To prove that it wasn't poison, the girl herself took the first bite, praising his caution. But Jung-woo's logic was perfect, since they were in a training field where only 3 of them would survive. Unexpectedly, the girl made him a proposal, inviting him to become her subordinate. A surprise left the boy confused and somewhat annoyed. With her serene smile, the girl explained, convinced that she would unite the Mirim and therefore need a right hand, offering marriage as the second option. Mocking the girl, he asked if she wanted to be his queen. After all, conquering the Mirim had been his goal long before it was her dream. But that wasn't with fate or planned for the two of them, and some time later, they encountered Muno. The blood scholar threatened the boy by using his partner as a hostage to make him surrender, and clearly the Jung-woo that time faced a great dilemma, as he watched his beloved companion being wounded by one of his worst enemies. Jung-woo is truly disturbed by these memories, concluding that Kivo's chi absorption must be directly related to Muno. The night advanced and the Black Tiger Clan gate was now under observation. The bodies scattered across the perimeter were being examined. A blonde-haired young man with a familiar aura was there, analyzing a scene. The singular squad leader was also present and informed that the investigations had already begun and he would soon discover the responsible clan. But the blonde declared with conviction that only one person was responsible, causing surprise and shock in the young singular officer. The young man reaffirmed with a striking look that the situation was caused by only one person, adding that a demon was still up there. While some rest during the night, there's movement in the forest. The Black Squad is doing its job following Jung-woo's orders. The vice leader of the group instructs them to search every corner of the perimeter. Meanwhile, leader Kasane complains about having to carry the new recruit to train him on the mission. This triggers the fury of his teammate, who is incredulous at the complaint. After all, those were orders. The captain collects himself, blaming his mental confusion on the overwork, while the vice leader remains focused on the forest, waiting to find a unique presence. A sudden tremor draws the attention of the group members. They look around, trying to figure out where the strange event came from in the nearby city. A siren sounds, warning that something terrible is happening. An urgent announcement asks civilians to leave the city immediately due to the opening of a level 3 rift. Everyone panics and flees, running in desperation. Even the leader of the Black Squad is shaken by the Rift's power, but his colleague remains firm about the orders they must follow to stay alive, so they attempt to speed up the search with more effort and urgency, delving deeper into the forest in search of the strongest creature there. However, the second-in-command instructs that if this is the level 3 Rift Demon, they must not engage, only analyze its attributes and retreat. As they move forward, the members noticed a large fire approaching. The fire, which had already consumed much of the trees, prevents them from proceeding. But from where they stopped, they could already see the cause. A demon made of rock and llama, terrifying enough to scare any seen person. Having quickly taken cover, the leaders observe the monster. From a safe distance, they realize there is no escape, shocked by the sight of something they had never seen before. And while talking, they end up drawing the demon's attention with their chatter. The danger sensor triggers immediately, as when one of the only reaction of the two is to run for the hills, each fleeing in a different direction. As soon as they flee, a massive fireball hits the exact spot where they have been hiding. A second-in-command quickly imagines the worst-case scenario upon seeing the destruction caused by the attack. By wasting time imagining, he doesn't even realize he's in the worst situation himself. A circle of fire surrounds him, and he instinctively tries only to shield himself. His leader, who is nearby but not close enough, doesn't know whether to attempt to rescue or escape back. Realizing his fate, the man in the suit begins to despair. He didn't expect to become barbecue before paying for his crimes, and he closes his eyes tightly, thinking he just didn't want to die like that. But nothing happens to his body. In fact, he realizes the temperature has dropped and he's still alive. The fire is gone and his teammate points in shot to the reason. Someone completely insane was holding the demon with his bare hand. It was Moonil, lifting the monster by the neck with his usual maniacal smile, calmly asking if it was really that powerful as he stared at it excitedly. The roar of the Lada creature seems like a convincing enough response. However, it turns into another type of growl as the monster begins to tremble. The bloodthirsty maniac starts straining its energy, making even a demon like that howl in agony. The men still present can barely stay on their feet under the immense energy. Suddenly, everything vanishes and all that remains of the monster is a pile of stones and dry soil dissipating into the air. The members of the Black Squad are stunned by the scene they just witnessed. Their reaction is so intense that they become the maniac's new target, who now stares at them. Even more desperate than before, if the leader shouts to his partner that they are exposed. Knowing there's no escape, they charge at the mammoth Speak, who makes no sudden movements beyond revealing that he knows they reach the immortal spirit. The shot paralyzes the two mid-charge, only able to ask how he could know. Moonil's smile, lit by pure malice, reappears as he confirms that his target has reincarnated. The next day, a meeting between representatives of the 7 remaining clans is announced at the base of the Celestial Peace Clan. Journalists from around the world watch closely as each representative arrives, starting with the leader of the Hwachaman clan. With his long, white beard and Tibetan attire, the cameras roll on stout, moving to the next leader who arrives with his subordinates. The muscular man in a long coat and stylish hairdo, bearing a serious expression, is the leader of the Gamsaman clan. Before the reporter can look for the next leader, the keen is surprised. Hulda, our favorite brute, arrives with full energy but regrets not dressing better. Lowering his voice for a moment, the clanmater warns his vice not to do anything whack, which irritates Jungwoo. Huldik, excited, tells the young man not to worry. He could defeat everyone there anyway. That was still the one blamed for the fall of the Black Tigers, so he's under scrutiny. Jungwoo quickly responds that he's not in a good mood, having lost contact with his squad. He seems worried, as if sensing something bad happened, and says he needs to find them as soon as possible. His leader is understanding but asks him to focus on the meeting, especially on the leader of the Celestial Peace Clan. Suddenly, a voice surprises them by asking why anyone should be cautious around her father. Jungwoo immediately recognizes Chu Yun-jung, his classmate. Annoyed by the nerd's presence, the boy asks why she's there while Holvik simply watches. Before the girl can reply, a blonde man with a goatee wearing a sharp red suit interrupts them. The blonde with the goatee, full of presence, is Chae Mincheol, leader of the Celestial Peace Clan, and his daughter, the nerd Chu Yun-jung, explains to him that she's the boy's classmate. Not understanding the student's relation to the meeting, he asks if the boy is the Diamond Gate heir. What his daughter explains that he's actually the vice leader of a clan. Huldek does miss a beat, and realizing the girl is the magic prodigy, already offers his shun in marriage. But Chae Mincheol cuts in, mocking the brute with an amused smile. Literally replies with the same excitement, implying that the man with the goatee is a sly one. The tension and excitement between them are clear, hinting at shared history. If they discuss where they might face off, the journalist, noticing the exchange, tries to get closer for more information, only to be blocked by a guard. They shifts the leader's focus, and they choose to head into the meeting room to avoid the buzz. Then Sheol leads the way, followed by Lee Holvik and his vice, Jungwoo. The nerd wastes no time and resumes talking with Jungwoo, who admits he's surprised to see her there, and even more to find out she knew more than just magic. Before moving on with her father, the girl explains that magic is what allowed her to be there and learn her clan's techniques. She ends the conversation upon enter and welcoming him to her home with a sincere smile. Outside, the young singular investigator watches the meeting venue where journalists and security wait. He is reflective, remembering the conversation from the previous night with the mysterious blonde man. From the branch of a tree, he analyzes the situation while reporters prepare for upcoming interviews. The young man recalls at the side of the black tiger-clad attack, there was also a level 3 rift opening the previous night, but mysteriously, the demon vanished. Central Command had to cover up the information, claiming it was a false alarm that he knew the massacre was connected to the demon's disappearance. He stares at the meeting site as if he could figure out who among them was responsible for both events, but he grows frustrated and gives up after burning for so many brain cells. The young man mutters to himself, complaining about the lack of intel from his mysterious contact who never reveals anything. Overcoming the frustration, the young singular decides to do everything he can to uncover the truth on his own. In the meeting room, all the clan leaders are seated around a table discussing formalities. The Tibetan monk leader proves to be less patient, and he seemed complaining about all the stalling. Meanwhile, the stylish buff guy doesn't like the idea of rushing and calls the old monk a fool. It sparks clear tension between the queue as they argue over whether the meeting is driving on or not. The monk finally loses his temper and drops a bombshell, accusing the Helpa Pang group and demanding fierce justice. But the established leader fires back in the same tone, reminding him of the danger of provoking the Helpa Pang rising and slanting the table. He warns that the whole country could suffer, as the group has backing from the Chinese government. The imposing leader Minchiel, with his usual calmness, asks everyone to settle down since they're not there to fight, prompting the Hafid to sit down again and admit he overreacted. Holmik watches the situation in silence without saying a word. As Minchiel continues explaining that from his assessment, the evidence is still too vague. The old monk, now calmer, asks his colleague it's possible someone is intentionally trying to spark the conflict with the Chinese government. The celestial peace leader neither confirms nor denies it, simply saying no one present would be capable of wiping out an entire clan that quickly. He then passes the floor to Lee Holduk, requesting his opinion since he had been silent for so long it was starting to bother everyone. Gaining the most to support, lacking brains despite his muscle mass, Leader Lee simply says the Black Tiger clan fell because they were weak. Not even Minchiel expected that, left dumbfounded by the brute's simplistic statement. The old man decidedly judges his brutality and lack of tact. Feeling personally attacked by the glares around him, Hulbut questions by the reaction. The host deflects, preferring to avoid further comments. So the brute just stands up, declaring the meeting over since there's nothing left to say. The celestial peace leader agrees to end the meeting, saying only that they'll do what is most beneficial for everyone involved. As the meeting wraps up in the conference room, a conversation continues outside in a garden gazebo. Sha Yun-jum appears shy that mentions that the meeting will likely take a while. Suddenly, her shyness disappears as she decides to fetch a cake she baked earlier, leaving Jumble confused. She asks if he'd like some cake and he says he does, which prompts her to dash off to get the snap before he can say another word. Now alone, Jumbo appears incredulous about the situation, though it's not exactly absurd. Let his thoughts quickly shift from the girl back to his plans, which remain unchanged. At that moment, he remembers one of his key pieces, the Black Squad, currently missing but never to be underestimated. While lost in thought, his phone rings, snapping him back to reality. He answers with a glimmer of hope, which quickly turns into panic as he asks if it can be found. In a forest, a shallow pit reveals traces of battle. Jung Rue's assistant, Kim, stands silently, analyzing the site where the squad fought their last battle before vanishing. What to Jungwoo, who examines it coldly? This wasn't a battlefield. It was as if he could still feel the energy of those who had been there and the techniques they used. He could tell the Black Squad had no chance against their opponent. His assistant is stunned by the statement and asks if he's sure. But Jungwoo rushes off in another direction without even answering. He finally arrives at his destination like a bloodhound halting at the scent, and there he finds a scene of pure devastation surrounding all his subordinates, withered and shriveled like mummies on the ground. Breathless, Assistant Kim finally catches up and asks what happened. And the answer is right in front of him. Who's even seen it, he can't believe it. The obvious is then confirmed by the man in the suit, who screams in despair upon seeing the mummified squad on the ground. In a scream that blends rage and desperation, Jung-woo calls out to his squad. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he demands to know how much longer they plan to lie there embarrassing themselves doing raising cosplay. The squad reacts to their master's voice, and soon all of them begin to open their eyes. They rise slowly like the horde of zombies waking and crawling from their graves. Apparently, Mr. Tim wasn't aware of this ability, which shocks him as he watches the dead walking toward him. With a proud smile, Jumbo explains that they don't die while under the effect of the immortal spirit technique. Back at Diamond Gate Base, the day seems even brighter, still recovering, and then try to identify their attacker for their chief. The vice leader still trembles, recalling the power of that man, despite never having heard of him. A Jumbo stares at the sketch stone, already suspecting what it was. They immediately criticizes Tane Tai-san's drawing, which looked more like a shaky doodle. The boy demands the pencil with a superior tone and little patience. As he draws, his follower watches to learn. Then the boy reveals a perfectly realistic portrait of the one he knew in another life as the Blood Scholar. The squad beaters are amazed at the detailed accuracy, clearly identifying the one who attacked them. But Jambu isn't surprised. In fact, he flashes back to his old friend line on the ground, as he himself attacked Muno with full fury, reducing him to pieces with his sharp blade. He could have sworn that was the end of Muno's life, since he was the one who ended it. The zombie-like squad members still study the drawings slowly, struggling due to their weak state, while Jung-woo tries to make sense of everything. He even shivers remembering the technique of the blood spirit personification. But recalling Mumiol's vengeful, sinister smile, he knows the biggest issue isn't that, if that Muno has undoubtedly discovered him. Imagining how the blood scholar dreamed it didn't kill his squad, Jung-woo concludes that the enemy now knows he's reincarnated, and he can only wonder if he's a target now. Jung-woo is extremely anxious after all. The enemy is far too quiet and patient compared to what he remembers. Elsewhere in the forest, as night begins to fall, the bloodthirsty maniac himself is fleeing from a team of singulars. They seem determined, yet completely unaware of their target's true power. But the man just wants to get out of there, evading all attacks. At least until he grows tired of the cat and mouse game and decides to take action to get rid of them. With just a snap of his fingers, more the singular's energy vanishes completely. The tide turns, and now the rest of the team decides to scatter and defend while Muno continues on his path. His wicked smile reveals that his patience has run out, and he doesn't need much to end a game. He simply stretches out his hand and closes it as if gripping the energy around his fist. Instantly, all members of the singular team chasing him begin to succumb to Chia absorption. They drop to the ground like dried plums, one by one. But Muno watches the outcome of his own power with excitement. Surprised, however, he doesn't notice that an attack comes by surprise as one singular tries to strike him with a sword. It's the team's commander, the one Muno nearly wiped out, and he's absolutely furious. Almost landing a blow, but the maniac dodges by a hair. Muno lights up, asking if he's truly the group's commander, and the one-eyed old man introduces himself as Park Han-dong, commander of the 12th Battalion of the Association. The maniac decides to reveal his identity too, introducing himself simply as Shiro Mumil. The commander begins his interrogation right there, demanding to know where Muno comes from and who his superiors are. But the man is completely unaware of modern reality and doesn't know what a government or clan is not believing the lunatic's ignorance. A singular leader charges forward, ready to extract the truth by force. Seo Mumil aims an attack again, snapping his fingers for the one-eyed man. But he misses the commander's blind spot, allowing him to dodge and close the gap rapidly. Annoyed, the blood scholar watches his opponent approach more than expected. Finally, using direct contact for the first time, he grabs the head of the still confident opponent. The bloodthirsty man is ready to drain more chai with his technique, but his opponent seems to have a trick up his sleeve. He uses his disassemble technique, dissolving right in Mumil's hands, completely surprising him. He even laughs, fighting the man's technique very interesting. But his curiosity quickly turns to alarm as he notices something else. He had just disassembled. He was now reassembling too close for comfort. And in a treacherous strike, the singular commander reforms with his sword, piercing the maniac from behind, demanding answers. Once again, Muno gives only his name, but the man isn't satisfied and demands more information. So Muno asks for patience, promising that soon everyone will know who he is. Once he conquers the Murim, confused, the one-eyed commander brushes off the nonsense, not even knowing what Murim is. But the psychopath, still holding the sword that pierces him, is determined, claiming he will restore it. Now completely bewildered, the commander questions him again, thinking he's losing his mind. However, before he can act, he goes into shock. In just a few seconds, his energy is drained directly by the blood scholar, and he collapses to the ground with all his subordinates already drained. With a smile on his face, the maniac turns to someone else, asking the opinion of the young man who had already noticed his approach. But Jim Gainback, the mysterious blonde, did not look pleased. A storm brews, thick dark clouds gathering above. A figure can be seen floating among lightning and thunder. The embodiment of death with a flaming red skull and a scythe hovers imposingly when a blue dragon roars and bursts forth from the storm clouds. The two creatures face off, and an epic battle begins, full of roars and growls. Death evades the dragon's claws and slashes the beast with its scythe, cutting along its long body. The pain makes the dragon let out a wild, desperate roar, which startles Jung-gru awake from his metaphorical dream. He sits up suddenly, then closes his eyes again, trying to capture every detail. Soon understanding the context and the revelation he just received, he rises and moves with determination, stepping out onto the balcony, climbing the railing, fully intent on heading to his destination. Without hesitation, the boy leaps toward his goal, leaving a crater in the ground where he landed from several stories up. Like he doesn't care, using the impact to launch himself forward at top speed toward his objective. The night wears on and dawn approaches. Still in his pajamas, Hajamu stands in stunned silence. The boy stares at the traces of a massive battlefield where a fight recently took place. Knowing exactly what that means, he is filled with concern. The city is still trying to adjust to the fall of the Black Tiger clan, which disrupted the entire command chain in the region. The Diamond Date, being the nearest power, has become the new authority, and a restricted room immediately is underway. An elderly man and woman from the clan administration inform the leader and Secretary Kim of two associations requesting protection. Lee Hoga, clearly bored, suggests rejecting both petitions. But the bald man and the elderly lady are horrified at being scolding him, reminding their leader that he's now responsible for the Black Tiger's former territory. Secretary Kim, overwhelmed by the chatter, yells at them to stop talking. He asks the leader himself to order the two be quiet, calling them old foxes. The two are shocked and offended by the name Cullen. Even leader Lee is stunned by the secretary's behavior. But Kim doesn't stop and now criticizes Holdick himself, accusing him of blind ambition, earning a scolding from his boss. If the secretary refuses to back down, calling himself someone with a strong personality, everyone in the room is utterly confused by the situation. They hold that even wonders aloud if the man eats something rotten. Eventually, the assistant regains composure, who, now speaking seriously, explains they have double the workload with less than half the personnel. The bald man and the elderly woman agree, thinking it was obvious. But Kim shouts that this is why he's so stressed, because he's the one stuck solving everything alone. The chief asks if things hadn't recently improved, making they were making progress. Still furious, the secretary reminds the leader that on top of everything, he also promised to avenge the Black Tiger clan, which brings a proud look to the brute's face as he loudly declares his loyalty. But his assistant remains unconvinced and questions his values, putting Holbeck on the defensive, which to hesitation Mr. Kim asks if the clan really intends to face the Habapan, to which his boss arrogantly replies that his clan is unbeatable. Once again, the assistant feels the need to explain things to the brute, who seems unaware of just how powerful the Habapan truly are, since they are a guild. For the first time during a meeting, the clan leader actually seems to pause and reflect. But instead of offering an opinion, he simply wonders aloud where his vice leader is, since it's always him who resolves everything. Bigot-driven questioning had Jungwoo's absence even from outside the base. Kim calmly informs him that not only is the boy not present, but he also hasn't responded to any attempts at contact. Lee Holbeck wonders if this might still be connected to the incident with the Black Squad. Far from there, Jungwoo sits alone at a table in a cafe. Lost in thought, he hides his face as if in contemplation. But in truth, his expression borders on psychotic as he dwells on the reincarnation of his eternal rival. He knows that the explosion mark he saw earlier could only have been caused by him, likely in a confrontation with Muno himself. He recalls his dream, interpreting it as a sign that the two have already fought. But as excited as he is equally worried, realizing he's been off-barred for far too long. Suddenly, someone rudely interrupts his thoughts, demanding that you leave. Two large, intimidating guards order the boy to vacate the premises, which had been reserved for their master. Still seated, Jungwoo calmly asks who to suppose young master might be. The guards answer on behalf of Pain Dushian, heir of the Habapang, who was passing through and decided to reserve the entire cafe because he hates being near commoners. With his usual sarcasm, the boy rises slowly, pretending not to know the name and asking when all the fuss is about. To his surprise, one of the guards answers with a punch to the stomach, sending him crashing down the corridor or knocking over every table along the way. Of course, our protagonist has no intention of letting things end like that. As he begins to stand, already preparing himself, he complains about getting dragged into yet another fight when he was just trying to enjoy some peace. But before he can make a move, something unexpected happens. Money is tossed at him. The other guard throws down bill after bill in an attempt to buy his quiet exit. Before Jungwoo could even decide whether to get up, the two stand at attention. They bow to their master, who has just arrived, immediately apologizing for not having taken the trash out of the room. Pain Dushiam, with the lilac hair that marks his family line, enters the Spates, radiating superiority. The young hair takes his seat like he owns the place, with his feet on the table and a cocky posture. He scolds his guards for not doing their job properly the first time. But as one of them turns around to finish removing the trash, Jungwoo is no longer there. From a distance, he observes Pain Dushiam, not expecting him to have arrived in the country so soon. The boy stays focused, hadn't already suspected that with the fall of the Black Tiger clan, that Habapang would act sooner or later, since they serve as a means for the group to gain influence and win their own domestic power struggle. Jungwoo decides to take care of this personally, leaving Siumumil and the reincarnation of his rival to the squad for now. Still lost in thought, he's once again surprised by someone unfamiliar. A white-haired boy approaches him, trying to intimidate him. Jungwoo doesn't react to the insult, but confused, asks if the guy even knows him. The white-haired stranger responds with a question, already knowing Jungwoo has no idea who he is. Then, without warning, he attacks the fire magic and promises to meet again soon. Jungwoo easily dodges the attack and concludes the guy is absolutely insane. After all, he attacked and disappeared just as quickly, leaving Jungwoo furious. The flashy pyrotechnics draw the attention of Pain Dushian, who sees the flames atop a nearby building. What had moments before been the stage of a fiery display is now empty. Jungwoo returns to the building, searching for his attacker, but he quickly realizes the boy had already fled, and now he can only wonder who that lunatic was to strike so suddenly. Back at the Celestial Peacegate, the location is once again chosen for diplomacy. A new meeting begins with the clan leader as host and the other leaders gathered around the table. A man opens the door only to announce the arrival of young Pain Dushian. Moments later, the towering guards and the hare enter the room without any regard for formality. The host stands to greet him, but the hare blatantly ignores him, leaving the man stunned by the sheer rudeness. Doshian captures everyone's attention by making it clear he didn't come to chat. The other leaders immediately begin questioning the boy's posture and arrogance, but the young man couldn't care less and jumps straight into the matter, stating that a fight between Koreans has resulted in the disappearance of another direct heir of the Habapan, announcing next that Habapang would then take full control of the investigations. The monk leader grows furious, demanding more respect from the boy who overflowed with arrogance, but Pain Dushian once again shows he's not playing around, destroying the meeting table with a single hand. Wooden splinters fly everywhere. Some of the leaders are in shock at the gratuitous violence. Hulvik in his place looks ready to start the fight right there. The hair of Habapang demand that the culprit be handed over immediately, that they don't want his interference. As expected, Lee Hoguk stands up from his seat laughing at the kid and asking if he really thinks he's that tough. Even though this time he's within his rights, the host still scolded the brute, saying this is an important discussion. With his habit of seeing everyone as rivals, leader Lee Now Yum questions his colleague on whether he'd be able to stop him. Using his position at the location, the head of the Celestial Peace clan gives permission for everyone present to attack Hulbuk if he tries anything. All the clanmates rise from their seats equally ready for a fight, but Lee Hulbuk's smile shows that nothing intimidates him. He activates his divine shield at hesitation, making it clear they'll only find out what he's capable of by testing their luck. Now even the arrogant hare, realizing such hostility, judges them as ill-mannered, once again affirming that from now on the investigation would be Hazen asking them not to interfere or it would start a war. At the gazebo near the Celestial Peace Gate, Jongwoo is once again waiting for the end of the meeting. Immersed in his thoughts, the boy wonders where the debate is headed, asking himself if the hare would be able to hide his true intention there. Jongwoo remains stiff with a serious expression while committing to himself not to interfere for now. Suddenly, Shagyun Jung comes running toward him, waving. He's caught off guard despite being at the nerd's house. The girl arrives already asking why he disappeared, but he just gives some excuse about having emergencies. She then changes the subject, now questioning the boy's absences, who hadn't been to the academy for a long time, and once again he avoids the topic. From the distance, the girl's father, accompanied by another leader, observed the conversation. He explains to his colleague that Jungwoo is responsible for the recent growth of the Diamond Gate clan. The monk asks what the bearded one is planning to do, and he starts an explanation about how Habapang has support from the Chinese government, which the monk doesn't quite understand. He continues, saying they'll have to comply with Habapang and must avoid a fight at all costs. The monk agrees but remains confused by the reasoning. When then Chiul finally mentions his biggest problem to all this, which is the difficulty of persuading Lee Hobet to follow Habapang's terms. The old man questions whether something like that is even possible, since the brute almost picked a fight with everyone at once. And while Jungwoo talks with the nerd, the girl's father explains that he is the only way to frustrate the leader of the Diamond Gate. At the gazebo, while the conversation between the teenagers seemed to flow, a familiar boy appears. Jungwoo recognizes him instantly, becoming disturbed. But Che Yun-jong greets him kindly, calling him brother. Our protagonist can't accept that the lunatic from the rooftop could be a girl's brother, so she decides to introduce them, explaining that Chu Homium will be her clan's successor, and that they grew up together. At that moment, the boy steps in closer, throws his arm around Jungwoo's shoulder, and reminds her that actually they were supposed to get married. Jungwoo is shocked to hear something about marriage, but before he can confirm it, Homium is already accusing him of flirting with his fiancé. Right after trying to defend as intended, the boy is already starting a fight with a well-placed punch to his rival. Still at the Celestial Peace Gate, May twists happen all at once. Lee Holduk and his son Kang Chun are looking for Jungwoo. Unable to reach him by phone, the leader rumbles that the boy shouldn't have left. Kang Chun in turn comments that he hasn't spoken to his friend in a long time. Even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer about what happened. Frustrated with the whole situation, Holbik ends up letting it go, remembering the reaction of the other 6 leaders, who gets excited again. And as he activates his power once more just for fun, his son scolds his father, reminding him not to use that recklessly. But the brute is too thrilled. After all, he's always waited for the opportunity to fight. Suddenly, an explosion nearby catches both their attention. The teenage drama was escalating quickly, and now Homebyum was already attacking with his fire magic. Che Yun-joon could only scream, not understanding the reaction of someone she clearly only considered a brother, but the boy was determined and told her to just step aside, because this was a matter between men. Another flashy explosion is sent in the direction of his romantic rival. From a distance, the 2 gossiping leaders are still watching, and the Pride, the leader of the Celestial Peace Clan, presents his clan's secret weapon, assuring he would win. The old man, on the other hand, points out that this dispute could worsen the situation between the clans. However, the bearded one seemed to already have everything set up, and since it was a personal matter, it wouldn't directly affect the claims. While they debate, the fight keeps escalating as the disciple of Celestial Peace gives his best with his flames. Jungwoo also does his best to block or at least dodge the attacks. Inevitably, he ends up getting hit by 1 or 2. The boy doesn't tire and still charges at his rival with everything he's got. But to get surprised, the nerd steps in to protect her classmate, shocking both boys. Homeon shouts furiously, ordering the girl to step back, but she refuses, stating that he had already crossed the line, not really understanding what was wrong with loving too much. The boy asks what exactly it means to cross the line. And the flashback begins when he was just 10 years old and introduced himself to the girl. She already knew his maid and considered him an acquaintance, so she asked how he was doing. Before even answering, the boy offered her a gift since it was her birthday, and little Yoon-jom accepted it with great friendliness and joy. But the gift quickly vanished from her hands. Her father of the clan leader appeared right at that moment with his overprotective demeanor, asking who the boy was. The boy introduced himself formally with a friendly smile, saying he was a candidate for the Chloride Squad. But the leader's reception was anything but kind, and his expression of outrage was clear. The boy was startled, not understanding the reason for that reaction. Even little Yoon-jung started to cry upon seeing her father's grimace. But Chief Minxiol was unyielding, already driving the boy away from his daughter. Later that night, poor Hom-young curled up in a dark corner. That's when one of the squad members who was training him arrived, casually asking about the mess with the master's daughter. The little boy, with tears in his eyes, still didn't answer, but the trainer kept talking about how that was to be expected, which enraged the boy, who now complained feeling wrong, while the man just laughed at the situation. He then explained to the kid that if he wanted a relationship with the leader's daughter, he'd have to be stronger. That marked the boy, who repeated it to be sure, and was reassured by the man who said the strongest gets everything. Determined to become the best of the squad, he started training in a harder, even in dangerous situations like climbing. He was always at the top in the arena. No one could defeat him, and as he grew, he fought even more opponents at once, always asking for more and more challengers. He remembers everything he went through as he holds the nerd girl's shoulders and explains that he did it all for her. But Cha Yoon-jeon makes a face and complains about the boy's strength. Now irritated and frustrated, Hom-young yells at the girl, demanding that she acknowledge all his effort, which ends up having the opposite effect and makes her command the boy to stop since she's already uncomfortable. He then screams even louder, as if that could make anyone understand. He questions the girl's feelings, remembering when he saw her talking to Jung-woo, even recalling when she awkwardly tried to bring a cake to the boy who didn't even care. He shouts, asking why she'd like a guy like Jung-woo and not him. Reaching a peak of his breakdown, he decides that from then on, the girl would need his permission for everything. But of course, she wouldn't submit so easily and instinctively activates her magic, making him step back. He still tries to smooth things over, but it seems to be too late. The nerd is disappointed and makes that very clear as she once again asks her friend to stop there. In disbelief, Hom-young is speechless upon realizing the direction things were going. When finally consumed by sorrow, he ends up lunging at the girl herself, but is interrupted by a punch from Jung-woo, who this time steps in as her protector. Now even the protagonist is irritated with all the drama, and the boy doesn't care because his anger speaks louder, making him tremble. With his usual demeanor, Hejumbo explains that he wasn't fighting back because he believed it was a misunderstanding, but patience has its limits. Feeling offended, Hom-young goes into attack mode, saying his rival must have a death wish. But now the dark prodigy is fed up and itching for a fight, ready to unleash his stress. He just didn't expect to take a punch from his opponent right off the bat. That he realizes something's wrong, he can't move. Hom-young doesn't give him any time, already coming in with another blow while questioning Jung-woo's interference. This time, the boy manages to dodge and takes the opportunity to ask if his rival really thinks that's love. And with the counterattack, he declares that all of it is nothing but coercion and violence. Disarranged by to strike, the boy repeats those words with a sarcastic tone. Once again filled with rage and self-righteousness, he inflates his ego to say no one understands everything he's done for the girl. Both are surprised by a new intervention in the argument. Yoon-jung shares her point of view, reminding her friend she never asked for any of it, that those were his feelings, not hers. Hom-young suddenly sees his pride shadow. Realizing his love wasn't returned, he becomes frustrated. Seeing where things are heading, Jung-woo tells the nerd to step away, but she isn't convinced. So to show be serious, the boy yells at her to leave right now, which ends up making the girl obey. He activates her magic to create a portal and asks her classmate to be careful. With a hysterical laugh, Hom-young is in disbelief. Feeling humiliated, he decides to end Jung-woo once and for all. He charges at his rival without hesitation, ready for revenge. Meanwhile, the monk leader questions Min-cheol's methods, but he says victory is what matters. The old man then glares at him, judging his priorities while his own daughter was at risk. As if reading his mind, the Celestial Peace Clan leader says he knows he seems heartless, but asks the elder to look around. And when he does, he sees young Pam watching the fight closely, as well as their fellow clan leaders who had already been there for some time observing the violent drama. The bearded man explains that even if informal, the fight will influence everything, since Jung-woo's defeat will be a loss for his clan. Returning to his magic, Hom-young continues his consecutive attacks. Once again, Jung-woo realizes he's somehow immobilized and ends up taking the full force of the fiery strike. But now that of finding a way to defend himself, his rival isn't satisfied and prepares for another assault. And as the sequence of blows hits Jung-woo, his friend Kan-chun watches from afar in despair. Lee Holbert grows thoughtful, recognizing his vice's opponent and confirming his suspicions. Kan-chun asks what kind of power the boy has to hold his own against his friend. But Holvik only knows it's a strange attribute no one has any information about. Hyung-woo starts catching on to his enemy's rhythm and realizes it was the mysterious attribute that paralyzed him. He believes he dodged the attack, but soon notices his opponent is very close, this time too close to defend or dodge, sending him straight to the ground. Our protagonist seems about to suffer his first defeat in this life, fallen and wounded from the impact. As Hom-young prepares to deliver the finishing blow, something different stirs in our prodigy. His eyes ignite with determination as he concludes the best way out of the situation. While Hom-young manifests a massive fighter fist through his magic, Kan-chun and his father cheer from afar, hoping Jung-woo can react. The flames shoot from the boy toward his target with force, causing a huge explosion. The clan leaders are amazed by the sheer power. They're certain that after a blow like that, it must be the end of the fight. But young Kan-chun doesn't doubt his friend for a second and notices something. It's Jung-woo, our dark prodigy, returning to the attack as if he'd taken no damage at all. Everyone is in shock, including the dramatic rival. Proud and full of himself, Jung-woo anticipates his opponent's confusion with a smile on his face. The boy doesn't understand how Jung-woo could have discovered his secret, trying with all his might to regain control of the situation. But before he can react, another punch with Jung-woo lands full of rage, causing the boy to panic, realizing his power might have lost its effect as he begins to lose consciousness. The boy starts to drift into delirium, once again remembering his past with his trainer. He was always there to support him as he recovered from his intense training sessions. The trainer even granted him benefits like the subjects that would be on his tests, leaving him deeply moved by such help and encouragement that he remembers the night when everything changed, when he finally reached the top and went to tell his greatest supporter that he was now the leader of the Chloride Squad branch. The trainer, with a warm hug, still expressed confidence that the boy could become the squad leader, and as they talked, he told the trainer that to achieve that, he'd need to become even stronger and still needed help. When suddenly, always once a supportive member, he took a dark turn. Teenage Ho Myung had stabbed his greatest ally in the back. He couldn't do it with joy, but with tears and sorrow, because he needed the attribute. The trainer, with difficulty, said he only had to ask and he would have given it to him. But crying, Ho Myung revealed that his attribute was theft, and he could only take his trainer's power by tilling him. His friend's reaction was a completely unexpected smile, and a compassionate hug that left the boy speechless. His trainer was determined to help him with his own life so that he could have everything he ever wanted. The shock of remembering all that pain snaps Ho Myung fully back to consciousness, and he charges into the fight again. But now it was too late, because the monster within Jung-woo had awakened. Ho Myung tries once more to attack with his flames, but this time Jung-woo is ready and warns him that his secret has been discovered, saying there's no point in trying to protagonist counters with a strike, throwing his opponent against a wall and causing a massive impact. The boy is left on his knees among the rubble, but he's not defeated yet, still looking for support to try and stand, even coughing, wounded, and exhausted. Before continuing, he decides to ask how his rival managed to overcome his secret attribute. Proud, our protagonist explains that despite being a dangerous ability that got it hit a few times, he picked up on some clues. Ho Myung is even more confused and asks who could given him those clues. And Yoon Jom reveals herself without hesitation, reappearing near the battlefield. This shocks the boy. He never expected that from his friend. And to make it clear that it was really her, the girl says loud enough for all to hear that the ability was to atrophy the opponent's muscles, causing paralysis. Jung-woo, in turn, explains that once he knew that, he used the technique to reverse the state of his own muscles. Desperate and worried, Ho Myung asks how the girl knew about his attribute. Even before answering, her expression is far from pleasant. Then she begins to tell how Ho Myung's trainer once showed her that ability. He was very insecure and thought his power was too strong for him, but the girl believed he could become very powerful. But the man was convinced it would be more useful to his friend. Even though she tried to convince him he should use that power himself, he still didn't want it, insisting it would better serve someone with ambition like Ho Myung. Telling that story had brought the boy to tears as self-criticism consumed him. His anger gave way to deep resentment, remembering that he had killed the one who supported him the most since childhood. But his grief doesn't last long, soon being twisted into a new belief. If he was a demon, he might as well live and act like one. Standing up, he asked his rival if he now understands why he must kill him, and makes it clear that his only goal there is this. Otherwise, everything he did was meaningless. Jung-woo just watches the boy that keeps his guard up. Ho Myung resumes the attack with full determination, ready to honor the sacrifice of the one he saw as a brother. Our dark prodigy is unfazed by the drama and also charges into the fight with a smile on his face. Being faster, he lands a blow to his opponent's face without mercy, which causes the boy to spit blood and apologize to his friend as he loses consciousness. The day carries on as if nothing had happened. On a rooftop, Pain Du-shian is at a restaurant with his bodyguard. Sipping his iced tea, he asks the Guardian's opinion on the fight it just witnessed. The bodyguard comments on Jung-woo's abilities and power, and the young master agrees, evaluating the boy as a class 7 in martial arts, or perhaps even stronger than a clan leader's. He stands up as if he's come to a new realization, but the growth of the Diamond Gate clan could only be the work of Jung-woo. The bodyguard then suggests they eliminate him before he gets any stronger, since one of their missions is to take down the strongest man in South Korea. But Du-shian's idea is different. He says he wants to ally with the boy, leaving his subordinate in gout. Consumed by arrogance, Beyond Master calls him stupid and asks where he was during the Mian. Since it was clear the clans were on the brink of self-destruction through an internal war, and beyond the Hovup's explosive behavior, there was also Chae Min-cheol's unpredictability, making everything more interesting. After the morning battle, the Celestial Peace Gate still stands, but inside, someone was falling apart. Leader Chae Min-cheol throws a tantrum, yelling at his staff about the humiliation he had just suffered. Furious, he complains about the boy who should have won the fight but only made a fool of himself. Finally, he gives a loud order for everyone to hear to eliminate that useless brat. Behind the door, his daughter hears everything, shocked by her father's reaction. Shortly after, determined footsteps echo down the hallway. A door opens. With the men are surprised to find that Ho Myung is no longer there, and talk among themselves about what to do next while the wind flows through the window. Meanwhile, like the Diamond Gate clan, Secretary Tim is once again storming through corridors, furious. He finds his young master Kang Chun, who greets him with a cheerful smile. But the man walks right past him, saying he has no time. The boy asks why he's so agitated, but the assistant insists he's not upset. Ironically, flinging open the leader Lee's door looking more irritated than ever. His aura and expression leave no doubt about his temper, and he says he's there because of the war while Hobart plays down. With a psychotic glare, Mr. Kim reminds him that all the leaders are watching them, in shouts, asking how he could take out the Celestial Peace Claim's squad leader right in front of them all, but Hobart quickly shifts the blame. Jungwoo, who is soon called in by the leader for support, worsens the situation by pointing out that the side of the leaders, Pang Dushi, and also witnessed everything, but he quickly justifies himself, saying in best defense is a strong offense, since an explosion is now inevitable, concluding that the clan should prepare in advance to strike at the right moment. Kan-shon watches everything in silence, knowing his friend is right. A few days later, everything starts unfolding unexpectedly at the academy. While the place seems empty, noises can be heard behind the buildings. A chubby, not-so-athletic boy is being targeted by bullies. 3 thubs are making sure he knows his place as someone who shouldn't boast about being at the academy. The boy tries to protect himself but keeps getting hit, while the bullies mark his attribute. One of them rummages through the poor boy's things and finds his phone showing pictures of his sister. Not worried for his little sister, he begs them to leave her out of it and not do anything. But before he can react, one of the bullies attacks again, snapping on his hand, and crouches down to speak closer in his threatening tone. He turns on a camera and warns the boy that if he doesn't want his sister involved, he must strip and run through campus. His buddies are already back at his side, ready for the fun when someone intervenes. Yuhara, the popular girl passing by, quickly asks if they're looking for trouble. Being fams that forget about their target for a second and rush toward the girl asking for autographs. Instead, the first to reach her is also the first to get hit. He's thrown against the wall while the blonde explains that she doesn't give autographs to people like them. She's dead serious and warns that all 3 of them are screwed. One of them finally sees her as a threat and tries to grab her from behind. But Yuhara's flexibility is well developed, and with a leg move she strikes the boy in the forehead. The other one, standing farther away, is still trying to make sense of it. She's famous and pretty, so he doesn't get how she could also be strong. Without much drama, she explains that she trains hard every day and won't waste time listening to nonsense. Despite the bravado, she knows she only learned martial arts not to lose to Jungwoo, and now for the first time it's come in handy. Now that she's shown she's not messing around, the girl orders the bullies to apologize. But that's not what the guys have in mind. They now decide to go on the offensive, charging at the girl with speed. The blonde dodges a surprise attack with impressive agility. But another one of the boys was already attacking too, and she had to defend herself. Realizing they were well coordinated and outnumbered her, she decided to back off. However, the third one was already prepared for that, waiting for her in a striking position. Caught off guard, the girl sees a clenched fist heading toward her face. But before it could land, the hand intercepts the blow. It's Kang Hanwoo, a big name of the academy, who defended the popular girl with style. A bit lost, the bully asks who disguised a butt in Yuhara. On the other hand, recognizes him immediately, though she's a little confused by his presence there. Despite the girl's not-so-enthusiastic expression, he greets her with a kind smile. The boys who had seemed confident moments before are now stunned and wide-eyed, quickly drop into their knees. They beg for forgiveness. The senior smiles and waves, saying all he wants is for everyone to be friends. And just like that, the same bullies who had been so aggressive now rush to pick up the chubby boy and offer themselves up to beat him return the beating. Hyunwoo says he's happier now seeing everyone getting along, while the boys carry the chubby kid to the infirmary. Yuhara is surprised and comments on how easily he managed to terrify the bullies. He deflects, asking if she has a moment, since he has something to discuss. Suspicious, the girl tries to guess what this conversation might be about. But in truth, she's been waiting for Jungwoo, who still had replied to her messages. Only now, as he gets closer, is the boy reading them. He reflects for a moment upon reading her text and realizing she had no idea about his disappearance and was worried. Then he notices a different feeling about the situation. He decides he really owes the blonde. After all, she only attends the academy because of him. If she came back regularly, she could even train magic with Yoon Jung. Then he remembers that, in fact, the nerd would also be away from school for a while. Recalling his recent battles, he also decides to speak with the magic instructor, since his opponents had used it to boost their abilities. While calculating his next steps, the boy is suddenly surprised by the appearance of his squad leader right beside him. Jamu asks the man about Lee's on his case, but the leader informs him that there are barely any clues, as Seo Mumil seems to have vanished without a trace. Our protagonist realizes that this means his enemy is growing stronger and grows concerned. But suddenly his expression changes as he becomes excited at the thought of a more interesting fight. At that moment, a squad leader adds that on the other hand, he has information on the other man. He then says that although he doesn't know what he looks like, he knows the man is part of the Association of Singlers, bringing his commander back into a more serious mindset. He explains that the association works alongside guilds and clans to supervise rifts, and he believes the target was trying to test something. Deep in thought, Jungwoo concludes it makes sense, since Jim Ganbate could climb higher ranks through the rifts. To wrap up the conversation, his subordinate also mentions seeing Yuhara leaving with a guy, which instantly stirs a mix of concern and curiosity in Jungwoo. Meanwhile, at a fancy hotel downtown, the blonde gets straight to the point, asking the guy to be direct because she doesn't want to waste time. He agrees in the perfect posture and a decisive tone. He announces that Yuhara is Mama's fiancé. The girl is in shock at this statement and doesn't even know how to react, other than questioning what she just heard. She stands from the table with a jolt as the realization sinks in, and as if it were the most natural thing in the world, the preppy guy tries to explain himself with charm, but Yuhara is strong-willed and makes it very clear she doesn't want any of that with a straight face. He still tries to persuade her, talking about the powerful families, but she cuts him off, reaffirming she has no interest. She promptly leaves with a brief thanks for the meal and curt goodbye. Storming out completely outraged, the girl leaves the suitor stunned. He's still sitting at the table, processing what just happened, and still half in shock, he begins to laugh nervously. Covering his face, he gradually stops laughing, still looking strange, and now indignation kicking in, he mutters that rich people should have more class. Back at the academy, the girl calls out to her friend. Hurrying over to him, she apologizes for being late. Jung-woo is proud as ever, says he doesn't care about the delay since he wasn't there for her. But Hara is still convinced he was waiting for her. Striking her signature toot celebrity pose to apologize again and charm the boy, who is left speechless seeing his friend putting in so much effort. But he quickly breaks her expectations, asking what all that was for. The girl pouts and complains about how Jung-woo always dismisses her feelings. But the boy's concern is something else entirely after all. She has the ability to see his skills, and he can't take that risk. As Yuhara gets closer again, apologizing once more for the delay, Jung-woo wonders why she didn't say where she had been. Those questions quickly fade from his mind as he's pulled by his friend, who says she had somewhere to take him. Answering his question about where they were going, the girl says that because of him, her parents are trying to introduce her to suitors. The protagonist starts to sweat just thinking about where this is headed. But Yuhara is serious, explaining that her parents could choose at any moment who she's going to marry. At that moment, Jung-woo decides to show he knows more than he's letting on and mentions Kang Hyun-woo from the Ilwoo group, whom she went out with earlier. Though a bit flustered at being caught, the girl remains determined and says her father will recognize Jung-woo as her fiancé once he sees him. This time, the boy doesn't dodge or deny it. On the contrary, he brings up her grandfather as the real obstacle. Yu Man-shun, a stubborn and demanding old man, holds the position of president of the Gangan group, and coincidentally, at that very moment, he is in a meeting with Hyun-chul, Jung-woo's father, who is seeking investment. As the man explains his new technologies, the elder remains unconvinced, telling him not to lie for personal gain. Still, since his business, the old man calms down and says he'll review things carefully and will respond regarding the energy rock battery production. Yoon-chul simply bows and thanks him for the opportunity before leaving. He walks out of the building, lamenting how difficult it is to find investors, but still happy for the chance to tell up with the head of such a major group. Suddenly, he hears his phone ringing inside his briefcase. He quickly answers, identifying himself as Hae-yu-chul from the Henyang factory. Seconds later, the man is in shock, shouting if the investment is real, drawing attention of everyone around. Elsewhere, on the screen of a device is Jung-woo's photo and profile. It's Hyun-woo, going over his file with some boredom despite acknowledging the boy's feat and defeat in Park Tae-ho. Then someone interrupts, saying the only reason he's still alive is that the Black Tiger clan was eliminated. It's Pan Dushiam, standing near Hyun-woo's desk, greeting him like an old friend. The boy just stares at the young master Havapane, who in turn gives him a strange insult, saying he looks worse than ever. The boy doesn't take offense, since it sounds more like a compliment, and greets the other by name. But being from important family, Dushiam takes offense, saying the boy shouldn't use his name, following up with a threat. Hyun-woo keeps his smug smile, knowing there's a binding agreement between his family's group and the Havapane that can't be broken. Defying expectations, Pang Dushian grabs the boy by the neck with brutality to make it clear who's in charge. The boy realizes what's about to happen, as the Havapane hair begins to crush his neck with his bare hand. But in a blink of an eye, he's no longer there, he's already sitting elsewhere in the room. Dushian smiles, calling him a clever little fox. Now Hyung-woo is ready to talk seriously and asks the young man to take a seat. But he refuses and takes control of the conversation, going straight to the point. As a Habopang representative, the young man says his family is not pleased with the path the Owl group is taking. The preppy boy just watches silently, now understanding where he might have breached the agreement. And the young Master Pang continues with a threat, but Hyung-woo interrupts, asking if they truly want the Owl group as an enemy. Dushian confirms, complimenting the boy's perceptiveness. Without much fuss, the Ilwoo representative sends a clear and direct message that the 7 clans in the association will soon be at the mercy of Hadopan. Pang's expression softens a bit, showing satisfaction. He turns to leave, considering the matter closed. But just as he reaches the door, he stops, then turns to talk about the situation with Jung-woo. With a mischievous smile, he warns that it will be interesting and that the young man shouldn't underestimate him. Hyun-woo prefers not to comment, remaining silent and reflecting on what was said. The next day, the visit is no surprise. At the Hangyeong factory, a business meeting begins with a sincere thank you for a large investment. Hyun-woo, in the position of an investor businessman, says he wouldn't miss this chance, especially knowing he's investing in the father of a fellow gym member. Yu-shul thanks him again, moved by the opportunity, and promises to give his all to deliver everything on time. The meeting ends and the workday begins at the factory. An employee questions Yoon-shul about the loan he took out, used in the factory as collateral to cover production. But the man's countenance is high, since his client is the Over Group and his only concern is having everything ready on time. Suddenly, the game changes when another employee bursts in desperately, announcing that the order was being cancelled. Panic and distress take over the boss, who can only ask why it's happening. The Olu Group building remains imposing, but inside, Yoon-shul collapses, begging on his knees for young Hyun-woo to save him. Amused by the man's terror, the young man pretends not to understand what's going on. The man in turn explains that if the order is cancelled, the factory will go bankrupt and begs him to reconsider. The young man then changes his tone, saying the product is defective and needs to be cancelled, but Yunchol is sure everything had been tested. The stiff-suited young man takes offense and asks if he's being accused of lying. Still in panic, the man only apologizes, not knowing how to respond. Wu stands up and harshly says he's disappointed. After all, he only wanted to help a fellow gym member. Thus, Wu's father begs even more for his help, already breaking down in tears. Wu plays his card and demands the rights to the super manufacturing technology in exchange for not canceling the order, leaving Yunchol surprised and confused by the situation. Elsewhere, already knowing the story, young Pang Dushin laughs out loud at his partner's idea, already realizing that this could bring major problems to the entire Ilwul group just for a personal revenge. The guard asks the young master what they should do, but he says to just watch as it's not important for now. After all, he instinctively knows that the secret behind the annihilation of the Tiger clan is key to putting the clans in check. Now they approach the entrance to the old Black Tiger Gate, and the young master says that the more the investigation advances, the more certain he is of one Fen, explaining that it's clear whoever did it knew everything around them, and even stating that the man who destroyed that clan did it alone. One of the guards doubts the possibility as the clan leader was extremely powerful and skilled in martial arts. But Pang Dushin has a much simpler view and says that it doesn't matter how strong someone is, if they meet someone stronger, it's over. Walking through the place, the young man explained that the person behind it is not only strong but very clever at covering the tracks and incriminating others. Yunina asks what the guards guess is on who would benefit most from the fall of the clan. Immediately, the two understand it could only be related to the Diamond Gate. Dushin smiles and confirms the theory, but something still bothers him. When the guards ask how the Diamond Gate could cause such a thing, the young man says there really isn't a master capable of wiping out so many people in that clan. Despite being strong and very powerful, Li Hovik still wouldn't be able to destroy the entire clan alone, which leads him to wonder who else might be having their hand, immediately thinking of Jungwoo. But he questions himself, certain the boy doesn't have the level of an absolute master. In the end, the young man only concludes that it was the work of an absolute level master, and that they should investigate what caused enough resentment to lead to such destruction. He ends with the order to find out who that master is from the clues they have so far, and his guards simply agree. Around the city, things seem calm as almost always, until Kang Chun, the heir of the Diamond Gate, arrives in a rush, warning Jungwoo of a new problem while the boy walks along calmly. With the same unconcerned face, our protagonist changes the subject and asks if his friend is upset about Yohara. Immediately, Kang Shan remembers and questions Jungwoo if he's really going to marry the girl, while Jungwoo asks if he's old enough for that, making it clear that this is not his intention so his friend doesn't get upset. He returns to the main topic and asks what happened. Distressed, Kang Shan asks if it's true that the heir of the Owo group was looking for a fight, since dealing with someone like him could be difficult. Seeing the concern on the boy's face, Jungwoo asks if Tang Hyunwoo's really got powerful. His friend explains that beyond being powerful, the young heir makes good use of his strength. After all, his heir won the 5 largest conglomerates. He uses his influence to intimidate his enemies before even fighting. Jungwoo is confused by the explanation, and Kang Shan realizes his friend doesn't understand any of it. So he simplifies the matter by saying that the boy uses the power of the Ilwul group to crush his opponents. At that moment, Sudian, Jungwoo's younger sister, arrives breathless and exhausted. While Kang Shan tries to greet and hug the girl, she simply pushes him away, saying it's not the time for that. Turning directly to her brother, she tells him something has happened to their father. It's already the end of the workday at the Hanyang factory. And with regret, Chief Yuanshov gathers his employees to apologize. In front of the workers, the Manhwans having made them work so long only to now end up going bankrupt. But the workers aren't upset with the boss, and in fact try to motivate him not to give up and to keep trying with new investors. Bowen Delir apologizes again, explaining that since they used bank funds, there's nothing they can do now. Despite the tears in his eyes, Chief Yuanshol stands up with a smile, thanking his subordinates for their work. The commotion is great and no employee is ready to give up on the factory, when suddenly, an employee who wasn't at the meeting arrives joyfully shouting that a new investor has appeared. At that moment, Yuanshol's face lights up again with the news. Quickly, a new meeting begins to discuss business. In the room, the leader presents his product, explaining its efficiency and functionality. The investor is sitting in the dark, watching when he thanks them, but says he's noticed a few problems. The man seems a bit uncomfortable but asks the shareholder to share his concerns. He explains that although the product is excellent, he's worried about the supply of energy stones, Sifing, and constantly. That concern leaves Chief Yunchul unsure of how to respond, but he just lowers his head and asks if they really had to go that far, as the investor is revealed to be none other than Jungwoo. But the young man simply says that of course they do, after all, there's a lot of money at stake. At the Ilwul Root building, important meeting is also taking place. Executives from the conglomerate and Hyunwoo gather to hear explanations about the super production. The man making the presentation explains that the market potential is even greater if he joined forces with the Guild Alliance for the supply of Griff stones. He ends the explanation by saying that market domination of lithium batteries will be inevitable over time. All listening and observing attentively, Hyunwoo can only think about how favorable his position is to gain more influence in the group. But suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room in panic, bringing news of trouble. Without filters, the man reveals right there that the Han-Young factory has found the new investor, leaving the young man distressed as he realizes his plan is falling apart. Days M brings new colors to the sea. Arriving in his apartment, Jung-woo asks his father how much longer he'll stay in the car. The man gets out, still seeming unable to process everything that's happened. Curious about his father's reaction, the boy asks what's wrong, but his father only asks him to pinch him. Taking it literally, Jung-woo pinches the old man's cheek, who immediately regrets asking. But now I'm sure everything is real. After all, he's feeling quite a bit of pain. Now recovered, a man asks his son how he managed to invest so much. Jung-woo impatiently replies that he just invested his salary as vice-leader of the Daemin Gate clan. But it doesn't convince his father, who realizes the amount is far greater. The boy then quickly tells his father to keep quiet about the figures, reinforcing the threat that he will withdraw the investment if his father blatted about the whole story. The boy adds that it must be a secret, especially from his mother. His father confirms and agrees. The two then head into the building while chatting about dinner. Nearby, a suspicious car is lurking. Inside the car is Hyunwoo, observing his opponent's movements. He asks his assistant about the information that Jungwoo is the supposed investor, and the man confirms the previously analyzed information. The young hero then questions where a college student could get that much money, but the assistant says he hasn't gotten to that part yet. He then raises the theory that Jungwoo might have gotten support from the Gaehan group since he was getting close to Yuhara. The young man immediately realizes the threat and how all the pieces fit together. As night peacefully falls over the city, if Hara walks alone, though not feeling very confident. As she continues on her path, the blonde senses that she's being followed, which leaves her feeling completely uncomfortable. She looks back to make sure she isn't imagining things, and confirming her instinct, she starts running away from the pursuer. When suddenly another even bigger man intercepts, start declaring the end of the line. Yuhara is now trapped between the two, no way out, as they talk about how they've been waiting for that moment. Finally, one of them lunges, threatening the girl's life. But Yuhara isn't as defenseless as she seems and greets him with a well-placed kick. At that moment, someone yells that the scene ends there, reviewing the situation as nothing more than a performance for a film. Yuhara's demeanor immediately changes and she apologizes for the hit, while the man on the ground just smiles, pleased with the acting. The director appears, wrapping up the day of filming as the girl thanks everyone for their effort. Only then does the blonde notice the presence of someone she had been expecting. Jung-Louis is there, waiting for her, well-dressed and holding a gift for the girl. And right after, they leave together in a luxury car. Yuhara thanks the boy for showing up for the occasion, and he says he wouldn't have missed it. The girl that asks if her friend is nervous, but he doesn't understand why he would be. She says it would be normal, since he's going to meet her parents. And when she realizes the boy is genuinely confident, the blonde gets a little annoyed. With an irrefutable argument, Jungwoo says she spoke well of her parents herself, so she just accepts it. With a warm smile, the boy says he trusts her, and that's why everything is fine. It finally arrived at their destination, Yuhara's house, a modern and luxurious place. As usual, Hara announces she's home while entering, followed by Jungwoo. To her surprise, she finds her grandfather at the entrance, someone she wasn't expected to see there. The girl becomes nervous, questioning the old man's presence since he was supposed to be abroad on business. But the mustachioed elder takes it as coldness and starts complaining about the lack of affection he senses from his granddaughter. The grumpy old man stays planted in his armchair while Jungwoo analyzes the situation, realizing that Yuman Chol, the president of the Daehan group, is still quite vigorous despite his age. He then formally introduces himself as Yuhara's boyfriend. Sharply, the old man says he doesn't intend to let Yuhara gate just any penniless brat. Embarrassed and confused, the girl questions her grandfather's impression of the boy. A mustachioed elder gets straight to the point that asks if he's correct about the factory's bankruptcy Akubi Ilbo Group's cancellation. But Jungwoo firmly refutes him, saying he's poorly informed, since he had already resolved the issue himself. The old man is provoked by the boy's arrogance and says he doesn't trust the 17-year-old who invests billions of dollars. Even if the bodyguards raid behind him, Jungwoo stays calm and composed. Full of himself, the old man decides on his own that Jungwoo deserves a lesson for trying to use his granddaughter. If the boy says nothing and doesn't even react to the accusations, the guards are in position. Bratton is ready for any sign of movement, while Yuhara yells, asking what they're doing, since the situation is not at all as she expected. In the midst of all the confusion, Jungwoo just smiles. Noticing that they had no intention of reacting, the old man gestures and his guards instantly disappear. They stare at each other in silence for a few moments. Finally, Jungwoo speaks again to clear up a misunderstanding, asking if the old man thought he had asked his granddaughter for money. Upon confirming the suspicion, Jungwoo explained that he's not poor to the point of meaning to ask for money, and Yuhara confirms her grandfather's mistake. The old man then demands concrete proof that the investment really came from the boy. Instead of simply agreeing to the test, Jungwoo asks what he would gain from it. Being a man of business, the mustachioed elder promises to give his blessing, but if the boy fails to convince him, Jungwoo agrees never to go near the blind again, who now seems even more confused. Ready for evidence analysis, the old man says they should begin, and Jungwoo says his item is quite valuable as he displays a proud smile. He places a small wooden box on the table in front of him, politely asking the old man to open it, while the latter simply chuckles at the object. He gently picks up the box to see up close what was kept inside, and as soon as he opens it, Everything around is engulfed in a vibrant red light revealing a stone. The mustachioed elder is in disbelief at what his eyes behold. A beautiful rank 7 rift core rests inside Manhwa's little box. He begins to sweat upon facing such a powerful artifact for the first time, and all he can do is ask who the hell this young man is. Jung-woo refuses to give any further details, and the old man appeals for the relationship at stake, but the boy reminds him of his promise. Thoughtful and convinced that he'll have to approve the Daeum group's intelligence staff, the elder lowers his head, but does not yet give his blessing. At that moment, Hara gets irritated with her grandfather again, and the old man explained that there was already another proposal from another family, but the girl objects, making it clear she more end up with Hyungwoo. Once more agitated, the grumpy mustachioed elder now claims he doesn't believe it was really Jungwoo who obtained the Rith Core and orders his guards to go after the boy. The two guards reappeared quickly, ready to strike. Her protagonist is always prepared. He hits one so fast the guard doesn't even see the blow coming. The other, however, wasn't harmed but also couldn't land a hit as the boy had dodged at lightning speed. Jungwoo smiles, ready to demonstrate his skill. Grabbing the guard's arm, he prepares his strike and smashes the guard's face directly against the nearest table with ease. Yu Manshou remains in place, observing coldly. When the boy sarcastically asks if he should keep going, the mustachioed elder admits his guards are top-tier elites and were taken down before they could even touch the boy. But Jungwoo simply asks if the test is over while brushing the guard aside. Looking around, Yu Manshou admits to himself he was wrong and made a fool of himself before a teenager. He says he has one last question and asks Jungwoo if he knew the old man would be there. Hara looks at Jungwoo and questions him as well, since even she didn't know. But Jungwoo says that if he didn't know, it wouldn't have made sense to bring the Rift Core. The old man recognizes the boy's sagacity and Jungwoo takes it as a compliment. He then turns to his granddaughter asking if she really knows where she's getting into. The blind grabs the boy's arm and makes it very clear that she already knew all of this, and more. Realizing there's not much he can do, Hara's grandfather simply laments that the girl has already fallen in love anyway. But Hara seems more determined than ever and says they'll loop together forever. The elder recognizes that determination. In the end, he just gives in and grants his blessing to the two, of a certain distrust. Night advances on the city. A car speeds down the road. Behind the wheel is Kang Hyun-woo, wearing his usual blank expression. As he drives, the hair reflects on how he could have been rejected by the very president of the Daeum group. His mind is invaded by a recent memory of his furious father, saying he's disappointed in a son who's become a laughingstock from not even managing to win over a girl. The boy trembles with rage as he grips the steering wheel, and he's determined to bring down his rival once and for all. In a high-end house in the city, something terrible is unfolding. Screams can be heard from outside the residence as efforts are made to protect the most important family members. In the mansion's hallways, several guards lie on the ground, fallen like flies. A call can be heard near the second floor, where a wounded man answers a video call on his assailant's phone. While someone in the video tells the man to reflect, he only says he will, as he begs for help. But the voice on the screen gives the order to finish the job, and so the killer does. With his round glasses giving him the appearance of an intellectual, the assassin has barely finished when his phone rings again. He pulls it from his pocket to answer, surprised by the caller. He answers immediately, maintaining his composure, and accepts a new assignment with a satisfied smile on his face. Night advances peacefully. Jungwoo announces his arrival home, taking off his shoes with a weary air. Despite the late hour, Jungwoo finds the living room empty. Still standing in the doorway, he wonders where everyone is. The answer comes in the form of an attack, and at great speed. Jungwoo easily dodges the strikes, wearing his best bored expression. Being attacked from all sides, the boy simply evades without the need for large movements. And when everything calms down, he sighs and asks if he hasn't already talked about how to reduce footstep noise. His younger sister is once again launching an attack right in front of him, frustrated, saying she's doing her best. While she complains about her brother's exaggerated hearing, this time he defends the tick. Outraged, the girl says she's practically floating and he still heard her steps. She asks if he wants her to hate him, since he never lets her win. As a good motivator, the boy simply orders her to try harder if she ever wants to beat him. Frustrated, Soo-yeon compares her brother to her friend's siblings, who don't teach them how to fight, but just buy them gifts. Jungwoo laughs and asks where they're from, since in their world, siblings like that don't exist. The girl crosses her arms and pouts, accepting defeat. Suddenly, their mother's voice rings out, asking what they're doing just standing there as she and their father walk in with groceries. Startled, will both kids answer in unison with a guilty nothing, nearly caught fighting inside the house. The mother then tells them to wash their hands and get ready as she'll be serving dinner soon. Tired, Jungwoo decides to take a shower, but his father grabs his shoulder, asking him to wait. Whispering, the man tells his son he sold a big batch of the product to the Daeum group. Proudly, the older man says he had to share the news since his son is also his investor, but the boy wasn't expecting that. Furiously whispering, Jungwoo reminds him that the investment is a secret and asks him to be more discreet at home. As if enjoying himself, Yoon-chol leans closer to whisper that everything is fine thanks to him, while Jungwoo just begs him to stop talking. Their mother, now in the kitchen, turns her attention to them, asking if they're going to eat. Both confirm. A bit later, the boy tells his parents he's going out to meet Hara. It's already quite late, so his mother questions the timing, but Jungwoo explains that's exactly why he's going. to take her home safely. The boy's parents glance at the door with concern. The father asks if it's really okay to let him go out, but the mother reassures him, reminding him that the girl's family gave their approval. Proud, she gets excited saying that soon her son might be part with the Daeham group. Jungwoo walks through the quiet streets on his way to Hara's film set. Strolling calmly, the boy notices something feels off. Not far behind, the mysterious man with round glasses follows him without the slightest concern. Park Woo-sik, a member of the Assassin's Guild, analyzes his target, thinking how easy he looks. Then quickly correcting himself, he knows there's no such thing as easy or hard, just a request to fulfill. While lost in his analysis, he loses sight of the target, realizing that the boy had already noticed his presence and still feeling confident. He immediately orders his shadowy lackeys to follow the boy. With a threatening gaze, he marks the beginning of the hunt, and disappears at high speed to pursue his prey. The direction they take leads them into a park. As they pass through, they leave a trail of destruction among the trees. No matter where Jumbo goes, they keep following, until he stops in a kind of clearing formed by the trees they themselves destroyed. There, our protagonist once again finds himself surrounded by enemies, but without any alarm, he merely complains about their persistence and asks who they are. The assassin introduces himself as a good man doing a good deed, keeping naughty boys in check. Adjusting his glasses, he concludes by saying he needs to do what a university kid who's been acting up, but promises it'll be quick. His henchmen get ready to attack as he keeps talking, saying the boy won't feel much pain. Jung-woo remains in place, silently observing the men surrounding him, until the assassin remembers. He needs to show the boy something, so he tosses his phone in his direction. On the screen is Seon-woo in a video call. The young hair strikes an arrogant pose in the shadows as he says he didn't want to go this far, but he's had too much interference. He bids farewell with a proud smile, wishing Jung-woo a pleasant afterlife. As a call M, the assassin ironically asks if they can now get to the point, since the reasons are clear. As Jung-woo agrees, his face darkens, an ominous expression overtaking him. His dark expression quickly gives way to a psychotic smile as he quotes his own rival about choosing opponents wisely. Not understanding the danger they were in, the henchmen charge forward. The prodigy of chaos strikes again, his demonic grin widening. With his heavenly thunder strike, he knocks back and assaults everyone around him at once. Park Woo-sik shields himself, confused by the situation, but he has no time to think because, as Jung-woo says while appearing behind him, this is no time for surprises. His attack targets the assassin's vital organs, leaving him barely able to dodge in time. As soon as he escapes, he distances himself as much as possible. Still on the defensive, the man sees another strike coming, and this time, due to the sheer speed, he has no choice but to block even if poorly. The assassin locks eyes with his target, wondering how no one warned him how difficult this mission would be. Frustrated, he tries to keep faith in his abilities, telling himself he'll complete the job and demand extra pay. Finally cornered, he activates an attribute to boost his speed. With a spatial leap, he reappears behind Jung-woo, dagger in hand. But he wasn't expecting even that speed to be slow for the boy, who catches him mid-attack. Ripping his neck, Jung-woo repeats the man's own words, saying it will hurt a bit. And with a smile stretched in sinister delight, add then it'll be quick. Jung-woo blares at his opponent, eyes bloodshot and full of murderous intent. Woo-sik is now terrified, realizing the true killer instinct in the boy's gaze. As our protagonist prepares to eliminate yet another threat, the only thought going through the man's head is how abnormal that student really is. He compares him to a wild predator who middle of a hunt. Still possessed by his dark side, Jung-woo mockingly asks if he felt something, then immediately says it was nothing, letting the man's lifeless body drop to the ground. At last, everyone was dealt with, and a problem there was solved. Jung-woo resumes his path toward his original destination, at least until a limousine screeches to a stop in front of him. Its doors open, revealing several armed individuals. They step out wielding swords and axes. The protagonist quickly realizes they're also after him, which makes sense since Jung-woo wouldn't risk relying on just one assassin. The boy marks the group, saying they're pretty funny for people who call themselves assassins. The leader ignores the job and simply tries to confirm his identity. Another member asks where Park Woo-sik is. Already out of patience, Jung-woo tells them to just get on with it. The tank of the group tries to warn him not to underestimate them or compare them to others, since they're from the second most powerful guild, Darkness. But the boy truly doesn't care. He just wants the fight over with. His indifference collectively offends the entire group, and they all charge. Meanwhile, at the film set where Yuhara works, Tang Humanwoo waits with the bouquet in hand. Waiting impatiently, the young hare assumes Jung-woo is no longer a threat. No one better than to rely on a single assassin. He's confident sending the Darkness Guild with the right call, and filming continues. The director speaks with the crew while Hyun-woo remains hidden nearby, calculating his expenses and what he'll gain with Hara. He's determined to win over the blonde and plans to use Jung-woo's death as a way to console her and grow closer. Someone bumps into him, snapping him out of his thoughts with irritation. He watches as the person walks away in a hoodie and sweatpants. Enraged, yells for the rude person to at least apologize for bumping into him. Hooded figure turns around, revealing himself to be Jung-woo, who says he was distracted by his phone and didn't notice Hyun-woo. This leaves the hare completely stunned and spiraling into panic. Jung-woo teases him, joking about the face of someone who just saw a ghost. Shocked, Hyun-woo tries to understand how he could possibly be standing there. if he really eliminated the Assassin Guild's team. Yuhara finally finishes filming and quickly spots her boyfriend. She approaches, happy that he came, and Jungwoo notes he's being released earlier than expected. It takes her a moment to notice Shunwoo, and she merely wonders what he's doing there. Once again, Jungwoo fires off some sarcasm, saying the boy must be a huge fan since he even brought such a lovely bouquet. That pushes the young hare over the edge. He simply turns and storms off, trembling with rage. With the look of someone who has no idea how to take revenge, he throws the flowers to the ground with the full force of his hatred. Near its card, he screams into the void, demanding answers from the universe as to what could have happened to be assassins. And coincidentally, his phone rings. He quickly looks at the screen and notices a restricted number, already knowing what it's about. He answers, still furious, saying he was just about to call to ask what happened. But the voice on the other end also asks what went wrong. Nervously, the hare tries to demand answers, asking if it was all some kind of joke. After all, his target was still alive. And to his complete despair, he reveals that not only is Jungwoo still alive, but both Park Woo-sik and the Darkest Guild were annihilated, and he just wants to know what the hell was going on. Over the phone, the person responds by asking what kind of insinuation that is, suggesting that a single person could have defeated all those assassins. The boy now realizes the shift in tone and tries to backtrack, but it's too late. He has just become the main suspect for Choi Kam-won, the master of the Darkness Guild. The young hare tries to defend himself, saying that it doesn't even make sense. But Chil-mon questions whether he's forming an alliance with Habapang to take over the guilds. Realizing how dangerous that sounds, the boy is in shock. He keeps insisting it's all in this understanding, now completely desperate. But the guild leader says it's no misunderstanding. Everyone in the Ilwoo group already knows about that secret. Trembling and drenched in cold sweat, Kam-woo tries once more to distance himself from the accusation. But the leader simply states that his loyalty will be tested, and to wait. With all ends leading the boy stunned, trying to figure out how the guild alliance found out. He knows that the Ilwoo group and his father have been working hard to build ties with the guilds, and this could ruin everything. Distressed, he imagines the worst-case scenario. Not far away, someone is watching. Jungwoo, hidden behind a tree, observes his rival's despair. With his malicious smile, he knows this is only the beginning. But as the night moves on, he wonders if it's time to move on to the next phase. At the same time, in another place, a different fight unfolds. A close friend is suffering from severe blows in combat. Kang Shun, successor of the Diamond Gate, is in serious trouble. His opponent is Pain Duxian, who holds him by the shoulder, asking how his father would feel upon hearing of his death. The surge and rift openings brought with it the rise of the guilds. Though newer than the great clans and once numerous, there are now only 8 left. Rank 2nd in power is the Darkest Guild, made up of over 200 Rank 6 members and thousands more beneath them. And thanks to that same guild, Hyunwoo now finds himself in total panic, throwing everything into chaos. Biting his nails, he thinks about how to escape the situation, but imagines they already mail about his recent visit from Pain Duxian. He even considers asking his ally for help, but quickly gives up the idea, remembering the young man's temperament. An interruption adds to his irritation when a secretary appears at the door with a report. The boy yells in rage that he already has enough problems, and the wound apologizes. He soon composes himself again and, remembering his position, calmly asks her to deliver the news. Already expecting bad news, his secretary begins by informing him that the Daeum Group has signed a purchase contract for the super manufacturing product. Immediately, Kang Hyunwoo bursts into another fit of rage. The one continues, stating that the product is doing well in the market, and if Ilwoo Group doesn't act, they'll fall behind. Before she can say anything else, the boy throws she after she at her. He orders her to leave immediately. His hatred toward his rival grows more intense by the second. The young hero of the Ilwoo Group is now determined to do everything in his power to expose and destroy his enemy. At the Diamond Gate clan, the game moves on as usual. Jungwoo talks with Mr. Kim about Kang Shen's disappearance, and Kim says he hasn't been able to contact him since the night before. The man insists he hasn't given up and is doing everything he can. But Jongwoo doesn't seem too worried about the situation. Without warning, the mood shifts as Lee Holbit bursts in, charging furiously at the boy. Used to the outbursts of a clan leader, the boy simply defends himself, causing the brute to stagger back several meters. Sensing his anger, the boy wonders what the problem is this time. He questions the leader in his usual irreverent and annoyed tone. Preparing to attack, the brute shouts that he already knows about the boy's plan to marry Yohara. Before the blow can land, Jongwoo simply shouts back that he's not getting married, which makes Holduk immediately shift the direction of his punch. The old powerhouse smiles in relief, but the boy adds that he's just not getting married yet. Angry, chiefly questions the boy's loyalty to his daughter, though clearly Jongwoo never had any intention of marrying that brat anyway. Holduk's expression turns harsh once again as he accuses his vice leader of being a traitor. Jongwoo, calm as ever, walks past him, saying that the whole marriage talk was way too sudden. The leader's temper explodes and shouts, asking how it could be sudden when he had endured countless sleepless nights just to have his daughter married to Jongwoo. Horrified by the brute's emotional outburst, the boy asks for more respect, reminding him he's still a minor. But Holduk retorts that he can't lie. He's completely against the marriage now. Running out of patience, our protagonist reminds the leader that he's not even his son. Holduk snatched back that he will be his son-in-law. Fed up, Jongwoo decides to end the matter by bringing up Kang Chun's disappearance, something that could no longer be ignored. Instantly, Holvik's demeanor changes, concern replacing fury as he turns to Secretary Kim for more information. The assistant, slightly uncomfortable, says they haven't heard from the boy since the previous night and that things seem strange. Surprisingly, Karen Chun's own father tells them to forget about it, insisting his son will turn up eventually. Now more confidently, Hokup says it doesn't matter what the situation is, his son will be fine. Yanani casually starts walking out while Kim looks on in disbelief. Hope then stops, reconsiders for a moment, and decides it might be worth doing at least a little more searching. Mr. Kit nods, still clearly displeased with his master's response. Meanwhile, Hobo can only wonder what stupidness his son got himself into this time. Jung-woo, still silent, watches the entire scene as if forming a plan. Leaving the Diamond Gate headquarters, Jung-woo now walks the streets, worried about his friend. He gives the order for his black squadron to mobilize and search for Kang Chun, and they respond immediately. Standing on a sidewalk, he observes a building. Judging the place from the outside, he wonders if Hara's filming was actually happening there. The boy enters and heads toward what looks like an auditorium, but the place is completely empty and he questions whether he's mixed up the location. At that moment, Hyunwoo appears, stating that Jung-woo is indeed in the right place. This is the stage of his downfall. Jung-woo quickly notices the large doors being locked shut. The hair stares at him with a defiant look, suggesting they begin the performance. At a snap of Hyunwoo's fingers, multiple screens light up throughout the room. On them, Jung-woo and Hyunwoo appear live, face-to-face, being filmed from various angles. They also appear on the screen of Kilmuan, Master of the Darkness Guild, watching from his headquarters. The assassinator seems quite entertained, amused by this VIP show that the hair decided to put on. Both boys stand still, neither saying a word. Finally, Jumble breaks the silence, sarcastically praising the strategy of using horror to lure him in. Cameras capture everything, broadcasting in real time. Hyunwoo then says that they should be taken as an apology. Our protagonist now looks confused, but Hyunwoo explains that he should have taken his rival more seriously and hadn't imagined he could defeat Woosik and the Darkest members. That earns a genuine proud smile from Jungwoo. Arrogantly, Hyunwoo continues, saying he intends to make up for it by fighting him personally. Excited, Jungwoo asks if the boy really has the nerve to cross his family again, promising he'll pay for what he's done. But Hyunwoo is confident in his attribute and remains unfazed, ready to unleash his power. Before Jungwoo can reply with his usual indifference, a spear drops from above, grazing his face. Stem, he touches the cut, surprised. Then, to complete the surprise, he sees his opponent controlling multiple weapons and objects at once. Hembu explains that he possesses a rare attribute, metal manipulation. Proudly, he adds that he studies all known metals across the world. Surrounded by weapons, he brags further that he's not just a manipulator, he's the best. Back at his usual posture, Jungwoo smirks sarcastically and asks if that's really something to brag about. He then vanishes right before being pierced by the flying blades. Unable to track his speed, Hyunwoo watches helplessly as the projectiles smash into the wall behind. Jungwoo reappears behind him, whispering that it doesn't matter if he manipulates metal. If he doesn't have mastery, it's useless. A sheet of iron detaches from one of the walls, and Hyunwoo turns it into his shield just in time to block a direct punch. A mix of irritation and excitement takes over Jungwoo, while his rival continues to display the arrogant smile of someone who knows he's being underestimated. Only then does our protagonist realize that Guy is taking it seriously as he finds himself surrounded again by numerous spears and swords in the air. The young hare attacks with everything he has, forcing our protagonist to jump like a rabbit to dodge so many blades. He notices the rain of spears has ended and finally stops, facing his opponent through the field of spikes. Our protagonist is fed up but keeps grinning. Meanwhile, Hemwoo realizes the guy wasn't taking it seriously after all, only dodging to avoid revealing his abilities. Suddenly, Jungwoo's phone rings and breaks the tension. Jungwoo says he'll wait while the boy answers. The voice on the other end calling his name is Kan Chun's, who is completely battered but still manages to loudly ask his friend to save him. Chained up and held captive by Pang Dushan's guards, the boy asks if his friend can hear him. But the young Master Pang snatches the phone from him and speaks directly to Jungwoo, letting him know he's enjoying watching the fight, but that the boy should try harder if he wants to save his friend. The young man says he also enjoys a fight but needs to wait until Hyunwoo is defeated first. Jungwoo then seems to fireman understand the cameras when he confirms that others are watching. But his excitement only grows, and now he questions Du Xian about his choice to kidnap Kang Chun. Arrogant as ever, the young master says the only one in trouble there is Jungwoo, and reveals he already found out everything about the Diamond Gate clan having destroyed the Black Tigers and kidnapped his younger brother. Leaning on Kang Chun's shoulder with hostility to ask if he was wrong about that, the young master doesn't hesitate to break the boy's shoulder just so Jungwoo can hear him scream through the foam, followed by a direct threat to everyone in the clan, especially Kang Chun. Not satisfied, he also warns that the other clan leaders are aware too. While Jungwoo fights, a fleet heads toward the Diamond Gate, each leader in their own car, all ready to demand answers. Arriving at Jungwoo's clan at that very moment, Pang Dushan bids farewell, getting into his car and saying he'd like to see the end of the fight, but his priority is watching the extermination of the Diamond Gate, leaving the boy warned to be careful because Jungwoo is more powerful than he seems. Our protagonist doesn't even get a chance to respond before the call ends, but he doesn't care and is now motivated. Thinking he was finally in control, Hyunwoo again explains that Jungwoo will have to defeat him if he wants to help his clan. Little does he know our protagonist is now ready to unleash the monster, make him deeply regret it. In the building where the fight is taking place, others can be heard interfering. Two upperclassmen pressure a freshman to open the sealed door, but the boy is scared. One of the upperclassmen orders the boy to open the door so they can record Kang Hyunwoo's true face. But the freshman knows he wouldn't stand a chance and is too terrified to act. The older ones threaten the short kid with brute force and emphasize that only he could do something since his attribute allows him to unlock any door or lock. Afraid of getting beaten up right there, the boy decides to take a chance as long as they don't punish him. He opens the door briefly, sweating bullets. Jang-woo is actually the one attacking with a power of hatred and a precise kick that throws his opponent against the wall, creating a crater. Kyung-blun now begins to reconsider after witnessing the boy's most basic strength without using any attribute. We've caught off guard by a flash from the short boy who took his picture in miserable state. He tries to say something to defend himself, but the door was already closed again and the boy had already left with a photo and an apology. Kyung-woo, despite being in the middle of a battle, had a reputation to uphold and ends up losing focus, being caught off guard by his rival who lands another blow. Sensing the danger of being hit by the kick, the boy tries to react and creates a titanium shield in front of him to defend himself, which doesn't impress our protagonist at all, who calmly slices the shield in half and still hits his opponent effortlessly. Watching that blow capable of breaking a titanium wink, Kyung-won stands up in shock. The guild master realizes that Hyunwoo was right and that only Jung-woo could have been responsible for the death of his partners, becoming determined to also fight the boy who dared interfere in his work. With a bit more reasoning, the leader of darkness remembers that he is the vice leader of the Diamond Gate, concluding that the clan is looking to start a fight, and reaching the conclusion on his own that it could only have been that clan responsible for the massacre of the Black Tigers. Meanwhile, the fight continues at the Diamond Gate as a state of emergency is declared. Secretary Kim asks everyone to prepare for battle, and while the clan members take their positions, the assistant warns that the leaders of the 6 clans are on their way. Holbeck gets all excited about the opportunity to face all the chiefs at once, but is immediately scolded by Kim, even though he doesn't understand what was wrong with that situation. Almost in tears, the man explains to his boss that he shouldn't be happy at a time like that, and so they face the arrival of the clan leaders and the teams. Events on a clan are just beginning, but in the auditorium, everything seems to be coming to an end. Jung-woo would love to finish it all right there, but as he watches his opponent on the ground, he reconsiders, and heading toward the exit door, he's certain that Hyunwoo would remain immobilized for a while. His priority now should be his friend and clan in distress, but as he tries to open the doors, his hands are bound. Special handcuffs glow on his wrists, startling the boy. And like a phoenix reborn, Hyunwoo rises, determined to stop his rival from leaving at all costs. The boy says those handcuffs are made of an alloy that no power in the world could cut. Jung-woo, not very convinced, tests the artifact's resistance. But Hyunwoo doesn't waste time and says the boy's fate is sealed as he prepares his final attack, emitting a large energy sphere toward his opponent. The hair declares the end of Jung-woo. As if frozen in time, our protagonist simply watches the sphere approaching. It hits the exact spot where the boy stood, leaving a trail of destruction in its path. This time, to make sure not to underestimate his opponent, Hyunwoo even forges a hammer in the air, also sending it in Jung-woo's direction to seal his feet. The built-in it seemed calm from the outside. Suddenly has a massive explosion that blows a hole in its wall. The exit door that was previously locked and immobile is now nothing but debris. The hair smiles with satisfaction and pride in his victory. With that intense blow that caused such destruction, it was impossible for Jung-woo to have survived. And now Hyunwoo's certain there was nothing special about the boy. Striking a pose, the hair of the Ilwoo group realizes he should have faced him from the beginning. But now that his goal is achieved, he simply waits for his partner paying success. The atmosphere is tense between the 6 clans and the Diamond Gate. Flying over the area, a drone approaches to record the events that will follow. Holbeck and his assistant Kim are not intimidated and stand firm in front of the tallying of people who are there to judge them. With his usual quirky temper, Holbeck doesn't hide his excitement at being challenged, asking if they all want to die there. Secretary Kim tries to call him down even if he never succeeds. Perhaps that's why he now addresses the leader of the Celestial Peace Clan, asking about the reason for this sudden persecution. Chub Mincheol reports that they received information that the Diamond Clan was responsible for the extermination of the Black Tiger Clan. Immediately, Mr. Kim opposes the claim, saying it must be a mistake. But unexpectedly, a voice stands out saying it was no mistake. Pain Dushi is finally present with his 2 guards and his hostage Kane Trun, claiming to have indisputable evidence. Kane Trun appears unconscious while being carried by the collar of his shirt by one of the guards, and the young master of the Hubut Pain clan, with a wicked smile, states that they will pay for what they've done. Hearing this, the dad was totally fuming and charged right up front. One dude tried to chill him out, but the strong guy wasn't having any of it. He whipped out his Thunderbolt magic skill to unleash some seriously epic power. All the other martial artists were totally shipped by his power, except the one with the hostage. The angry dad demanded his kid back, but Dang Xiaoan dodged like a ninja. Knowing the muscle dude, before he could even blink, the skinny guy jumped in and hit him with his Soul Source Thunder Palm, blasting him away. When the guy crashed into the wall, his opponent was like, "Dude, your body's insane, my hand's numb." Everyone was stunned, seeing the Gate Lord tossed around, not expecting the future Hubuk Pang Heg to be so strong. The secretary rushed to check on his boss, who stood up and laughed at his young opponent's strength. He thought the gatekeeper was a real muscle monster. But before his master could charge again, the glasses guide begged him to chill, saying violence wouldn't fix this. So, after eyeing the guy with a plan, the gatekeeper agreed to wait it out. With that, the guy thanked his boss, telling the 6 gatekeepers they'd break the Great Alliance deal if they didn't have solid proof for their attack. The gatekeepers thought that was fair, since they came based on Habu Peng's report. One even said it made sense to answer Peng Dochen's call, the one behind the Hugh Harmon gate case. The angry Gad demanded to know what proof made them take his son hostage. He ordered his crew to get ready, and all the martial artists stood battle ready. The young guy was super entertained by the gatekeeper's spirit, but told them to check his proof before going wild. So, Secretary Kim told him to show this so-called proof. It came out that one of the Lord's sons told him someone survived a Hugh Harmon wipeout, shocking everyone. With that, he called Pang Si to step up. Everyone was shocked as he was asked to spill what he saw. The scared young guy said he was at the Hugh Harmon gate the day it got wrecked, surprising everyone. Meanwhile, the mastermind was hyped to see the young guy spill the whole truth. Pang finally said that on the wipeout day, only the killers stood in the flames, but then got a headache and revealed the culprit was the Darkness Guild's master, Choi Kyung-hwan. This bombshell shocked everyone, especially the dad, who was Superman at the so-called culprit. But the most shocked was Choi Kyung-hwan, who said the accusation was total nonsense. As the mastermind was totally lost, he suddenly heard someone behind him. He turned around and freaked out at who he saw. The hero said Kang Hyun-woo was getting too hyped after a few moves, not knowing who he was really up against. And so, as dark energy filled the building, someone got slammed into the wood and landed on the concrete. After being blasted into the wall, wondering how this one survived, handcuffs were tossed in front of the villain. Our hero said the school's supposed elite couldn't beat him with cheap tricks. The guy was baffled, and hearing the evil dude say he was disappointed by his weakness, the villain got super mad and attacked with the blade storm. But the hero was unfazed. He easily sliced through the projectiles, making wood and metal hit the ground in front of his shocked opponent. The evil dude said he'd decide the fight's outcome. He said he had high hopes for the villains, but was super disappointed, leaving the guy speechless. The reincarnation then stomped his opponent's skull into the wall, telling him to use clearer words. Meanwhile, the villain was totally baffled, trying to wrap his head around how his opponent had this ghostly sword. So, the hero decided to spill the beans about the whole situation. Turns out, he was the one who wiped out the Hung Homan gate. Plot twist, right? The villain suddenly realized that the evil dude was framing him and the Dark Guild leader from the Deco. The evil guy was all, "This is payback for messing with my fam." He also dropped the bomb that the boy had to back him up, even if he wanted to spill the truth. When asked why the boy was pointing fingers at the Darkness Guild leader, the hero gave a sketchy answer, saying he had the boy under his horn's spell. Then, he decided to give the villain a shot at saving his own skin. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the kidnapper was grilling the knocked-out Pang Se about blaming Choi Kyung-hwan out of nowhere, asking if he was really the bad guy. The boy tried to fight back, but the evil dude's power was too strong, so he doubled down, saying the Darkness Guild master was the gate wrecker. Hearing this, the young heir felt the kidnapper had lost his marbles. That's where the dad stepped in, using his epic strength to throw a punch that missed but still cracked the ground. Everyone was like, "Whoa, that's some serious power." One of the baddies got super nervous. The dad was more fired up than ever to get back at his son's attackers. Before the first baddie could blink, the dad karate chopped his hand, breaking it like a twig. After that, he scooped up his son. Then, the second baddie tried to jump him, but got a face full of lightning punch instead. That punch was so fast and strong, the first baddie looked like a total weakling next to the dad. But everyone knew it was the gatekeeper who was just too OP. Then a real challenger came at him from behind. Pang Du-cheon charged in with his head on the palm, and Lee Ho-guk was all hyped up, ready with his soul reduction. Before they even hit, their attacks caused a massive shockwave. The battlefield was lit with crazy power. The shockwave was so wild, everyone had to switch to defense mode to avoid getting caught in the chaos. No one could blame them. The shockwave was strong enough to tear buildings apart, but just as it started ripping through the giant structure, it stopped, leaving a huge crater. The young guy knew giving up Mao would wreck his rep, insisting the man was behind the massacre. But the strong dude wasn't having it, saying the martial artist should apologize for jumping to conclusions. Pang Du-cheon was in too deep to back out, so he tried to provoke his opponent to create some drama and fight. That's when someone decided to step in. The head of the Gatekeepers Alliance took charge, trying to stop this pointless brawl. Even though he knew the fight was personal for the strong guy, he said it was pointless since they already found the real culprit. The young guy felt this was pretty shameless coming from Lord Gate Shay, trying to stop a clash between two big gates. Still, he figured he could use this to show the weak side of the Gatekeeping Alliance head. Lee Ho-guk confronted the Alliance head about wanting him to stop fighting. At first, the guy thought he was in a tight spot, saying things shouldn't get violent since his gate was cleared. With that, the strong Root agreed and decided to chill. The guy started feeling sorry for himself, thinking he failed to connect with him. But when he realized what the muscle had just said, he was totally shocked. Nobody saw him agreeing so peacefully coming. So, as the Brute ordered his crew to move out, the Alliance head asked if he really wanted to stop fighting. The Gatekeeper still kinda shocked by his own win, that curious when Lee Hoguk mentioned he'd need the Alliance's help soon. So, they broke it down for him, saying they had to hit the Darkness Guild to get back at them for the fallen gate. Right then, the strong dude zoomed off in his car, leaving everyone on edge. One gatekeeper, struggling to process what went down, said they needed to hit up the Darkness Guild as soon as possible. Everyone was on board, because if Lee Hoguk's crew absorbed the Darkness Guild, may be too OP for the Alliance to handle. And with that, all the martial artists dashed to the Darkness Guild, totally ignoring the Alliance leader. As everyone bounced, only the young master stayed behind. He glanced at his two servants who were all sorry, "Boss, we messed up." Seeing this, the young guy smirked, saying he wasn't about to ditch the mission after coming this far. Meanwhile, on the road to the Darkness Guild, the car was dead silent. Secretary Kim turned to the injured young dude, telling the driver to hit up a hospital, cause patching him up was priority number one. Then, a voice from the back was like, "Nah, we're good." Secretary Kim was shook to see the young master awake, thinking he was out cold from all the torture. The dad asked his son if everything he said was true, and he was like, "Yep." Back when the two big shots clashed, the dad was hiked, but his son told him to chill, saying it was all part of Jungwoo's plan. This blew his mind, and he was like, "Carry me gently, please." When asked if he was sure, the young dude said getting captured was all part of the plan. Hearing this, the strong guy laughed, which confused his son, because he almost kicked the bucket. Lee Hoguk said not to sweat it, asking about the hero's plan, but his son was fuzzy on the details. Just a few days ago, he called him up, casually asking to be paying Sei's hostage. The hero wanted his buddy to spill some intel after a beatdown, but it seemed impossible and kind of nuts. So the main guy said to see it as endurance training, and despite saying no, young Lee ended up in the sticky situation. In the end, he spilled that it was about the Darkness Guild's warehouse, which was enough for the kidnapper. Back to now, the son bragged about his acting skills, telling his worried dad he was A-OK. Secretary Kim was surprised that the evil dude wanted to see their enemies fight each other. Meanwhile, at the Darkness Guild's warehouse, the guild leader said he'd never heard of Haba Pang's third son being stashed there. Dark Star, the Secret Service officer, explained the young guy was snatched from the warehouse just before they got there. This made a leader realize someone set this up to spark a beef between his guild and Holbuck Payne. Even though he knew the fight was coming, Choi had no clue who was pulling the strings, but quickly guessed it was an Ilwu group member. Then, Dark Star got an urgent message about the 7 Great Gates attacking their guild. Choi didn't see that coming so soon. Right then, the doors blew up. Lee Kang-chun led his warriors into the fray. Seeing this, the Darkness Guild members got ready to rumble, but the young guy kept charging, finding their efforts a joke, eager to get payback for the torture. And with that, he unleashed his Iron Blood angle, dealing massive splash damage. The fighters were hyped by their young commander, who told them to move fast. Then, the young guy spotted a giant rolling up. The sight of this massive dude freaked him out. This guy was set on not letting the attackers through. So, picture this. Kang Out Hack, the 7th strongest dude in the guild, also known as the Giant Stone, was all set to defend his crew. Lee Kang-chun was totally shook when he realized his new opponent was actually human, not some cave monster. Meanwhile, the Gatekeeping Alliance squad started thinking the Jumgang Moon were just a bunch of brainless barbarians charging in solo like they had no chill. They were all like, "We can't let the darkness get sucked into this gate." So one Gatekeeper was urging the leader to jump into the fight as soon as possible. But then, out of nowhere, someone was like, "Nah, you can't join in." The heir of the Hublet Payne was all about that gate honor, saying it was more important than whatever Lee was up to. He basically declared that anyone jumping into this fight would be their enemy. Drama alert, but the guild leader knew the young dude just wanted to boost his gate's national rep. Sneaky, sneaky. Seeing the kid's plans getting wrecked, he decided to show him who's boss, proving they had zero control over the straw man's gate. So he was like, "I'll just chill and let the big shots tire each other out." Back in the action, Lee Kang-chun dodged the stone giant's attack like a pro. Then, he busted out a special move to smack him right in the noggin. The young dude started taunting, thinking he did some serious damage, pointing out how the giant's size wasn't all that. But then, boom, he got smashed midair. The giant stone slammed him into the ground, saying physical damage was a joke, leaving the young dude in major pain. Agony and exhaustion were creeping in on the young guy. The angry giant was all, "Anyone who messes with my guild won't live to tell the tale." Now at the giant's feet, the young dude was freaking out. But then, out of nowhere, a family member swooped in to help. This guy delivered a killer kick to the giant's chin, which made the giant stumble back a few steps. It was Lee Kang-haon, the big bro, showing up just in time to save his little bro. Even without intros, the stone giant figured out these two were related. Lee Kang-haon told his bro he was on babysitting duty, thanks to Kim, which made the younger one happy, thinking about grabbing a drink after this. With that, the bros decided to show off their gate's power. Right then, their massive opponent charged at them, trying to put them in their place after they dodged his attack. This ticked him off big time, and he dared them to fight him like real men. He even managed to land a massive iron punch on the older bro. But even while flying through the air, he stayed chill and adjusted to laying on the wall. Lee Chang-chun rushed to check on his bro, who was like, "I'm good." After that epic punch, the bros decided to go all out. Meanwhile, their opponent was like, Hyun's definitely his dad's kid. Impressed he survived the hit. This made him even more pumped to see how much they could handle. The bros found this hilarious. As they unleashed their full power, they decided to humble the stone giant, saying they were still taking it easy on him. The giant started mocking them, throwing his massive pillar at them. He said they deserved to go down for overestimating themselves. Then he got bored, telling them fighters should know their place in battle. But to his surprise, the supposedly crushed martial artists laughed it off, saying his words meant nothing now. To the stone giant's shock, not only were the bros fine, but the younger one even picked up his giant pillar. Lee Kang-chun remembered the giant's words and asked his bro what he thought. His bro said, by that logic, the Darkness Guild would be a bunch of wimps, seeing how lame their giant guardian is. The stone giant laughed. Impressed, these shuns lived up to their gad's rep. With that, both sides charged at each other, ready to win. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the battlefield, the Darkness Guild's forces were totally wiped out. The main dude started chatting about how the law is a total joke. He was all about how the strongest always get the upper hand, and if he had ultimate power, he'd twist the law however he wanted. Hearing this, the other guy started reminiscing about his gang days, when he was all ruthless, even chopping off limbs to get his cash back. But everything flipped when he met the main dude. So, he stopped in his tracks and asked the boss if he could keep tagging along to see the world he create. Our hero was chill about it, didn't make any promises, but let him stick around, which made the guy super happy. Just as they got moving again, something crashed into the hall. In this wild scene, a familiar voice popped up. Lee Kang-chun told his crew to watch out for sneaky assassins and said they needed to find the enemy boss. So, as he and his squad charged forward, aiming to nab the guild leader alive, the ex-gangster was stoked to see how much the young dude had leveled up. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo realized he'd have to deal with more battle-hungry maniacs, while somewhere else, someone was calling out the Darkness Guild leader, telling him to show up. Lee Hogup, who was easily handling the small fry, was pumped to fight their boss. Then, he got a phone call. The strong dude was glad the main guy reached out since he had loads of questions, starting with where the Darkness Guild leader was. The main dude said Choi Kyung-hwan must have bailed since he couldn't find him. This kicked off Lee Hobuk, who was promised a decent fight. Ha Jung-woo then just ignored him and told his buddy to dodge. But before he could even think, he got smacked in the head. Our hero said his instructions were crystal clear. When the boss finally showed up, the evil dude said he was too late. But he said the hero always shows up at the last second. Pang Du-cheon was set on ending our hero for good. He said he'd been planning to take down Ha Jung-woo, Lee Hoguk, and his crew, and since they were all there, he had to use this chance to wipe them out. Only then to be ex-gangster get back on his feet. He called his attacker a crazy madman. This ticked off the young prodigy, who tried to shut him up with an attack, but the guy blocked it easily. Seeing this, Pang Du-cheon was totally unfazed, dealing with someone barely above average. The guy then asked his boss if he could fight the enemy solo. Our hero let him go for 5 minutes, even though he thought the odds were against him. Still, the ex-gangster was determined to make his boss proud. Pang Du-cheon found it hilarious and said even if they teamed up, they couldn't beat him, but his opponent closed the gap in a flash. Even so, the young dude dodged his attack, charged up his own, and hit him with a powerful chest blow. But the ex-gangster used the chance to grab his opponent's hand. He said the guy was strong, and even though his opponent's rep didn't do him justice, he was set on making his boss proud. Seeing the young dude laugh at him, the proud fighter said he and the Black Gold team were no joke. He remembered when his boss tortured him, tied him up, and made him take some weird medicine. After that, he and his team faced tons of threats. Even when facing death, he clung to life no matter how tough it got. The guy, determined to make his boss proud, missed his attack. He then looked at his arm in horror, seeing it twisted in a gnarly way. Despite the crazy pain, he tried to hold back his screams. Pang Du-cheon then pointed out how their fight started with a right-hand attack, mentioning how his opponent was rumored to have an immortal trained body. Alright, buckle up for this wild ride. Here we go. So, he was all hyped to see if his rival would respawn after getting KO'd by him. But nope, the dude wasn't backing down, charging at him with his other hand like a boss. His young rival, who was basically a pro at dodging, just sidestepped again. No sweat. Reminded him who's boss, putting him in his place. Then, bam, delivered a punch that was straight up savage. And just like that, the guy started feeling all sorry for himself, realizing he was kinda weak, wishing he could see his master rule the world. Flashback time. When asked if he wanted to be bat food, the dude paused, then started ranting about the terrible work conditions, like hours and pay, to the master. Ha Jung-woo was like, dude, you still got cash in the bank. But the guy was all, May, doesn't matter. Seeing this, the evil boss just walked off, casually suggesting the guy should invest his money. And as he ordered him to take out all the bats before midnight, the beat-up dude realized just how much of a villain the master was. Later, at the hospital, the ex-gangster got a big thank you. His ex-wife, who thought he'd ghost her after the divorce, was super surprised he paid for their kid's pricey surgery. So, as she thanked him again, he was speechless. Back to the brawl, Pang Du-cheon said crawling suited the guy. He started roasting him, saying he couldn't back up his big talk, calling his whole crew a bunch of losers. Then, damn, he got grabbed by the leg. the ex-gangster started listing the tough conditions he and the Dark Gold team had to deal with. So, he decided to defend his crew's honor, launching himself at the young dude and biting his arm with his last bit of strength. Petting Du Chien got super mad, but just as he was about to finish the guy off, the protagonist slapped him so hard he bounced around the hall like a pinball. Ha Jung-woo was like, "Sorry for jumping in, but your 5 minutes are up." Meanwhile, the news chopper was covering the Darkness Guild's destruction and the 2 anime gates inside. The reporter said all other gatekeepers were on standby, ready to back up Jum Gangmun. Then, boom, a huge explosion, and she guessed the Darkness Guild got ditched by the Guild's alliance. In the Guild's alliance conference hall, someone said joining the Darkness Guild to face the gates would be easy, but the Chinese government made it tricky. Public's presence forced them to decide if they should ditch the Darkness Guild, knowing Pang Do-Chian's death would tick off China. Meanwhile, the young dude was struggling to get back on his feet. Even after seeing this power a bunch of times, the ex-gang member was still shook. His master asked if he was awake. Seeing he was, he told him to get up, leaving him freaked out. But he put a hand on his shoulder, saying he exceeded expectations by handling so much pain, so he gets special training tomorrow. When the protagonist called for the Dark Gold team to meet the next day, his murderous rival charged at him. But with a simple finger cap, Pang Do-Chion got blasted into the wall, the protagonist scolding him for interrupting. Now, he was madder than ever, humiliated by a single finger. So, he launched himself at the protagonist, murdering his eyes, promising to take him down. But our hero dared him to try, blasting him away. Before Pang Do-Chion could react, Ha Jung-woo closed the gap and showed his true strength by slamming him into the wall. Being tossed around so easily, the young dude couldn't believe the power gap was this huge. Always thinking he was the top dog, he started suspecting his rival was pulling a fast one. Yeah, this dude totally knew what was up. Right then, Pang Do-Chion called out the hero for having secret powers. He was sure the hero wasn't as epic as he seemed and was using some sneaky skills he didn't see coming. Ha Jung-woo got more curious as his rival started hyping him up for hiding his powers so well. With that, Pang Do-Chion was all set to get back at the hero with the most epic takedown ever. Seeing this, the evil dude told the young guy he totally misunderstood the situation, but Pang Do-Chion didn't care and decided to show off a special move. He started zooming around the hall super fast with a godly crushing wind, bragging that no one ever survived it. He said it was an honor to meet your end with his ultimate move. As he was about to deliver the final blow, a crazy powerful blast of energy came from the HQ. Seeing the whole place shaking, everyone wondered what caused such chaos. Then, everything went chill. Pang Do-Chion claimed victory. He thought he'd overestimated his rival, which is why he unleashed such a massive energy blast. This move, which never missed before, was the pride of his clan, the Invincible Emperor. But little did he know, this time it totally flopped. Pang Do-Chion was shocked to see Ha Jung-woo still standing, refusing to believe his eyes. Our hero smirked, recognizing the move as an upgraded version of godly crushing wind from the Invincible Emperor of the Habo clan ages ago. Pang Do-Chion freaked out that his rival knew so much about his family and demanded to know who he really was. The hero decided to reward the young guy for the nostalgia trip, saying history doesn't remember the move that took out the Invincible Emperor. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader, curious about the explosion, hoped the Strong Dai and the Darkness Guild leader had already faced off. Seeing their plans could be wrecked if they hadn't met, he ordered the rest of the gates to charge in and take down the Darkness Guild. Then suddenly, the ground started shaking. And just like that, without anyone knowing how, the Darkness Guild HQ was totally wiped out. With that, everyone panicked because not only did they miss the Darkness Guild leader, but the Chinese would be mad since Pang Do-Chion was toast. So, they decided to pass off the fallen martial artist as a hero. Later that night, at the Wu Group's dimension, laughter filled the halls as the master and his secretary saw 2 maids cracking up at their phone. The secretary quickly snatched it away, reminding them they were in the presence of the presidents. She checked what they were laughing at and was shocked by the post she saw. Seeing the scandal his son was caught up in, the president was furious. Meanwhile, after watching the news, the Wu successor started to freak out. He called out the protagonist, saying he'd spare him for now but promised to come back later after dealing with Pang Do-Chion. And so, seeing on the news that the first victim that is end fighting the Darkness Guild's injustice, the Chinese government decided to investigate while the Guild Alliance expressed condolences to the young man's family. The young Wu panicked, realizing the protagonist was now coming for him. Only then did someone enter his room. The president burst in, yelling at the young man for disgracing the family name. He got even angrier, seeing his kid stay silent. But as the kid said it was the same old story, he urged him to face him head-on because this was no joke. Hyun shouted he knew the problem and promised his dad he'd fix it himself. But the president didn't care and said he should have invested in his 2 brothers and talked them to lead the company instead. Hyun thought it was totally wild that his dad was stressing over the company while his life was basically on the line. So, he stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him, leaving his dad totally baffled. Right then, the secretary's phone started buzzing like crazy. She tried to answer without bugging her boss, but what she heard on the phone left her totally speechless. Turns out, the young master got accused of being in cahoots with the Darkness Guild. Next day, Yuhara, super stoked to see the main dude show up on time, was shocked to see him rolling with his squad. so he explained they were her diehard fans. The little lady suggested snapping a pic with them. Hearing this, both dudes suddenly bowed right there in the street, offering their full-on services to Yahello, claiming they were there just to see her. Totally embarrassed, she quickly hushed them and reminded them they were in public and, like, older than her. Still, the two guys didn't stop their cringeworthy antics. Later, Yahello asked Ha Jung-woo about his weird friends, wondering if he'd brainwashed them, which wasn't too far off, since fear can totally change a dude. But seeing they were her fans, she decided to let it slide and instead ran about the Woo Corporation. When asked about the drama with them, she reminded the main dude that her power was holy eyes and brought up the rumors of Hyun-woo trying to off the hero. Ha Jung-woo stood quiet for a sec before spilling the whole truth. He told Yahello how the Woo group was trying to shut down his dad's business, who had visited her grandpa once. And when she guessed that this attack on his dad's biz was why he invested in it, he confirmed it was true. Yahello was shook when the main dude said assassins from the Darkness Guild were hired to take him out. Seeing she was having a hard time believing him, he doubled down, saying assassins were sent after him and he took them all out. Yahello couldn't wrap her head around this wild and scary story. Our hero decided to lay it all out after saying he was just telling the truth. And so, after a story packed with danger and drama, Yahello got that hubbub, the Woo group, and the Darkness Guild were all linked. Seeing all these big shots were gunning for Ha Jung-woo, the girl couldn't help but freak out. So, our hero decided to calm her down. He said coming after him was a huge mistake and he'd take on anyone who dared to mess with him. But Yahello was also worried about her own safety. Our hero knew this was a touchy subject, and that it's human nature to fight to survive. Even so, the girl seemed to have more on her mind. Tears started welling up as she pointed out how the sketchy Chinese government was also part of the mess. She insisted that avoiding beef with them was crucial, and urged Ha Jung-woo to go into hiding. She was then cut off by a gentle hand of her head. The hero told her to cheer up and trust him, saying he could easily save himself by catching the leader of the Darkness Guild. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Yongin, despite his best efforts to bail, Choi Kyung-hwan found himself in deep trouble. Shot up and impaled from all sides, he still refused to give up. Recognizing the enemy as Habuk's men, he decided to show off his skills as the master of the Darkness Guild. Just like that, the warriors got tangled up in shadows. Unable to move, they started begging for mercy. The man found it hilarious that the enemy was begging for their lives after attacking him. So, he unleashed the swallowing shadows to put them out of their misery. And just like that, the leader of the Darkness Guild wiped out the Habuk hounds with one epic move. Before vanishing into the night and popping up somewhere else, Choi Kyung-hwan realized his target was inside the house in front of him. He then called one of the Dark Stars, asking about the corporation. This one revealed it would soon bite the dust as the corruption would be exposed. The Darkness Guild leader ordered all the Dark Stars to deploy, eager to present Hyun-woo's head to the president of the Woo Company. Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get wild. So, the Dark Stars started popping up, one by one, like some epic cosmic light show. They were the top dogs in the Darkness Guild, strong enough to take on a gate solo, no cap. Choi Kyung-won was all about rebuilding his squad, but first, he had to deal with everyone who did him dirty, including the main dude and Lee Ho-kang. Later on, inside the crib, the guy felt super lame thinking his enemy thought he was safe there. He stormed into his room, ready to throw hands, cause this dude helped the hub up big time. He was hyped to get revenge for his guilt, but just as he was about to go full beast mode, a voice came out of nowhere. Shook, the guy spun around, demanding these two peeps show themselves. Facing the two martial artists who were hyped for his arrival, they said their meetup was about to happen. Choi Kyung-hwan realized he got played and his target was just a dummy. Our hero was like, told you so, and Lee was just pumped for a good brawl before they argued over who gets first dibs. The Darkness Guild boss thought it was some sneaky move and told our heroes to show themselves. The two, who totally forgot he was there, just ignored him and argued over who goes first. Choi Kyung-hwan was done with the clowning and told Lee Ho-kang he was next while charging up his attack. The strong dude dodged like a pro. He told Choi Kyung-won to show, and asked how he spotted him so quick. So, the guy charged, saying his annoying voice was a dead giveaway. Claw attack, but it was a swing and a miss. Choi Kyung-hwan thought he was lucky because all his targets were in one spot, only to get slapped and sent flying through the wall. The main dude told him to hang tight while they figured out who fights him first. The guy watched, jaw dropped, as his opponents played rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. In the end, the strong dude won. Then, the room got split in half by the Darkness Guild boss, who was over the jokes. And while Lee Ho-kang was stoked to finally beat the main dude, the SS charged at him, claws out, and sent him flying into the wall. Even so, the strong dude stopped himself and said he was hyped to fight Choi Kyung-hwan, who deserved the guild master title because he was a beast, but the guy was MIA. The assassin knew he had to focus on the main dude first, because that slap was the first hit he couldn't dodge. He quickly realized how OP the main dude was and knew he had to handle him first, but just as he figured that out, our hero was gone. The strong dude popped up behind him and slammed his head into the ground. Lee Ho-kang wanted his opponent to focus on their fight. Seeing this, the Darkness Guild boss decided to personally take out Lee Ho-kang while his Dark Stars handled the main dude. Just as the strong dude was about to hit the assassin, the guy vanished into the shadows, ready to face his opponent. The Darkness Guild boss was ready to show why he was the boss. With that, the real showdown was about to kick off. Choi Kyung-hwan wanted to trap his opponent in shadows, but the guy dared him to try. With that, the darkest ground was unleashed as the assassin vanished into the darkness. The strong dude thought it was a joke and yanked his opponent out of the shadows, only for the guy to grin wide. Turns out, the one he kicked was just a decoy. Meanwhile, sprinting through the woods, the president's son was super annoyed, thinking the main dude was using him to bait the Darkness Guild boss. So, he yelled at the top of his lungs that he wanted to take out the main dude, only to suddenly come face to face with him. Seeing Ha Jung-woo, the kid was scared stiff. The main dude asked if he enjoyed his last stroll. Back against the wall, the kid threatened that if the hero touched him, his whole fam would be on his tail. Yet Ha Jung-woo wasn't buying it, since his soon-to-be victim was clearly the family's black sheep. So he started freaking out, saying only the Wu family boss could end him. He yelled about how his family would totally avenge him. The boy claimed the Wu family would make the hero and his crew suffer a gnarly fate. But our hero was like, no, not my problem, leaving the dude super confused. Ha Jung-woo thanked him for the heads up and whipped out a Dark Guild dagger, perfect since Choi Kyung-hwan was nearby. The boy freaked out as the hero planned to pin the crime on the Darkness Guild leader. He called him a nut job and bolted, tail between his legs, to dodge a scary end. This chase cracked up the evil dude, who decided to drop a wild truth bomb on the kid. As he caught up, he spilled that the June Gangwon Gate would replace the Wu group after the heroes failed to save it. Ha Jung-woo said none of this would have happened without the kid's crimes. Hearing this, the president's soul thought the villain was a total fiend, but the hero found it funny and said the kid had no right to call him bad for all his bad deeds. Seeing nothing worked, the kid started begging for his life. But our hero didn't care, wanting to take down those who mess with his fam. Jung-woo got a glimmer of hope as his gadget suddenly kicked in. Just like that, he popped up a 7-layered iron rod bunker as his shield. This twist got the hero hyped, urging his foe to just accept his fate. Then, out of nowhere, a missile strike hit the area. The blasts were epic, wiping out everything. Afterward, the kid crawled out, claiming the hero got what he deserved. He laughed like a maniac, thinking his cash saved him from doom. But just as he started his victory dance, a voice came from behind. In a flash, the kid lost an ear. The hero, all good, said not to party too soon and to live honestly next time. Cornered, he begged for his life again, saying he changed. But the hero wasn't buying it and finished off Jung-woo, who was clearly plotting a backstab. Just like that, the president's son was history. The hero vowed to take down anyone threatening his family. But that wasn't all, as he tossed his dagger, saying sneaky picks were a no-go too. His weapon was strong enough to cause major chaos. After blasting through the trees, he called out the hidden peeps, knowing he hicked down despite their stealth. The stalkers couldn't hide their bleeding. The shocked Black Stars couldn't believe the hero found them, even in the shadows. Ha Jung-woo smirked, saying they should have muffled their sound waves. He meant the sound of their core. This puzzled the Dark Stars, as not even their boss could hear it. With their cores wrecked, the Dark Stars couldn't fix themselves. They phased out to warn their boss about the danger. Realizing this young dude was the mastermind behind their guild's fall, Ha Jung-woo was bummed to see Choi Kyung-hwan's followers vanish without a word, even though they came to serve their boss. Following the starry clues, he knew the leaders still had 3 Dark Stars, but wasn't sure if he'd make it out alive. Meanwhile, back at the remote house, the epic showdown between the 2 leaders raged on. Choi Tae-hwan called out Lee Ho-guk for wrecking his own stuff, only to get all wide-eyed when Lee charged at him, demanding a real showdown. He decided to hit him with his 7th gate style. Gold steel destroys shoals, aiming to deliver a punch that could make a mountain cry. But the assassin just let the punch pass through him, mocking the muscle dude, wondering why he was whining about his martial arts being annoying. That's when he switched up his moves as Lee rushed in for another hit. Choi Kyung-hwan said he couldn't entertain the strong dude anymore. His hit list for the night was way too long. So, he summoned his Dark Stars to trap him. Lee Ho-guk laughed, saying he could smash the assassin's support with 1 punch, only to see the assassin charging from behind, ready to make him eat his words. When the strong dude said he was fighting with petty tricks, the assassin grinned and hit him with Thunder Ingot Gold Steel, blasting him into the wall. After giving the gatekeeper a taste of his own medicine, the guildmaster asked if he was shocked to see him use one of his moves. Lee Ho-guk got up without a word, surprising his opponent, who wondered if he didn't hit hard enough or if the guy was just too beefy. The angry strong dude demanded to know how the assassin learned his move and accused him of stealing secrets. The assassin joked that the gate security was a joke and said he found those secrets online. Lee Ho-guk charged, saying the thunder move needed attributes, but the shadows said it was easy to learn and planned to enjoy watching him miss all his hits. The annoyed gatekeeper couldn't figure out how his opponent dodged his attacks, wondering if he had spies in his gate, but he quickly ditched that idea, knowing the protagonist would have found any outsider while his opponent kept mocking him. Then, Choi Kyung-hwan shot the gatekeeper by using Gold Steel Destroys Shoals against him. Lee Ho-guk, surprised to see another stolen move, knew the enemy couldn't have mastered it so fast. Choi Kyung-hwan told him to stop being boring and warned more damage was coming. He didn't use another move from the strong man's gate. breakthrough. This annoyed him, thinking those powers were cheap tricks made by psychic abilities, breaking the attribute rules. The assassin was eager to finish his opponent and take over his gate for his Darkness Guild's rebirth. Hearing this, the strong dude just smiled wide. He stopped trying to figure out the enemy's technique, knowing strategy wasn't his thing, and urged him to fight face-to-face to show real power. Choi Kyung-hwan mocked Lee Hoguk for thinking an assassin would fight him head-on. He decided to end it by using the trap set with dark stars, signaling his minions to activate Abyss Field Shadow Storm. As darkness attacked from all sides, Choi Kyung-hwan told Lee Hoguk he'd swallow him with his powers. As shadows closed in, the man didn't budge. The assassin laughed hysterically, thinking no one could survive this, only to be shot right after. Suddenly, lightning cut through the darkness. Lee Hoguk said Choi Kyung-hwan had no real technique and no cheap trick could scratch him. He demanded his opponent stop hiding behind tricks and fight like a real martial artist. Choi Kyung-hwan was shocked to see him escape the trap, recognized his strength, and called him more of a muscle head than expected, then revealed all his dark stars were still alive as two charged from behind. Yet Lee Hoguk, who first thought the outcome would be the same, was shocked. The man he just killed was now stabbing him in the gut. In a fit of rage, he went for a mega punch, only to realize he was just swinging at a shadow. Moments later, he got backstabbed again, like, ouch. Lee Hoguk was getting super annoyed with these shadows, calling them pesky bugs, but missed again and got backstabbed, yet again. Choi Kyung-hwan was all smiles, seeing his illusions and dark star tricks were still top tier, bragging they were unbeatable. The big dude started thinking he was up against some ghostly specters or something. The dark stars explained they made illusions by bending space, messing with minds before going for the tail. The trio used their dark star fusion, Diablo Shade, and charged at the big guy to finish him off. Then, out of nowhere, a mega beam of light wiped out their attack. The culprit said sorry for taking out his targets in one hit, but asked why his buddy was dragging the fight when time was ticking. Choi Kyung-hwan was shook seeing his elite assassins get wiped out so easily. Lee Hoguk yelled at the hero for butting in as an assassin tried to sneak up on him. The hero said he was just helping, then quickly took out the assassin, saying he was untouched. Lee Hoguk was all about quality over quantity, so they started bickering and swearing while the assassin just stood there, confused. Seeing the hero was clearly sorry, he realized he was outmatched. Still, he lunged at the big guy, thinking he must be tired, only to hear a creepy voice saying he was interrupting again. The evil dude told the assassin he'd end him if he moved. Then, the big guy hit him with a powerful punch, telling his buddy not to butt in. Choi Kyung-hwan realized neither guy was taking him seriously. Lee Hoguk said since he joined the Darkness Guild to fight its boss, had Young-woo noticed the meathead had a new move. Lee Hoguk, clueless about how the assassin got his moves, was sure he couldn't copy a move he just made, but Choi Kyung-hwan proved him wrong. He used the same move to blast him a few feet away. Lee Hoguk was now super annoyed. The assassin laughed, saying he got stronger as the fight went on, mocking the guy for not figuring out his trick. But the hero quickly realized it was his clone attribute. This rare dark power let the user copy and even upgrade an opponent's ability by mixing it with his own. Choi Kyung-hwan said his opponent was done for, then used his skills to boost his Thunderbolt Burst, shacking the big guy. The hero new clone ignored the limits of attributes, courses, and waves. Even though he wanted to see more of this power, they had to hurry. Time was running out. Wanting to respect the big guy's fight, he used a metal spike from Kang Hyam-woo to speed things up, but the meathead fought the assassin using the under techniques was his secret love child, then got stabbed in the butt, making him jump in pain. The assassin was shocked as something unexpected happened. His opponent suddenly unleashed a powerful energy blast, and with no way to dodge, Choi Kyung-hwan had to take it head-on. And just like that, a massive energy wave wiped out everything in its path. Then, the sun started to rise. On the way back, Lee Hoguk called out the hero for statting him. The hero said he was just trying to help. Ha Jung-woo knew this duplicate attribute was like Ju Ho Myung's, but it didn't need killing the targets, and getting it would be a sweet addition to his arsenal. Right after, the buff dude demanded a massive payout from the young guy for backstabbing him, but the young dude just couldn't take him seriously. Little did our squad know, someone was creeping on them from a distance, plotting something shady. It wasn't long before the news blew up about how the Darkness Guild took out Kang Hae-yoon-roo and the epic Lee Hoguk, who totally owned them. Some of the 8-year-old Baekjong Shio, who was an online power scaler for martial artists, nudged him to check out the vid of the showdown between Lee Hoguk and the assassin. Seeing how slick this fight was, the high schoolers instantly knew whoever caught it on camera must have been super lucky. Watching the strong dude play with his shadowy rival, one of the guys said he must be grade 9, so the power scaler jumped in to school his buddy, saying Lee Hoguk was strong enough to be in that high grade. Based on the Darkness Guild leader being between grades 7 and 8, he figured Lee Hoguk was at the low end of grade 8, and while his pals found it hard to believe, seeing how beastly he looked, he explained that according to the ratings, there was no grade 9 inches their country. Baekjong Seo then showed his crew the ranking he made himself. The guys thought it was weird and made no sense that paying Du Qian was ranked number 1, but the power scaler was sure of his list, as this hunter, rumored to have taken out a Class 8 monster in one hit, had to be deep integrated. Even so, they still couldn't wrap their heads around it, as the one who took him down must have been stronger, with Lee Hobo being too weak to beat him. That John, Seo, said there were traces of the protagonist's power where Pang Go-chan fell. Seeing this, the guy started roasting the power scaler, since even though he labeled the hero as grade 6, he claimed he was the one who took out the top die on his list. Seeing how even he found it kinda wild, he decided to day into the real power of the protagonist. Meanwhile, laughter echoed through the Gyungangmun Gate. Its keeper, enjoying a feast fit for a king, asked the secretary to read the comments again. All the comments were hyping up the dude's epic muscles, and while Lee Haguk was stoked that everyone was searching his name online, the secretary was worried since some were calling him the mighty foodier. But the dude couldn't care less and was loving his new fame as a swarm of fangirls rushed to him. Some dashed to snap pics with his biceps, others posed in front of his abs, while some took selfies between his arms. The protagonist popped up out of nowhere and pointed out how he looks healthier than ever. The strong dude hurried to hush him. As for the first time away from cameras, he was finally the star of the show. At that moment, Secretary Kim asked the ladies to bounce since his boss had a patched schedule. Lee Hogut blamed the protagonist for all the chaos, so the protagonist said it was the price of fame, and that the dude never cared about others' attention before. The dude insisted a hero was at fault and asked if he filmed his fight with the Darkness Guild leader to make some cash online. Ha Jung-woo said the money was just a bonus and his real aim was to catch someone's eye. And just like that, our hero turned the story spun into public truth. Later on, someone asked if he expected to hear from Heba Panga. The hero confirmed and explained that even after Pang's death, they were still trying to get into Korea, and since everyone now thought they avenged Pang Do-chan, his family would obviously want payback. Even so, the strong dude still couldn't figure out why the Hebuk family was so eager to get into their country. He explained they were at war with 5 major leagues and wanted to take over Korea to control China. Lee Holguk was fuming to see the Chinese eyeing his country as a battleground, so the protagonist assured him that in just a few days, all their plans would be wrecked. Once on the boat, he explained that just like China, the USA was also making moves, which is why they needed to stay sharp. Upon entering, as they asked if they were in the right room, someone confirms he was stoked to meet them. So, picture this, a top-tier grade 6 martial artist, sent by the family head, rolls up to our hero's gate, all because his son got offed. He's super grateful for the help, like, thanks, dudes. The gatekeeper's all, hey, I'm the gatekeeper, and this is my buddy. And the emissary's like, oh snap, rising star alert. They do the classic handshake of respect, like, yeah, we're cool. Then the dude's like, let's sit and chat, you've got loads to cover. Lee Hogup's all, I'm not here on official biz, while the other guy's like, thanks for avenging Pang Du-cheon's murder. The strong guy laughs, just guarding my date, no biggie. The emissary's thinking, dude, don't be modest, while plotting to make him an ally to keep their Korean influence strong. He's like, my masters dig Gum Gameon's power, and the strong guy's like, heck yeah, we're the strongest. Then the emissary's like, by the way, the president's third son asked for your help. Right gen, Pang Se, the third son, walks in, all grateful to our heroes. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo's stoked to see his toy again. Back in the day, he blew Pang Se's mind by planning to send him home to become the next house successor, even though he wasn't next in line. This move would later shake up the Chinese government big time. But just as the hero's plotting his next move, bam, a wild energy surge hits him from behind, leaving him shook. Over at Unique Alliance HQ, Sung Ho-baek, the upper grade 6 team leader, is like, we gotta declare a national emergency to protect everyone. But the chief director's like, chill, just warn the agents, no need to panic. The leader's yelling, rifts are popping up everywhere. Monsters leveling up, we can only push them back. But that's not even the scariest part. On top of getting super strong, rifts are appearing randomly, like this grade 9 cave that just showed up. While everyone's freaking out, some martial artists from Branch 12 are like, let's show these monsters who's boss. But before the leader can finish his epic speech, bam, he's clubbed by a giant and his team's horrified. The monster's all smug, smashing humans with his buddies. Pang Se, who bailed from the ship when the portal opened, lands in a worse mess on land. Seeing Grave 5 agents can't even scratch the beasts. Knowing his martial arts are useless, he bolts, but gets spotted fast. So, he's sprinting for his life with a giant monster on his tail. Then, out of nowhere, he's blasted by a cosmic god palm. The emissary swoops him just in time to save him, surprised to see him here since he was the first to escape. To his shock, Pang Se admits he was too scared to run despite trying his best. As the emissary tells the master to run, he's too slow to react to his master's warning and gets crushed by a giant club. Now, nothing's between the young master and the giant monster. Just when he thinks he's toast, the giant club stops mid-swing. He opens his eyes, wondering why the beast paws, then boom, it explodes into pieces. A savior's arrived. Ha Jung-woo tells his subordinate, even if you're the weakest in the black unit, you should have done something. Seeing him struggle against the monsters, he scraps his original plan, using this as training, and tells him to flee. The young guy doesn't waste time, obeys, and runs, making Ha Jung-woo realize Pang Se still needs some work. and just as he spun around to handle the beasts, his personal battle-crazed buddy was already using them as punching bags. Seeing this, he figured the threat would be toast soon. As Lee Hoguk kept tearing through the monsters, calling them weaklings, the medics on the scene could only watch, jaws dropped. Not knowing who he was, they were totally baffled by his guts and strength. When Big John Seo introduced him as the mighty Gyeomgang Pillar and the rumored Gyeomgang Moonju, the guys complimented the boy on his smarts, so he awkwardly claimed he was just a nerd about this stuff. Baekjung Seo was sure the weakest of those monsters could be a grade 7 demon, but seeing how the open portal was clearly a grade 9 one, this wave of weaker monsters could only mean one thing. Meanwhile, Lee Hoguk, who was demanding tougher monsters, saying grade 9 portals were no biggie, noticed something behind him. Something was giving him the stink eye. One of the top-level demons, known as the Great Dokabi King of Grade 9, had shown up. With that, Lee Hoguk was stoked. Finally a real challenge. The King of the Beasts then let out a fierce roar, and even though it was just a scream, it was powerful enough to freak out the nearby civilians. The power scale realized that not even Lee Hoguk could take on the master solo and that they'd need either a grade 8 squad or one grade 9 martial artist. Seeing how the strong dude was only a fresh grade 8, the surroundings would get wrecked by the battle even if he managed to win. And while the boy started thinking that escaping was top priority, the battle-crazed maniac had already closed the gap between him and the monster, and just as the beast started monologuing, it suddenly stopped. Lee Hobuk delivered one of his epic attacks that totally obliterated the top half of the monster. Even he was surprised, and while everyone else thought he was the one to one-shot the monster, he got annoyed, as Ha Jung-woo had jumped in his fight again and helped him take down the monster. Soon after, the news of Lee Hoguk single-handedly wiping out a grade 9 monster wave went viral, so more rifts popped up in other areas, causing major chaos and the death of many. While Lee Hobuk was hailed as a hero for closing a rift on his own while keeping the destruction low-key, making him more popular than ever. Meanwhile, alone in his room, someone was determined to use his evidence to spill the tea. He was eager to reveal the powerhouse hiding behind Lee Hoguk to the public. The next day, a portal appeared in Wolgae-dong where the citizens were urged to bounce as soon as possible. The forces of Hwachanmun, handling this rift, were doing their best to get the civilians out. Seeing how all known fighters had cleared the area, Kim Jin-kyung, the Hwachian's Invincible Unit 2 leader, said the enemy should show up soon. Only then did something crack behind them, followed by a massive blast of energy. After making a dramatic entrance, the monster grabbed the unit leader by the head. As the monster asked if he was the one who offed his brother, Kim Jin-kyung realized he must have lurked the gatekeeper about this grade 8 demon pronto. After checking out his victim for a bit, the demon realized this wasn't the human he was looking for and proceeded to smash his head with his fingers. Meanwhile, someone was reading an article about Lee Hoguk being an overhyped fraud. It also claimed the gatekeeper should step up and that the real leader of the gate needed to come forward. After reading this, the gatekeeper demanded an explanation. His successor, the upper grade 5, No Woo Hyan, presented this as the necessary evidence to take Lee Hoguk down a peg. As this one claimed everyone was overhyping the strong dude and even thought he was the real leader of the Gate Alliance, he got smacked with an iPad. The gatekeeper told his successor he shouldn't be thinking about such nonsense while their forces are out there fighting monsters. He urged him instead to join them and bring him the head of at least one demon to prove himself. At that moment, Lee Gang-cheon entered the room. The young man then formally greeted the gatekeeper, who was surprised to see them crash the party uninvited. Lee Gang-cheon tried to say that since they were in their territory, which was under monster attack, they decided to lend a hand, only to be poked in the back by the protagonist. And then, boom! They revealed they were there to check out the bogus rumors about their gate. Kwon Bo-hyun felt totally dissed and accused the outsiders of doubting his gate. Our hero was like, yep, that's right. Since they found out the fakers' IP matched theirs. Kwon Bo-hyun whipped out his spear, calling them cocky young pugs. He'd heard the buzz about the hero who beat Ju Hom-young, saying it was just dumb luck. Then, out of nowhere, something popped out of the wall behind him. It was the monster hunting his bro's killer. Sniffing out the blood trail to this spot, the gatekeeper and Lee Gang-cheon were shook when a grade 8 monster crashed the party. Seeing Kwon Woo-hyun charge, they yelled for him to back off. This beast was no joke, but the master just casually punched it into the wall. The beast was like, this grade 5 ain't my bro's killer, and vowed to shred the real culprit. Lee Gang-cheon realized it was after his buddy, denied it, and said the media blamed Lee Hoguk. But when the monster zeroed in on him, they knew it didn't care about media gossip. The beast charged at the human reeking of his brother's scent, which proved the young dude's theory about it being after his friend. As the monster went berserk, they got smacked with a fire dragon blast from behind. The gatekeeper was all in, ready to solo the monster. He unleashed a storm of fists, the fire dragon combo. Ha Jung-woo saw the old man's surprise power, but knew he'd never top Lee Hoguk. The gatekeeper was hyped to roast the monster, slamming his son into the wall. But the monster just called him an annoying bug. Before the old man knew it, the beast snuck up for a surprise attack. Just when the old man thought he was toast, a new challenger appeared behind the beast. This one used Rampart's fire lance to slice it from head to toe, which made it howl in pain. The old man seized the moment and blasted the creature with his fire dragon world. The giant monster couldn't handle the heat. They got roasted and turned to ashes. The gatekeeper's oldest daughter, Hua, with her dual personality, a grade 7 known as the Flaming Flower, showed up just in time. After the dust settled, Li Gangxiun was blown away. They got saved by the Flaming Flower herself. Our hero, who had a feeling this gate was about to get wild, was stoked to see her and thought she and her bro were pretty different. Soon after, they rushed to help the injured. The Gad started hyping up his daughter for saving everyone, saying he was super proud. While the son, annoyed his press conference got wrecked by the monster and his sis stole the spotlight, he ditched the dude patching him up to run to his Gad and say they should call reporters to brag about beating a grade 8 monster. This made the old man lose it, caring more about the wounded than fame. He called his kid a letdown and told him to scram. Those harsh words hit Quan Wu Hyun hard. Later, during the rescue ops, Quan Wu Hua was bossing the crew, focusing on the most hurt. Her brother came over wanting a chat. Seeing she was swamped, she told him to make it quick. The son, thinking their dad would never pick a daughter as successor no matter how strong, so he had some cool friends who wanted to meet her. This left the girl puzzled, since their dad just told them to focus on the injured. So this girl was all, I shouldn't have to keep going solo. I need to find someone. Then asked if there was anyone she was into. She said there was a dude who caught her eye, but she wasn't sure if she was his type. Her brother was all hyped to see who his sis was crushing on, but when he found out it was the main character she was into, Hyun was like, no way, he's ugly, and pointed out he was from a different gate, but sis just didn't get it. He went on about how the hero and his crew were trying to be the big shots, and she shouldn't even think about him right now. The fiery flower told her bro to chill, saying she just thought the guy was good looking. Then he accused her of planning to use her looks to charm him and mess with his spot as the gate's heir. The girl was shook. Her own bro would accuse her of something so shady. With that, she stormed off, saying their dad would never make a daughter the successor. Seeing this, she realized her dad's praise only made things worse with her brother. Even as kids, she knew he was always jelly of her, so she'd step up and take his place if it meant saving the gate. She was selling getting stronger and not backing down from her bro, whose selfishness could wreck their gate, because today's world was all about girl power. Meanwhile, Hyren was told to get off the rooftop. Seeing the young girl in danger, the secretary was like, get down. Then her big bro showed up with a hero and asked what was up, so the guy explained she was trying to heal her broken heart. While the hero was confused, Li Kang-chun figured she must have heard about his thing with Yuhara, but that didn't explain the rooftop, so the secretary said she was praying to the moon and sun. Ha Jung-woo found it kinda annoying, thinking people might get the wrong idea. For him, it was easy to push the Lee family to their limits for practice, but he couldn't do the same to Hyren, who was like a sis to him. So he asked her to get down, and she said she was safe and would keep praying till her wish came true. Our hero got annoyed because she was as stubborn as her dad, and no one forcing her down wouldn't work. He said he'd wait for her. Hyren looked at him with sparkly eyes. Our hero said exactly what she wanted to hear, promising to wait for her for a decade. With that, Heron rushed to hug him. Ha Jung-woo knew hearts weren't stable and Hyren would forget him after hitting puberty. Just like that, the evil mastermind avoided breaking a kid's heart. Soon after, laughter filled the mansion. Lee Hoguk was happy hearing his preteen daughter was now dating a grown man. But the hero was like, I'm just being nice, don't get it twisted. As the dad kept teasing, he suddenly said they needed to go to war with China. Seeing the strongman confused, he repeated they were going to fight the Chinese government. Hearing this, Lee Hoguk rushed to check if the young man was sick, thinking it was fever talk. So Ha Jung-woo reminded him how he said China would try to take over Korea's martial arts world after sorting their own stuff. Seeing how the Chinese could be a threat once united, they needed to stir up internal conflict to single out the big players. Lee Hoguk was all in, eager to take on the Chinese, saying the first to attack would win the war. Ha Jung-woo said they needed to avoid a direct clash with united Chinese martial artists and break their unity from the inside. Hearing this, the strongman realized the hero wanted to spark a civil war among them. He grinned, totally hyped, saying Peng Se was going to kick off this epic internal war when we got back home. Meanwhile, outside the Wu Group HQ, it was Chaos City, with people demanding the truth about the president's son's mysterious death. After Kang Hyun-woo's death hit the news, the company's stocks nositived, like straight into the ground. This put Kang Chulman's spot as chairman on shaky ground, like a Jenga tower about to topple. Everyone was yelling, pointing fingers at him for the whole mess. He said sorry to the shareholders for his son's epic fail, but insisted it was all a setup. Before he could spill his plan, he got a surprise visit from someone barging in. It was none other than the OG, 85-year-old Kang Buk-hwan, the founder who had to step down cause of health issues. The old dude went off, calling his son a total fail at parenting and business, demanding he quit. But the guy wasn't about to give up his spot without a fight. Then his brother jumped in, saying he had no room to talk after all his screw-ups. Banter Kang Chul-jin, the 3-year-old second son, totally fed up with his bro's leadership. He said his bro should step down and all the shareholders were like, yeah, what he said. Later, he was super salty about losing his position. Just then, 2 people he was going to hit up showed up, and he was like, help me out, fam. It was his younger bro Chul Her and little sis Hee Jin, ready to back him up. And boom, the ex-president teamed up with his sibs to take on their dad. At first, things were looking up for the second son and the old man, but then the old guy's health took a nosedive, flipping the script for the other side of the fam. Kang Chul-min jumped on the chance, teaming up with his sibs to snag over half the company, and just like that, he was back in the chairman's seat, leaving the shareholders who were booting him speechless. Later, the secretary told the president that the Han Young Industries boss was here, so he let him in. At first, he was all smiles, but then he was like, wait, if the main dude from Jiun Gangmun Gate, Ha Jung-woo, came to say congrats on getting his job back but thought the guy was all about power after losing his son. Meanwhile, the president thought the young dude was trying to squeeze more out of him, so he told him to scram. But before leaving, the hero dropped a bomb, saying they found clues from the late Darkness Guild master. Leaving the president stunned, he said the assassin was plotting against Wu Group and they had a recording of who hired the Darkness Guild, with all the deets. The president was fuming, knowing if this leaked during the investigation, his whole group could crumble. So he accused the young dude of trying to blackmail him. But Ha Jung-woo was like, nah, just here for a win-win. The president knew he couldn't let the young dude get to him and needed more shares to keep his grip on the company, so he decided to play it cool about their chat. Ha Jung-woo caught on and pushed him to make the right call, but the president was like, nah, it's your date that means to choose wisely. As soon as the young dude left, the president asked the secretary if their convol that recorded, but to his shock, she said the whole recording just vanished. Poof. Outside, the main dude thought about how the government would probably back the Wu Group to keep the economy from tanking. Despite feeding tons of people, this company was shady, and while its secrets were getting spilled, the big bosses were just obsessed with control. The main dude knew he had to kick out the president, who was nearly broke, and his femme from the top spot. The evil mastermind wanted to empty their bank accounts and make them thicker until they were all wiped out. Then, out of nowhere, someone bumped into him. And when the guy kept chatting without even a "my bad," the hero got super curious. Meanwhile, the dude just grinned. It was Gold Knight from some mystery squad who had just mailed his mission. Meanwhile, Hyper Factory was leveling up big time, its value skyrocketing, turning it into a mid-sized company. I gotta explain that being a mid-sized biz meant more perks but also more taxes. It's like realizing with great power comes great responsibility, right? Then, the bald dude turned to the president, asking about the next move. The president got triggered by his son, who was just chilling with his coffee. He wanted his kid to speak up since he always took the first step. But when his son said they should use formal titles at work, Dad got even more annoyed, trying hard not to start a public showdown. In the end, Ha Jung-woo said he knew all the issues, so he hired a sketchy finance team to fix things. Everyone clapped and cheered for the young genius. The president was super proud of his son, calling him the best thing in his otherwise lame life. Then the director warned the president to get ready. Ha Jung-woo told his dad they were expecting a scary guest. Suddenly, a dark figure stormed in, looking for our hero. Seeing this person, the president was freaked out. It was his son's future grandpa-in-law, yelling at the hero for stealing his lawyer. But the boy said he just gave the guy some work since he was slacking. But the old man wasn't having it. Ha Jung-woo said the old dude shouldn't be so salty about giving his granddaughter's boyfriend one lawyer. This really ticked off the old man, who pointed out the boy never even called his granddaughter, explaining how people text now. The old man threatened to shut down all the young guy's businesses, but the boy reminded him he was supposed to be on a business trip. The old man took it as a diss. Ha Jung-woo then said the old man wouldn't be there if it wasn't for business. At that point, his dad stepped in, telling him to be nicer to his girlfriend's grandpa. But when the young guy said the old man's group was secretly stacking cash from the rifts, the old man was stunned, so he grabbed him by the wrist and took him somewhere private to chat. Once alone, the old man asked how he knew about his plans, and the boy said there were rumors about his company investing in cores and demon remains. Hearing this, the old man didn't deny it, saying his business would score big from those investments. So the hero suggested their companies team up for a new joint investment plan, which left the old man shocked, because it meant Dehan Group and Hyper Factory would be equal partners, which was wild. Then the hero mentioned the Gate of the Strong Man would be involved too. The mention of Ji and Gangwon surprised the old man, since his members were strong enough to snag pores easily. With that, he agreed, saying he trusted the silent gatekeeper, which shocked the evil mastermind, since Lee Hoguk was known for being anything but quiet. Ha Jung-woo then asked the old man for a favor if they teamed up. He wanted him to buy the Wu Group shares. Hearing this, the old man asked if the hero was behind all the trouble the company was facing, only for him to play them and say he just wants the squad power boost. The old dude said no need to hide the truth, but our hero was all about keeping it hush-hush. Even though Daehan Group had way more cash than Wu Corp, they were way ahead in the Rift District game. So, the old dude asked if our hero really thought the squad would just hand over their stocks. Ha Jung-woo said their only smart move was to hold onto their shares, but soon, drama would explode like a TikTok trend. So, the old dude was down to kick off the investment plan, knowing it was prime time to mess with Wu Group while they were weak and split. Ha Jung-woo planned to make the Wu Prez drop big bucks on the Assassin intel and funnel the cash to Daehan to snag some Wu shares. He was super hyped, knowing this plan would totally tick off the Prez, who'd totally fall for their trick. The next day, From a car with some serious action inside, all 4 doors flew open like a scene from a spy movie. Lee Hogup's kids couldn't sleep with all the snoring and Dad's sleek karate moves. Ha Jung-woo told the gatekeeper the Gate Alliance meeting was on the top floor, VIP style. The strong Jew said the Alliance leader made the top floor exclusive for leaders, leaving the rest for the public. Our hero, who said they could grab a snack before the meeting since there was time, realized how loaded this guy was. Lee Hobuk was surprised by the hero's move, who said they needed energy and suggested hitting up a sushi spot on floor 1. The strong dude was glad the young guy finally got some taste after all their time together, only for him to say he was way more gourmet. Later, in front of drool-worthy sushi plates, the second son was shook by how tasty the sushi looked and asked if the hero was really treating them. Ha Jung-woo said he was going to pay with his own cash at first, then got a credit card from the general manager. The boy was bummed, hoping to eat his fill. Only then did the hero realize he dodged a massive bill, as Lee Gang-cheon was a sushi beast who once demolished a whole buffet solo. This one then said he was bummed, as the general manager would have been mad for spending so much on food. Only for Lee Hoguk to say his son shouldn't skimp on food, and when asked to explain, the dad told his son he'd chat with the manager, making his son super happy, and as this one said thanks, the strong dude said you shouldn't go into battle on an empty stomach. Ha Jung-woo said they were going to a corporate meeting, not war. Yet Lee Hoguk said he'd throw hands if he saw anything he didn't like. With that, the 4 of them decided to chow down. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the building, a dude apologized to his gatekeeper for making him walk so much after parking. This was Kim Monsoon, the gatekeeper of Daehmu, who couldn't stand Lee Hoguk and was itching to leave the capital but loved cleanliness. Only then did he see a crowd forming, wondering if the whole fam was there. Everyone was amazed by Lee Hoguk and his fam, who devoured endless sushi plates and kept going. Our hero told them they needed to hit the meeting as soon as possible, hoping to praise his card didn't have a limit. So, the dad told his kids to stop eating since it was rude to eat so much. As they left the restaurant, everyone was stunned as the fam had cleared 400 sushi plates. Only then did the strong dude spot someone mocking him for his ironic silent gatekeeper title. This was Kim Monsoon, who dissed him right to his face. Seeing this, the kids rushed to hold back their dad, only for him to shake them off and charge at the one who insulted him. Meanwhile, the swordsman, gritting wide, dared him to attack as he whipped out his blade. Only then did the son tackle his Gaud to the ground. He used so much strength, it was like the ground got him makeover. Gaud was fuming, but the son reminded him where they were. Seeing him tackle his fellow gatekeeper, the crowd felt Lee Hoguk was living up to his rep as a musclehead. He quickly got up, apologized to Kim Monsoon for the surprise attack. Kim got mad, seeing the crowd switch from booing to cheering for the apology. Just before the fight could start, the Gate Alliance swooped in to stop the showdown. Kim Monsoon argued he needed to defend his honor, but the leader said it was silly to fight in front of everyone. So, when he backed down, everyone was impressed by the Gate Alliance's peacekeeping skills. As they soaked up the praise, Kim Monsoon was itching to settle things with the strong guy. Later, in the meeting room, the Alliance leader kicked off the meeting. Meanwhile, the main dude asked his buddy why Lee Hoguk and Kim Monsoon had beef and got the lowdown on an old insult. Years ago, they planned to eat together after a meeting, but the swordsman ghosted the strong guy. Turns out, while Lee Hoguk was chowing down, he stained Kim Monsoon's outfit. Kim Monsoon got mad, called him a pig, and said he couldn't enjoy his meal with stains everywhere. Lee Hoguk was not happy being compared to a farm animal. Lee Gang-cheon explained Kim Monsoon was rumored to have misophobia, a fear of stains unlike his dad. That's why they ended up fighting, with no clear winner. The young guy said even though Kim Monsoon wasn't super active, he was still known for his strength. Ha Jung-woo realized this guy was a master planner, tough to beat. Suddenly, Lee Gang-cheon spotted something cruel. Our heroes stumbled upon the flaming flower. Lee Gang-cheon was hyped to see her again. Ha Jung-woo noticed she seemed less fierce this time, maybe because of her makeup. She walked up to our hero and asked him out. He was shocked by her boldness, said he had a girlfriend, but she didn't care, just wanted company because she was feeling down. Lee Gang-cheon pushed his friend aside, offered to take her out instead, but when she said her sadness vanished, he was confused. The main dude asked her to drop the act, giving her a darker vibe, leaving her startled. She tried to back off, then took a fighting stance. Panicking, young Lee was surprised by her reaction, no doubt about it. For a moment, the flaming flower felt like she was being cut down. As she doubted herself, the villain grinned, saying she achieved her plan's goal. Now knowing his true nature, he mentioned her generous older brother, who skipped the meeting and let her come instead. The flaming flower, not shocked by the villain knowing her family issues, was told not to talk about her brother. Then he upped the ante, saying she betrayed him. Just then, someone rushed to him and Lee Gang-cheon. The eldest Lee's son said the meeting ended, and the gatekeepers planned a martial arts tournament, surprising everyone. He explained the gatekeepers wanted a competition to pick the most stacked members from each gate to boost unity and alliance status. So, someone was spilling the tea on how Kanahai and Wu got into a beef with the main dude after he tried to chat up his girl from the game crew. Then it was all about how young Wu hit up the Darkness Guild and the Peng fam, only to get totally wrecked by Jiang Gaomun. The blonde dude thought it was kinda wild that the hero was mixed up in all this drama, so Gold Knight was like, chill, I'm keeping an eye on Ha Jung-woo. Next day, someone was geeking out over this tiny talking toy that looked like a buff dude. The girls thought it was cute, but the power dude was like, nah, this muscle guy's a total scam. Then the girls roasted him, cause even when he mumbled, they heard him loud and clear. Feeling all awkward, the dude bolted like he was in a race. Later at school, the dude was thinking how it was nuts that people thought the hero's wins were Lee Hobok's. Then he realized the main dude and his buddy were right behind him, ready to call out anyone trash talking his gate. Baek Jong-seo got all nervous hearing Lee Gang-cheon was gunning for his account too. They figured no one at school could own the account, but he knew he had to keep it low-key to stay safe. Soon after, Lee Gang-cheon remembered to tell his buddy that Yoon-jan was finally back at school. He mentioned how her past must have been a big deal for her. Later, at the school hangout, where Yoon-jan was chilling solo, the hero showed up to check on her. Yoon-jan nodded, saying she was feeling better. Ha Jung-woo sat next to her, saying life's full of bad stuff, so sometimes it's best to just forget it. But then, surprise, she started giggling. She thought it was hilarious that the dude next to her sounded like a grandpa. Our hero, who'd been around the block a few times, knew he wasn't exactly a spring chicken and was stoked to see her joking again. Yoon-jan then asked if he hit the 7th circle and noticed any mana changes, and when he said yes, she was shook. Even though she'd been into magic for ages, the hero zoomed past her in under a year like something straight out of an isekai. Yoon-jan asked if she could check his mana, and he was cool with it. She was surprised he agreed so fast, cause showing your circle is like giving away your secrets. Checking his power, she was blown away. Not only did he hit the 7th circle, but his mana control was on point. Ha Jung-woo called this new skill New Age Control, but thought the name was kinda meh, so he was thinking of naming it after himself. Yoon-jan was even more impressed, seeing the hero, still a newbie in magic, thinking big and making his own moves. Seeing her doubt, the evil dude offered to let her compare their mana levels. He then wowed her by sharing some of his magic with her. She quickly got that the hero was trying to show her how to hit circle 7 by letting her see it. And just like that, with a power surge, the 7th circle started opening up for her. But just as she was about to level up, the evil dude hit pause. Embarrassed, she admitted she would have been overwhelmed if he hadn't stopped. He praised her for reaching the 7th circle, thinking she was a genius for nailing control and celestial power fusions so fast. As Yoon-jan thanked him, the hero said she seemed off, so she explained she was just shocked at leveling up so quick. At first, the hero wanted to teach this to his girl but decided to share the knowledge with a loyal girl too, asking for a free dinner in return. Yoon-jan said she could offer way more than a free meal since she was the kid of the Gatekeeper Alliance leader. Lee Gang-cheon finally rolled up, claiming he'd totally find a hero with Yoon-jan, and he brought along this young dude who was on the hunt for the girl. Turns out, this guy was none other than Luke Allen, a 7th circle magician and a total show-off, first son of the Allen fam, one of the top 5 richest in the USA. Ha Jung-woo was all ears, watching his buddy chat with Luke Allen like they were long-lost bros, even though Luke was clearly not from around here. Then, boom, a fight kicked off between the two magicians when the American dude started trash-talking, saying the girl was just like her mom, running away and living without honor. Luke kept calling the girl inferior, claiming he was just spitting facts. But Lee Gang-cheon was like, dude, cup of nonsense. But Luke doubled down, calling her a lowlife who should be kicked out of the fam. The Allen house was rolling in dough, one of the richest in the USA, and they kept their circle tight. Yoon-jong's mom was actually their secret kid. Because of this, her mom faced a ton of hate growing up. I even locked her in a dark room and slammed the door shut. Her parents getched her in there for like a week. When it finally opened the door, the starting kid just wanted to go outside. Seeing this, the lady of the house was mad she survived. After years of this nightmare, the mom bounced as soon as she could and headed to South Korea. There, she met her hubby, the gatekeeper of Cham Mumun, and they had Yoon-jeong. So, the bully was actually her cousin, and the next in line for the Allen house. Yoon-jan yelled she didn't want to deal with her cousin and told him to scram. Luke decided to teach her a lesson with a slap, but someone stopped him just in time. The hero jumped in, saying only barbarians hit first, and decided to put Luke in his place for trying to hit Yoon-jung. Luke Allen found Ha Jung-woo's boldness amusing. Seeing this, the hero offered to end his life instead. Lee Gang-cheon stepped in. Even though he brought Luke to his cousin, he called him out for the insults. But before he could react, Luke Allen blasted him away. When the martial artist got up, he was shocked to see the arrogant dude his friend was holding had vanished. Yoon-jeong begged her friend to stop the fight, saying it was done to mess with the Allen family. Luke popped back up and called Lee Gang-cheon a yellow gorilla. Seeing how shocked the Korean was, the American repeated it. Lee Gang-cheon couldn't take it anymore and charged at Luke Allen. Yoon-jeong begged them to stop fighting, but to his surprise, his target easily blocked the attack, calling him brainless. Lee Gang-cheon was stunned, but his opponent told him to think fast. Then he whipped up a small mass of dark energy and used it to blast him away. Seeing this, the hero realized they were up against a 7th circle magician way stronger than Yoon-jeong. Lee Gang-cheon started wondering about Luke Allen's power. Then his friend teased him for staying down, so he jumped up and demanded the hero not interfere and let him fight one-on-one. With that, he charged at the magician with lightning speed, but Luke used steel skin to block the hit and stand unfazed by the quick attack. Then, bones cracked. In the middle of the intense pain, Li Gangxian was hopping around in agony. Ha Jung-woo couldn't help but admire the American's skill, seeing how fast he used skill skin. Then Luke Allen decided to wrap things up with lightning, and ended the dancing monkey shill. But as he turned to face his cousin, Luke Allen suddenly felt a chill as the hero unreached a powerful kick, causing chaos. Ha Jung-woo wondered if he actually hit his target. The American appeared right behind him, explaining he dodged using warp, saying it was a spell way above the level of the Koreans. He proudly declared it was a Circle 7-level magic while unleashing his flames, but the hero dodged those attacks like a pro, saying he was shook to see such epic fire magic at school. Luke Allen called the protagonist a monkey tool, pointing out he had some tricks up his sleeve too. Ha Jung-woo wasn't having any of that and clapped back at the American. Luke was fuming, and even though he came to give our heroes a little smackdown, he decided to go full-on rage mode, ready to end the protagonist's life with his magic. Then, boom, a stonewall spell popped up and split them apart. Yoon jumped in, telling them to chill and asked the protagonist to stay out of her family drama. Luke Allen called his cousin nuts for trying to square up with him, but she fired back, saying he was the real nutcase for using such strong magic at school. Luke laughed it off, saying the lesser branch of the family was trying to school him, claiming her mom's side was showing. Yoon shot back, saying they were in a special school where he was powerless, and if he caused trouble, he'd face the unique alliance. A crowd of students gathered around the showdown. One student said outsiders couldn't throw hands at their school, while a girl joked that his good looks should give him a pass. And just like that, they started bickering. Seeing this, the new antagonist cracked up, saying his cousin was a fool for trying to challenge his family name with the unique alliance. Yoon suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Her cousin reminded her that these little annoyances wouldn't stop him, and he'd use them for his own fun. A voice from the other side of the wall agreed. The embodiment of evil was hyped to test the power of a 7-circle user. Luke Allen then said, even though he wanted to wipe them out, he only came to introduce himself, so he decided to chill. As soon as the helicopter ladder dropped, he grabbed it, telling the protagonist he'd beat him next time. And just like that, Luke Allen flew off. With that, Ha Jung-woo's suspicions were confirmed. Later at the hospital, Li Gangxian was shook to hear the hero let the dude escape, asking if he wanted the fight to keep going. The musclehead was mad, saying he got wrecked because he wasn't ready. Seeing this, Ha Jung-woo told his hospitalized buddy that even if he was ready, Luke Allen would still own him, which ticked him off. As the protagonist left, his friend said he'd be out tomorrow and begged him not to spill the beans to his gad. Once the door closed, he thought about how the House of Allen was one of the big families running the USA, which was losing its grip in China. Even so, the USA was still the richest, and with the Allen house being one of its top 5 pillars, no doubt they were loaded. He realized the gate of the strong man would struggle against them, especially since the alliance of the gate was trying to unite, and family drama wasn't the only reason Luke Allen came to Korea. He remembered the girl telling him to stop messing with the Allen family, saying they were way out of his league and more powerful than he could imagine. No surprise, Yoon was scared of the Allen family, but he didn't care about their power because they'd be toast once he took them down. Meanwhile, Gold Knight, who was hailing our hero, was plotting how to beat him, waiting for the go-ahead to strike. Then, out of nowhere, our protagonist popped up behind him, recognizing him from their bump at the Woog Group exit. Caught off guard, the man freaked out, so he vanished. Mad, he got busted. The protagonist found it all pretty amusing. With that, the Gold Knight appeared somewhere else. He realized the protagonist was sharper than he looked, remembering him from before, only for the young dude to pop up behind him again, saying, "Of course I remember the guy who sneakily tagged me." The Gold Knight was totally mind blown. Like, how did this guy teleport and spot him from the get-go? He tried to vanish again, saying he really wanted to throw down with a hero, but it just wasn't the right moment. The hero was super annoyed, jumping away and saying he hated being tailed by other dudes. While running, the Gold Knight started wondering who this hero really was, all puzzled because a grade 6 shouldn't be teleporting. Then he noticed something sketchy, but oops, too late. Ha Jung-woo caught up and gave him a meta kick. The dude hit the ground hard, and before he could even blink, bam, face stomped. Ha Jung-woo started grilling him, asking who he was and why he was following, but then noticed something coming from above. Looking up, our hero saw a giant stone fist coming right at him. It smashed down with a crazy amount of power, causing chaos everywhere. And just like that, the hero's target made a slick escape. Seeing the island fam and the stalker show up together, the hero knew something wild was going down. But Ha Jung-woo had no clue. He had other stuff to handle. His squad was on a mission, and once everyone was ready, they busted down the door and stormed the apartment. And just like that, they were in. 7 days earlier, at the hero's crib, while his mom was cooking, he was grinding hard and finally hit stage 9 of the 7th magic circle. Ha Jung-woo was feeling pretty stoked about his progress. Then his sister barged in, calling him a hypocrite. Our hero easily blocked for attack, saying she was as hyper as ever. But the little sis wasn't having any of her brother's excuses. At first, the hero was confused, then realized she was talking about Sunday morning. The little sis yelled at her bro for not visiting Shoyeom. At first, the hero was puzzled, then remembered the girl as his sister's friend who wouldn't leave him alone. The middle schooler was always flirting, asking if he had a girlfriend. Ha Jung-woo said she was smart and a good friend for his sis. Soo Yeon was mad at her bro for ghosting her friend at her promising to call. He remembered how she said she'd wait for his call as she left. Ha Jung-woo told his sis he was just trying not to be rude, but she said her friend took it as a promise and was still waiting. Soo Yeon demanded her bro fix it, as her friend wasn't talking to her because of him. But as she was yelling, the hero pulled out some cash. The girl was annoyed, thinking her bro was trying to buy her off again. Seeing her resist, he upped the cash offer. Soo Yeon tried hard not to cave in front of those 400,000 won. A big deal for her, but pocket change for him. Seeing she was still holding out, he upped it even more. And when it hit 600,000 won, she snatched it super quick. Soo Yeon promised to talk to her friend, saying money wouldn't just fix it, and vowed to reveal her friend's true colors one day. She said she'd need to beat him first, asking why he'd be impressed if she hit grade 6. The hero explained that hitting that grade was tough and she might be a good rival in less than a decade. With that, the siblings started bickering, with the bro telling his sis to find someone stronger than him, which she felt was silly, since she saw her bro as the strongest ever. Only then did she spot what looked like a love letter chillin' in the protagonist's room. Ha Jung-woo was all, "Found it in my school box," and his sis got super hype, pushing him to open it. But when he did, our dude was totally shook. He was ticked off because it was just a chainmail threatening bad luck if he didn't span it out. His little sis dashed to their mom, grinning like she won the lottery. She spilled the tea about her bro thinking he got a love letter, but it was just chainmail, and he had to send 200 copies. Mom was like, "Wow, kids these days still believe in this stuff." Our hero thought it was dumb too and told his sis to quit roasting him. And then, boom, dinner time rolled around. First bite in, and he bit into something hard. Like, what the heck? Rice is supposed to be soft. Mom was shocked, cause, duh, rice should be squishy. At first, he thought it was just bad luck. But then he tumbled down the stairs, face planted, and got super curious. Stuff like getting smacked by a ball, toe stubbing, and phone dropping kept happening. So, he had only one option left. Just like that, he was cranking out 200 copies of the chainmail. Later, he gathered his crew. He told the squad they'd get a bonus on top of their pay. First guy grabbed his pay, all excited, but found a chainmail copy instead. The boss said they could refuse the kindness, but they'd lose next month's pay. Back to now, the squad busted the door, leaving the apartment guy freaked out. He was like, "What do you want?" and got slapped, accused of ruining their lives. The big guy hit the floor, but his pals showed up to face the intruders. The thug got mad, recognizing the two as the big guy's buddies. Baekjeong Seo stayed quiet, threatening to call the cops. The intruders didn't care, feeling nostalgic about their criminal days. The boy, feeling threatened, asked why they were attacked, thinking they owed no money. Turns out it was about the cursed chain mail, they wrote. The boy was confused, but the man said it was about the chainmail curse. Baekjeong Seo shoved the die and tried to bolt, yelling he had nothing to do with it. He screamed about his bad luck, hiding from the protagonist, yet still getting caught. Then our hero showed up, curious why the boy was hiding. His arrival freaked out the power scaler, who hit the ground in fear. The evil duke was eager to see what was up. Later, the three boys were on their knees before the protagonist. That Jung Shell was shocked to see him at his friend's place with his crew. Ha Jung-woo told the boys to spill the beans. The scared student asked what would happen to them, and something was tossed his way. A letter landed between his legs. Our hero said he was losing patience and told them denying was pointless. The big guy apologized, saying they didn't think it'd go this far. Those three troublemakers were in the witchcraft department, learning about spells and curses. But at the academy, they were the least popular, easy targets for jokes. Some students walked by, laughing, asking for fortunes or lottery numbers. The loser squad got super mad, saying they weren't mind readers or anything. But the bullies just shrugged it off and walked away, laughing, which made the chubby one even angrier. The squad couldn't handle the teasing anymore and decided to use their skills for payback. So, when the chubby one demanded an apology, Ha Jung-woo realized their revenge was a cursed chainmail. Even then, he was stoked to see them regret it and offered forgiveness for 3 million won. This amount totally shocked the boys. Seeing their faces, Ha Jung-woo asked if he was asking for too much. Baekjeong Seo said he was, calling him nuts since students couldn't get that kind of cash. So the hero explained he had to hire 300 freelancers to search for 10 days, justifying the price. He then said he was actually losing money by only asking for 3 million and offered a payment plan of 100,000 won a day. Still, the power scaler thought this was outrageous, calling it robbery. Hearing this, the main dude decided to back off and let his crew handle it. The Sooty guys were pumped to get their revenge for every letter they had to write. Ha Jung-woo grinned and told the boys his crew was going to wreck them. Baekjeong Seo freaked out, realizing once the main dude left, his crew would crush them. So his two buddies rushed to the main dude's feet, begging for mercy. They cried and yelled, promising to give him whatever he wanted. Hearing this, he handed them a contract. Our hero decided to recruit them, offering a salary of 1.5 million. But this sweet salary had a nightmare twist, as they'd only get the money after they died. Ha Jong-woo then asked if they knew the consequences of their actions, because if the curse failed, it would backfire, causing a tragic accident. To avoid this, our hero asked them to sign the contract. So, Dae-jong-seo hurried to sign, regretting ever messing with the devilish main dude. The crew knew breaking the curse would be tough, so their boss told them to tie up the two for a few days. Ha Jong-woo was stoked, not expecting to snag those three, who were lousy fighters but awesome curse users. Meanwhile, at Yu-man Chun's house, the Daehan Corporation director, the Woo Group president showed up, looking super stressed. But he decided to stay chill and focused, knowing one wrong move could be game over. When he walked in, the old man jokingly asked if he got lost on the way. Despite the jab, he was determined to keep his company, as it was all he had after his kid passed. So he apologized for being late, which the old man had already guessed. President Wu started to panic but stayed patient, seeing how ticked off the other side was. Yu-man Chun then asked them to sit and spill the reason for the meeting. With that, he urged them to get straight to the point. Seeing how direct the old man was, President Wu asked for 200 billion, offering enough stocks to make him a top shareholder. But Yu-man Chun said the offer wasn't worth it. So, seeing this, President Wu decided to share some juicy intel. Now the old man was finally interested. Even knowing he was on the losing end, the man knew the union backing Daehan would sway the neutral directors. And so, with everything on the table, the Daehan president got ready to draft the contract. Soon after, in front of the papers, President Wu asked Yu-man Chun to pay up as soon as he signed, which she was cool with. But just as he was about to sign, a little breeze blew into the room. The breeze turned into a huge gust of wind, surprising both businessmen. The bodyguards rushed in, all panicky, saying some random dude was in the house, leaving the old man totally confused. But then a magic circle popped up on the ceiling, and the outsider was like, "Duh, you shouldn't be shocked." This guy then roasted the barrier, calling it weak sauce. Turns out, it was Luke Allen, calling out the old man for having such lame security during a secret meeting. The cocky American was all, "Can't wait to take down Yu-man Chun." Right then, the old man accused the other president of setting up this mess, but President Wu, just as clueless, was like, "Nah, not me." So, in a fit of rage, Yu-man Chun pointed fingers at the other guy's dad. President Wu realized his dad was the one who'd gained the most and started wishing he hadn't come to this meeting without backup. The racist dude then started throwing slurs at the Koreans, bragging about his own barrier that blocked both entry and exit. The old guy was in a pickle, with the young dude ready to wipe out everyone. At that moment, the bodyguards charged at the magician to protect their boss. The magician just laughed, casting a spell to freeze the bodyguards before smashing them together like action figures. As he crushed them into the wall, he marked them for being too weak to guard a president. Seeing the young guy using magic, Yu-man Chun realized he was from the Allen family. President Wu, spotting some golf clubs, was shocked to see his dad's powerful ally was actually the Allen family. Still, he wasn't going down without a fight and charge at the magician, hoping to keep his Wu Group shares, only to get blasted into the wall. And just like that, the old man was left alone facing the powerful magician. Yu-man Chun demanded to know why he was being attacked and who sent the magician to kill him. But as Luke summoned the dagger, he said the info was useless to the old man, who sealed his fate by messing with his family's business. At that moment, the old man regretted not listening to the protagonist's advice. That then, our hero told the elder to chill at home since he was pretty old. But Yu-man Chun didn't listen and told the young guy to mind his own business. He got really ticked when Ha Jung-woo said it wouldn't matter if he died before marrying Yuhara, as her dad would be there. In the end, Yu-man Chun's only regret was not living long enough to see his granddaughter in a wedding dress. Then, a voice from behind said Yuhara would be super sad if her grandpa missed her wedding. Ha Jung-woo showed up just in time to save Yu-man Chun. Luke was shocked that the protagonist broke through his barrier, saying it was too weak to be a problem. Hearing this, Luke Allen was more fired up than ever to take down the protagonist. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared next to the evil dude, unleashing a massive energy blast that caused chaos. Ha Jung-woo took the hit head-on. Luke Allen was determined to show the protagonist what happens when you mess with a divine being, unleashing a meteor storm that kinda impressed our hero. Still, he said Luke was overestimating himself and broke through a meteor while charging at the caster. Before Luke could even react, he got a fierce punch to the gut, with Ha Jung-woo calling him a pathetic waste of a human. But our hero wasn't done yet, slamming his opponent down so hard it blasted him through the house. The racist was stunned that a Korean managed to land a hit on him. Seeing how shocked he was, the protagonist offered to do it again. Luke Allen was fuming with rage at this boldness, deciding to silence the hero for good. He threw some rubble at him, but the hero summoned his energy sword, asking if his attacker liked the zoo. Ha Jung-woo easily sliced through the giant concrete pieces while charging at his stunned opponent. The slashes he used to cut down the rebel almost hit his opponent. Ha Jung-woo was all, "Yo, races, wake up and smell the chaos." Then he went full ninja, kneeing the dude to the ground, bragging about his epic hiding skills. But Luke Allen was like, "Huh, what's he on about?" Turns out, our hero was onto the sneaky ally setting traps in the woods near the mansion. Meanwhile, the hero squad got the prez out of there, mission accomplished. But then, plot twist. Something super shows popped up, so they went all Matrix, dodging a massive explosion. Gold Knight thought they nailed it, but nope, the targets popped up, saying their boss saw it all coming, even the sneaky enemy, so they were like, alright, let's do this. In a flash, Gold Knight was surrounded, when he just grinned, thinking they were overconfident. Luke was all, whoa, how's this Korean dude reading my mind? Ha Jung-woo took the chance to tell the magician he was going to end him and his crew, but Luke Allen was like, this is fun, and said he'd be the one walking out alive, glowing like a human glow stick. Our hero dodged a mega energy blast. No sweat. Luke then went all dramatic, saying Ha Jung-woo messed with his fam and swore revenge. With that, he unleashed his powers. Luke got a new look, leveling up like a video game character. His power shot up, and bam, he showed off his secret form. Ha Jung-woo was like, dude's going full anime. He knew Luke was special, seeing his power boost with the new suit. The magician warned our hero not to chill too much. Ha Jung-woo, never facing a Circle 8 before, was hyped to learn more from this fight, so he dared Luke to show off his new powers. But Luke was like, nah, not falling for that track. Ha Jung-woo was surprised, calling him a joke-cracking moron. The magician got annoyed and decided to flex his new powers. Ha Jung-woo praised his speed and magic from the suit, but still teased him for being slow, then vanished. Luke Allen said running was pointless, revealing his suit had a mana tracker, leaving the villain shocked. Even when the gap closed, Ha Jung-woo kept up the sarcasm, cracking jokes. Just as Luke was about to catch him, Ha Jung-woo easily deflected his hand. Our hero kept dodging and blocking, noticing the attacks were speeding up. Luke Allen was shocked to miss all his hits, even with the suit's speed boost. Ha Jung-woo, getting bored, told him to crank up the suit's power, so the magician went full throttle, using the Circle 8 spell, Hell Chain. Ha Jung-woo was pumped to face this new magic level. Meanwhile, his crew got totally wrecked by Gold Knight. Suddenly, the ground shook like a dance floor. A blast came out of nowhere. The guy was freaked, realizing it was from his boss's battle, while Gold Knight was stoked to see young Allen getting serious. The magician's suit, NASA-made, had top-tier AI. Some magic needed big brain power, risking errors, but the suit's AI boosted the mind to avoid mistakes. Now, the suit's full power unleashed, wrecking the forest. Luke Allen laughed like a madman, celebrating his win, when the suit warned him about a strong entity approaching. With that, the suit switched to close combat mode, ready to parry. The hero was totally mind-blown by how tech had leveled up fighting skills. Luke Allen nodded, saying a society that embraces change is always going to be better than one stuck in the past, all while still battling our hero. Finally, he managed to land a hit, but even then, the bad guy landed on his feet, only to face a massive energy blast, dodging it at the last second. The magician laughed at the martial artist for being so cocky before trying to punch, but our hero blocked it. Ha Jung-woo backed up, realizing he underestimated the suit. The magician didn't care about his opponent's words and trapped him in a force field. Ha Jung-woo was impressed, admitting Luke was living up through his Circle 7 magician rep. Then, the American went for the final blow with his shining cutter. Ha Jung-woo got caught in the attack. This attack was pure energy, stretching far and wide, leaving destruction everywhere. Everything got disintegrated by the shining cutter, and its caster laughed like a maniac. He was stoked that even his victim's body was gone. But to his shock, the victim said he was celebrating too soon. A safe Ha Jung-woo was annoyed by all the dust Luke made, saying it was a health hazard. The hero said he dragged the fight to test the suit, realizing it was just a cheap toy. Luke mocked him, saying the weapon let him transcend humanity. Hearing this, the villain smirked. He offered to beat up the magician without using any powers. Meanwhile, in the side fight, Gold Knight said his boss must have used the suit, meaning Ha Jung-woo was near death. Hearing this, the man laughed at Gold Knight's arrogance after a small fight. The man revealed they were ordered to show their strength and would now go all out. One impaled buddy agreed. Just like that, all the supposedly fallen numbers stood up, ready to jump Gold Knight. He was shocked that those he killed rose again. Our hero's crew was sure their numbers gave them the edge. Seeing this, Gold Knight called them shameless, promising to end them for good. As they charged from all sides, he showed the power gap with his Crystal Storm attack. His opponents had to dodge the fallen projectiles, but they kept cool, trying to make him waste energy. Just as a big guy was about to hit him from behind, Gold Knight shielded with a giant crystal, then crushed the opponent with another. Claiming to be untouchable, he was suddenly hit in the neck. Our hero's crew said they weren't done yet, and as he said, 2 needles couldn't stop him. Their effect kicked in, making him cough blood. Gold Knight found himself poisoned. Fast gang members charged, saying anything goes in a street fight, landing 2 powerful punches. Gold Knight called them out for being shameless with wild tactics. But as they all charged, they said it was survival of the fittest. Then, the magician used his last resort, Burning Impact Shoot, hitting all past gang members at once. Because powerful like beam, they all dropped like flies. As Gold Knight cursed his fallen foes, he was suddenly grabbed by the leg. One of the so-called defeated opponents called him out for using such nasty words, and while the first gangster held him down, the second charged at him with a knife. Our hero's crew was hyped to make the magician pay for the holes he put in their bodies, and just like that, Gold Knight got jumped by those he couldn't see but called shameless cowards. So, all the dudes rushed him, trying to stab him with their blades. Meanwhile, back to the boss fight where Luke got himself smacked. by the main character, as he should. This guy refused to take the L, but Ha Jung-woo easily blocked the attack and started roasting him for missing the hit. Soon after, our hero decided to snap his opponent's arm. Luke then started screaming in agony as the AI told him how wrecked the suit was. And as Ha Jung-woo kept pounding him, the suit told its owner it was too busted to fix the mana barrier. And with that, our hero slammed him to the ground. The beat of Luke Allen couldn't believe it only took a few hits to wreck his shoot. Ha Jung-woo told him to wake up and realize he'd never beat him. But in a fit of rage, the American refused to accept it and unleashed his Hellbuster, claiming no Korean could beat him with old martial arts. Ha Jung-woo got interested as the missiles kept chasing him, just like their launchers said. The American then told the Korean running was pointless and he should just accept his fate. But as this one decided to make a run for it, Luke Allen was shocked that, according to the system, his missiles, 60 times faster than sound, lost track of their target. Only then did it alert him about an attacking object nearby. And so, as our hero slammed his opponent to the ground, the suit's paint absorption maxed out. Seeing how hurt its owner was, the AI urged the magician to bail immediately, only for Ha Jung-woo to pin him down as the missiles then switched targets. Just like that, they all hit him and Luke Allen at the same time, causing a massive explosion that left nothing but a giant crater. The protagonist felt relieved, thinking he was in real danger for his sec. He then left the magician horrified, thanking him for showing off the 8th circle of magic's powers. Ha Jung-woo then said he only lets a fight with a weak opponent drag on for the sake of learning. But just as Luke was about to unleash another skill, he was caught off guard as the suit told him that due to his dying vitals, it would now cut the connection to protect the data. Just like that, the magician felt excruciating pain as his own weapon turned against him. The embodiment of evil found it hilarious that the House of Allen would sacrifice their oldest son to protect their secret AI. Luke started begging for the pain to stop. In the end, our hero decided to walk away, happy to see his opponent getting wrecked by his own fam. And just like that, the fight was finally over. Gold Knight was done for. Yet from the giant crater left by the boss fight, a survivor suddenly rose. Luke Allen, barely hanging on, started screaming he'd get revenge on his cousin and the protagonist. Only then did an angry voice call him out for daring to speak Yoon Jong's name. Its owner had a murderous look in his eyes, before delivering the explosive final blow. With everything over, Yu Man-chon asked the other president what they should do, only for this one to say they need to get back to signing the contract. But the old man refused, as it would mean picking a fight with the Allen family, risking his whole corporation. He then said President Wu would understand if he were in his shoes. Yu Man-chon was less shocked as this one decided to bargain again. Only then did someone show up. As soon as Yu Man-chon saw the protagonist, he asked him about the situation. So Ha Jung-woo spilled how he took out Luke Allen. Kang Cheolman was stunned to hear the hero had taken down the Allen family's successor. But as soon as he started yelling at him for his mistake, he got hit with a glare so dark. It was like a horror movie jump scare, shook him to his core. President Wu was all, no way the House of Allen's letting their heir's death slide. But our hero was like, why is that my problem? So President Wu broke it down, saying the dude's move put Jung Ganglin and Daehan Group in the danger zone. Our hero was like, nah, Allen House won't just chill if we do nothing. He spilled the tea that their big plan was to use the Wu Group to take over the economy and keep China as the boss of the East. The old dude went silent, probably thinking, whoa, plot twist. Ken Cheolman got it, knowing the House of Allen wouldn't quit till they hit their target. Our hero was like, Luke's death alone ain't gonna wreck us. But the president was all, we can't handle the American muscle. Ha Jung-woo sought his shot to strike a deal, offering to be the president's bodyguard. But when he said he needed more in return, since they'd be up against the House of Allen, President Wu was like, scandalous. Ha Jung-woo was firm, saying he'd take goods or shares if cash was a no-go, nothing else. When the man asked for details, he was like, don't play dumb, dude. Ten Chilman realized he wasn't dealing with a fool like Lee Hobuk. This guy was all about the cash. He tried to say he'd invested loads in Jean Gangmun, but our hero was like, fair's fair. I save you for free. With that, President Wu had no comeback. Ha Jung-woo knew this guy was shameless, would sell his kid for cash, so he wanted him broke. Later that day, our hero told the old man to chill after the wild day, but the old dude asked if he knew about Luke Allen's attack, and when he said yes, the old man flipped for not getting a heads up, but our hero was like, told you not to go to the meeting, dude. Seeing this, Yu Man-chun thought this young guy might wreck his group and make Yu Hera a young widow, but the guy was like, chill, man. The old man, feeling like his mind was read, asked why our hero was so chill, so Ha Jung-woo leaned in to whisper and left him shocked, saying he had a buddy in the Allen family. Just as he was about to drop his master plan, he pulled back last minute. Yu Man-chun started thinking Ha Jung-woo was plotting to take over the House of Allen, and when the young guy said he'd help him, the old man was stunned. He realized his granddaughter's future hubby was a wild card with big dreams, so he wondered if he'd be a blessing or a curse. Yu Man-chun decided to stick around as long as possible to stop any disasters. Later, the internet was buzzing about Yu Hera, just 18, being in a relationship. Nobody believed the perfect girl was taken, calling it fake news. At a press conference, reporters bombarded Yu Hara with questions about her mystery die. That's when our hero saw his girl on the big screen, saying she was dating the world's best guy. And when she named him, he was so shocked he spilled his drink. Later, as Ha Jung-woo was just chilling, some people spotted him, recognizing him as this alleged boyfriend, and started throwing shade. They yelled about how they'd been together since kindergarten and would get bored soon. So when they demanded a breakup, he became the bad guy in everyone's story. That night, outside Yuhara's house, paparazzi were ready, hoping to catch our hero and his girl in a private moment. The first dude was all, "Yo, we shouldn't be snapping pics of high schoolers," but the other guy was like, "Nah, I'm all about that juicy scoop." Then, boom, the main character pops out from behind them, ready to give them the scoop they were drilling over. And just like that, the paparazzi, frozen in fear, ended up in the exact mess they came to capture. After snapping a pic of his latest masterpiece, the evil mastermind decided to give them a taste of their own medicine by posting it online. A bit later, his girlfriend finally showed up. She was totally shook, seeing him just chilling there waiting for her. Yuhara said she had something to spill to the main dude, and after a bit of a struggle, she got closer, gave him a smooch, and dropped the L-bomb. Yuhara then said sorry to her boyfriend for going public with her relationship. With that, she bounced, saying she hit him up once she was done with work. And so, as the main dude said he was cool with her announcement, he realized it was the first time he felt so close to someone and was open to this relationship blooming. The next day, at Jiandangmoon HQ, Lee Gang-cheon rolled up to greet his buddy, teasing him about his newfound fame. Ha Jung-woo was like, "This dude's trying to start something," but he backed off, seeing as his leg just healed. Our hero then thought the only way for his buddy to win the martial arts comp was for him to be his coach. So, he put his hand on his chest and suddenly blessed him away. Ha Jung-woo said that should use Lee Gang-cheon's bounce-back ability to come back stronger after a loss. Even so, this dude was still salty after the surprise attack and asked if his friend was joking. But our hero was dead serious before hitting his bestie again and calling it rehab. Lee Gang-cheon found it kind of funny and said his best friend just wanted to see him suffer, but Ha Jung-woo told him to stop being a drama queen, as he slammed him into the wall, saying he was making a big deal out of nothing. And just as he was telling him to take training seriously, Lee Gang-cheon said life was unfair. Ha Jung-woo didn't get what his friend meant, so this dude started crying, saying he was jelly the named dude for being all over the news with a girlfriend when he never had one. So the hero told him to use the martial arts comp to fix this unfairness, saying there'd be loads of cool girls there. With that, he started imagining the naming flower falling for him after his win. And so, as Ha Jung-woo explained how the comp would be good for his buddy, he was left confused. Seeing him super hype with a weird look on his face, the main dude didn't even want to guess what his friend was imagining. And just like that, the same dude charged at him full force. Ha Jung-woo was stoked to see how well this guy cooperated when hyped. And just like that, the two of them clashed together. Later at school, while Yoon-seon was chilling alone, the main dude suddenly came to meet her. With that, she quickly shut her book. As she walked away, Ha Jung-woo thought it was about his thing with Yuhara and tried to explain, but the girl asked why he even showed up at school, and as she told him to scram, he got even more curious. With that, Yoon-jeon told the main dude to bounce, as soon as possible. And just as he was asking why she was worried, the attackers came at him with a giant blade, but he took them down like a boss and knocked them out cold. Just as our hero was about to roast his attackers, someone started clapping. It was David, the East Branch manager of the island family, investigating Luke's disappearance, praising our hero for his win. And right before the main dude could attack him, Yoon-jeon introduced him as an investigator hired by the Allen family, saying he was a good guy just testing him. Yet Ha Jung-woo found it kind of funny since he got attacked with swords out of nowhere. David then started praising the main dude, saying they had intel on all of Yoon-jeong's friends, and were sure he was linked to his case, when suddenly, the hero zoomed in like a ninja, and joked that this aggressive move must be the American way of saying hi. Then, he decided to return the favor by introducing the investigators face to the ground, WWE style. With that epic move, David was now 100% sure Ha Jung-woo was the one who took out Luke. He called in his gold knights, ready for action. The bad guy, all chill, said he wanted to chat with Yoon-jeon before making a dramatic exit. And just as the detective yelled for his squad to nab the suspect, poof, he was gone. Meanwhile, somewhere else in Korea, Yoon-jeon was giving the hero an earful for brawling with David, who thought he was the main suspect, and she was dodging him to keep him safe. Ha Jung-woo assured his buddy everything was cool and guessed right that someone from the U.S. had called her. Once he got the scoop, he realized Luke was hustling in Korea because his spot as Alan's heir was shaky. No shocker there, as Yoon-jeong spilled the beans that she was summoned back to the States for air training. With that, Ha Jung-woo figured out the Allen family was in a tizzy over the missing heir and picked Yoon-jeong as the stand-in, even though she wanted to stay in Korea. After the main branch publicly apologized to her mom, she asked the hero for help. But when he asked what was in it for him, she was caught off guard. Ha Jung-woo pointed out she should know she needed to pay him back somehow. So, when she asked if he really expected something in return, the hero nodded. Yoon-jeon was still shocked and said she was grateful to the hero for helping her, even knowing how sketchy her family was. She admitted she didn't know what to offer him, especially since he was already with Yuhara. Ha Jung-woo said she could repay him once she became the heir and asked what the Allens wanted from her. She revealed they wanted her to set up a family branch in Korea. But the hero knew they were just using her as bait to catch the one who took out the original heir. When she mentioned being used as bait, Ha Jung-woo gave her props for her quick thinking. But Yoon Jong said there was no time for pats on the back. They needed a plan. As soon as possible, Ha Jung-woo explained their gates were unreliable and the Gate Alliance was beefing with the Woo group. She agreed. So, he said she was the key to his master plan. Ha Jung-woo suggested she team up with a unique alliance, representing their country. At first, she doubted they'd help an American pawn like her. But the hero said if they helped her become the Allen family heir, they'd gain a powerful ally. Yoon Ji-won then asked what the next move was. But Ha Jung-woo told her to figure it out herself, to stop living like a puppet. With that, she realized she'd been leaning on the hero too much. Ha Jung-woo explained that a friendship based on trust and fair trade could last forever. With that, Yoon Jong thanked the hero for having her back. Just then, the detective and his crew showed up. Ha Jung-woo said he expected them sooner and suggested they pick up where they left off. And as the Gold Knights charged at the villain, Yoon Jong suddenly told them to halt. David told her to step aside and warned she'd be in trouble if she defied the Allen family. Still, she stood her ground, saying until they had proof, attacking him was like attacking her, the heir. So, David had no choice but to apologize, and he showed respect to the heir's friend too. With that, Ha Jung-woo silently gave her a thumbs up for her bravery. Yoo Jeong didn't feel particularly thrilled. Later that night at Hwashing Moon, the leader of the assassins told his crew to sneak up on the target, checking out how on point the guards were. The flaming flower rolled up to the gatekeeper, who wanted her to talk to him like he was her dad or something. He then asked about some report on what the elders were up to. So, the daughter spilled the tea to her dad about how most of them were not cool with her joining the martial arts tournament. The gatekeeper said it was a bummer that sexism was still a big deal that needed fixing. Even with his nice words, the flaming flower knew her dad was part of the problem too. Back in the day, when she landed a final hit, everyone was shook, as the gate's heir got owned by his little sis. And while everyone was hyped about her skills, saying she should totally join the martial arts competition, Hume was not about to take the L. Fast forward to now, the girl thought about chatting with the elders backing her bro, since ditching them was a bad move. Her dad said her choice was smart since they all needed to stick together for the gate's sake. Then out of nowhere, the guy got hit with some serious pain. The old dude hit the ground in agony as his daughter rushed over. That's when the assassins decided to make their move and launch a sneak attack, but the flaming flower whipped out her weapon and blasted them away with her powers. With that, she wiped out the assassins like it was nothing. The girl then hurried to help her dad get up, while he started wondering who was behind the attack after weakening him with power diffusion poison. Right then, the bad guy showed up. It was none other than the man's oldest son, who used power extermination poison on his dad. This was a major shocker for the gatekeeper. Even so, the girl couldn't wrap her head around how her bro managed to poison her dad. Only then did she figure out that their mom was in on it. Hume bragged that their mom hated his sis teaming up with her dad so much that she agreed to help him. The flaming flower said she wanted to fight fair and square, but her bro couldn't handle it and said they must have cheated somehow. So, hearing this, the gatekeeper charged at his son, but because of the poison, he couldn't do anything but hit the ground helplessly. Hein started roasting his dad, saying any more effort could be game over for him. Seeing her bro totally lost in his own ego, the flaming flower had no choice but to attack, and unleashed 9 dragon fire on him, while he said it wouldn't work on him since he was the sky barrier to deflect the attack, making the fire shoot upwards. The flaming flower couldn't believe her bro blocked her strongest move with a basic defense. Only then did she realize in horror that he used some special drug, as pulling that off should be impossible for him. Hayam said his little sis was right and claimed this miracle medicine boosting his power should be used more often. The girl said her bro was risking his life since it wasn't tested yet, but the gatekeeper told her not to sweat it over a traitor like him. He then asked his son who was behind it all, but when Hein said he was the mastermind, his dad knew he was too clueless to pull this off solo. Right then, the mastermind showed up, as Kim Monsoon rolled up, giving props to the old man for being sharp. Hyun said he didn't need his help. With that, both dad and daughter were shocked to see this guy was backing the rebellion. Kim Monsoon told his fellow gatekeeper they hadn't crossed paths in a while, meaning oil somewhere where entrance was restricted. The workers told the people they couldn't enter Hwacheonmun because of a gas leak. And so, as they said everything was set on their end, the guy on the walkie-talkie asked them to keep the civilians safe. But just as the construction workers said their mission should be a breeze, since they had the elders of Hwacheonmun backing them, they suddenly ran into a young dude, who asked if this was the way to the gate. Now, with the two gatekeepers face to face, the old man accused Kim Monsoon of convincing his son to betray him. So, this dude was all, "No, the kid hit me up first," while Hein was like, "Nope, my idea, bro." But then, Kim's dad went full-on rage mode, yelling at the guy, saying he had no right to call himself a gatekeeper for messing with his kid. And then, bam, the guy's knees got slashed, and he hit the ground, hurting big time. Kid Monsoon was all, "Yo, I'm innocent, don't throw shade at me." Then, the daughter went all fire spin ninja on the swordsman to protect her dad, but he just snapped her back like she was a feather. The flaming flower was shook by how strong this dude was. Even though he was supposed to be just a basic magician, his swing was no joke. She realized this guy wasn't gonna go easy on her just because she was a girl. He was a total beast. And then he busted out his one knife flow move, and the flaming flower was like, whoa, the space around me is getting all wonky. Next thing you know, Glacial Duel 1 was unleashed. In a flash, Kim Monsoon whipped out a Mega Slash. The girl couldn't dodge it and thought, welp, this might be it for me. But then, she remembered the protagonist, saying only dads make excuses. She couldn't believe her last thoughts would be about Ha Jung-woo. But then, boom, he showed up and saved her from the attack. The protagonist called her out for losing her cool after her bro's betrayal. When she asked why he was there, she was stunned when he said he was just in the neighborhood. Hyun thought that excuse was weak and said he wouldn't let him leave in one piece. But Ha Jung-woo, being his chicky self, started mocking his opponent. Hyun got mad and charged, but the protagonist dodged and caught him, putting a knife to his neck. Ha Jung-woo now had a hostage. Kim Monsoon thought Hyun was a fool for falling for the taunts, but he needed him to take over the gate. When asked if Jun Gangmin was going to jump in, Ha Jung-woo said they were just around and would join if their leader wanted. As Hyun demanded freedom, the hero told him to kill or he'd get hurt by the blade. Ha Jung-woo then turned to the gatekeeper, saying it was natural to feel weak after being betrayed by his kid. But the gatekeeper was more curious if Lee Holguk was with the young man. Ha Jung-woo explained the gatekeeper gave his own thing, ignoring his advice. Kim Monsoon realized the young man knew about his plan to attack Wachambun but had secretly infiltrated the gate, convincing its successor to act normal until now. Seeing the gatekeeper's curiosity, Ha Jung-woo asked if he wanted to know his secrets. Kim Monsoon demanded an answer, but our hero just laughed and said nope. In this tense moment, the flaming flower couldn't help but diddle. Kim Monsoon said the young man should be punished for mocking an adult, but he replied that he should lighten up and enjoy a joke. The swordsman couldn't do anything, seeing Hyun at the protagonist's mercy. In the end, Ha Jung-woo revealed he knew Kim Monsoon was a jealous guy who'd use Hwacheolmun's internal fights, but he wouldn't say how he knew when he'd strike. The flaming flower thought it was weird. The swordsman stayed chill even after his plans got busted. Then she realized Kim Monsoon was waiting for the poison to spread in her dad, risking permanent damage. So, she urged the protagonist to end his life to save her dad from the poison. But Kim Monsoon said she was silly for thinking killing him would stop the poison. The gatekeeper was all, nah, the caster's gotta be someone else, which is why the bad guy stayed chill. Tim Monsoon was like, I'll let this slide if you free the hostage and beg on your knees. But the old dude was like, I messed up, that poisoned. So Ha Jung-woo, you gotta take down Kim Monsoon to save the gate. The son shouted, Dad, my life's worth more than Hwacheolmun, just give up peacefully. Then the daughter jumped in, backing her dad, saying their gate doesn't beg, and told the hero to take out the intruder. Meanwhile, the intruder thought it was hilarious they believed Ha Jung-woo could beat him. Then, this old guy walked in, all confident, saying he could handle it. This powerful dude said he was late because he ran into some shady character outside. Kim Monsoon realized the hero was stalling for this guy who took out the poisoned dude to show up. Lee Hoguk was like, sorry for ruining your plan, but I'm gonna beat you up. Lee Hoguk said he would have dealt with Kim Monsoon if he knew about the betrayal, but Kim Monsoon was like, you can't back that up. As you promised the old man, you fight for him. The old man yelled at Lee Hoguk for being late, and Lee tried to say it all happened too fast. But the old man shouted that the strong guy would have been late even if he planned it, and Kim Monsoon realized he knew about the attack. Seeing how the Circle 8 Bug Master got wrecked, Kim Monsoon realized he walked into a trap. Kim Monsoon, who teamed up with Kornwoo Hyun to Bruce's gate, was ready to do anything to take down Jun Gangmun. And with that, he unleashed Magic Rivian Severance, saying he'd take everyone out. Lee Holguk called the attack weak and hit back with his own. Watching the two powerhouses go at it, the Flaming Flower realized she couldn't hang with them. As their attacks clashed, a huge explosion went off, alerting the guards. Everyone rushed to the fight to back up their gatekeeper. Then, boom, Lee Holguk crashed through the wall. Even then, he said his opponent's blade couldn't hurt him. Kim Monsoon was done listening to his rival and tried to silence him with absolute life analysis, sending a sword slash into nearby buildings. Seeing the epic fight, the Flaming Flower was shocked by how strong the gatekeeper was. Then she saw her poisoned dad about to speak, only for him to yell at Lee Hoguk and Kim Monsoon for wrecking his place. But the hero said it was cause he didn't keep an eye on his son. Seeing how Jung-woo, holding Kwon Woo-hen, both father and daughter, thought he was dead, but the hero said he just gave him a timeout to avoid future drama. The Flaming Flower thought the hero was rude for focusing on her brother instead of protecting her, so she started giving him the stink eye, thinking he might be on the other team. Then some guys showed up, worried about the gatekeeper after the explosion. Those dudes were Yu Jung-il, Jian Yeon-moo, and Ma Jae-gup, elders there to protect the gate. Ha Jung-woo was stoked the three traitors finally showed up. When they acted clueless, the evil dude praised their acting, but the elders said the young guy had no right to call them traitors and blamed him and his gate for the mess. So, Ha Jung-woo was all, yo, stop acting like politicians with your fake acting skills, just to stir the pot even more. Yu Zhong-il, super ticked off, was like, I'm gonna rip you apart if you don't zip it. That's when a gatekeeper finally stepped in. After a brief pause, he was all, hey, show some respect to Jian Gangman, they're my guests. Hearing this, the three elders freaked out, thinking the old dude knew they were backstabbers. So, they ditched the whole silent assassination plan. They charged at the protagonist, because the poisoned gatekeeper was too weak to stop them. But just as Flaming Flower tried to warn Ha Jung-woo about the elders being top-tier warriors, he whipped out his energy sword and took them down in a flash. The three old guys were shook, realizing the massive power gap between them and this young rookie. Ha Jung-woo was like, I'll take out the Flockshi and traitors, no charge. Meanwhile, back at the gatekeeper brawl, the swordsman and the strong dude were going all out. Kim Monsoon was stunned by Lee Hobu's strength. Dude was using his bare hands to unleash some epic moves. The strong guy told the swordsman it would be easier to just accept his fate, either by his hands or the old man's. But Kim Monsoon switched up his sword grip and blasted his opponent, telling him to quit the nonsense. He had to stall for time for the three squads he trained to revive his gate. Those squads were the Crimson Squad, the White Squad, and the Azure Squad. Kim Monsoon was sure with these squads, he'd decide Hwachimon's fate. Then someone stopped the three squads. This person threatened to beat them up if they got any closer. A Crimson Squad member recognized him as the protagonist's sidekick and mocked him for being solo. But the X-Gang number was like, I'm more than enough to take you all down. Kim Monsoon's minion laughed at him for being alone. Seeing this, he said he was only interested in girls and found their company annoying. The enemy thought his humor was lame, and despite rumors of an undead hero sidekick, they ignored him. The squads claimed the X-Bane member could take them all at once. He found it funny and told the waste of space to charge at him. The insult ticked off the enemy. They all rushed him at once. That's when he hit the detonator and blew them up. Seeing the massive explosion, Kim Monsoon thought his men were behind it and felt victory was near. But Lee Hobuk explained it was a pre-planted bomb, then punched his opponent, saying that White got his forces. Kim Monsoon accused Lee Hobuk of daring to use a bomb in a martial artist fight. Lee Hobuk shot back, saying invading another gate wasn't honorable either. As the gatekeepers clashed, Ha Jung-woo saw Lee Hobuk was stronger, close to a grade 9 martial artist, way ahead of his opponent. Then he noticed something coming and dodged the flames just in time. The protagonist begged the attackers not to ruin his coat, the gift from his girlfriend. The three elders were there to take down the evil for messing with their rebellion. Seeing their unstable strength, the hero realized they used the drug but said power wasn't a reason to betray their master. The elders claimed the gatekeeper ditched them first after all they did for the gate. The old man ordered them to hush, saying his death wouldn't help the gate. The elders argued he broke tradition by choosing his daughter over his eldest son as his successor. Alright, so the old dude was all, yo, my son's a power-hungry jerk, but my daughter, she's the real MVP for our crew. The Flaming Flower was totally touched by her dad's words, but the three old-timers were like, no, a girl boss? That's a disaster waiting to happen. So, when they threatened to off the Flaming Flower to bring back the sex glory, our hero jumped in, telling them to zip it. That's when the trio realized they'd been hit, and even the dad and daughter were like, whoa, what just happened? He was all, you guys yap too much for being elders, and warned them if they used tradition as an excuse again, he'd take them out, no sweat. Two of the old dudes couldn't handle the hero's sass anymore, and rushed him, thinking they'd take him down first. The hero was like, are you guys deaf, or what? And then he sliced them up like a ninja chef. Everyone was left totally speechless. Ha Jim-woo was like, told you enough to ignore me, saying they let his epic self shine by doing so. The evil dude then said he was being nice, cause in his past life, he'd have wiped out their families too. Seeing this, the last elder was totally freaked by the demon hero. Ha Jung-woo then said he'd spare the traitors' families one last time, before smoothly taking off the elder's head, who didn't react fast enough. And as the head rolled, dad and daughter were both shook. The gatekeeper was horrified by how chill and sure the hero was while taking lives. He realized this hero wasn't so newbie, cause only a battle-hardened warrior could have such a vibe. So, he had to call him the ultimate boss. Meanwhile, his daughter, seeing this devilish, god-tier strength, couldn't help but crush on the evil dude who just took out three guys. Meanwhile, as the two gatekeepers kept duking it out, the swordsman told his rival his moves were as basic as last time, only for the rival to chuck something at him, saying burying a scaredy cat like him was the best payback. But Kim Monsoon quickly clapped back, promising to take Lee Hoguk down. The strong dude was amused that his rival thought he could actually do it, before smashing him with a massive rock. But the swordsman sliced it up like a pro, and broke free, saying calm always comes before the storm. Lee Hoguk was stoked, his rival was finally going all out, only to notice something weird with the floating pebbles nearby. Then the flying rocks exploded, unleashing epic slashes thanks to the swordsman's two-blade trick. Lee Hoguk was bummed the move he was waiting for was just a lame spatial glitch, saying it didn't phase him. But Kim Monsoon called it the Great Comb, before dropping his raging storm with the epic move, Magic Raven, Severance of Truth Flowering Blossom. Just like that, the strong dude was all cut up, and just when a swordsman thought he'd won, he was stunned to see a supposedly beaten rival raging out. Lee Hoguk, Mad his face got messed up, slammed his rival into the ground like a lightning bolt with all his might. Later at Dohaemon, someone was shocked their kid was gone. The old man couldn't believe his kid, the gatekeeper, and his crew got wiped out so easily. And when he asked for the scoop, the psychic said their troops walked into a trap. This guy said they shouldn't focus on investigating, because without the troops and gatekeeper, the sect was out of control. So, seeing they were too weak to even mess with other sects, the old man was fuming at those who wrecked his big plan. The psychic was freaked out when asked to contact a certain crew. The revenge-hungry dad said they hit rock bottom and was ready to do anything to get back at those who took his son. The next day, at the strongman's hangout, Li Gang Qian was hyped to hear Korn Wu Hua was in their sect. Upon hearing she was at her dad's office, the dude zoomed over to meet her. Meanwhile, Flaming Flower made her grand intro to the gatekeeper, repping her sect and saying thanks for her dad. Lee Hoguk said her being there was a no-brainer since he saved their sect. He then asked how her dad was doing. The girl noticed how direct he was and said her dad was on the mend, sorting out sect drama. Lee Hoguk was stoked about the old guy getting better and told her to remind him about their deal. To make up for the chaos, Hwachie Moment and Jiyoung Gamewan signed a deal. The contract said they'd be besties, with Hwachie Moment having their back as long as they played nice. Flaming Flower knew the deal wasn't great for her sect, but let it slide because of a certain cutie. Later, she wanted the mansion, trying to find the named dude's office and figure out how to ask him out. Then, bam, she bumped into Lee Hoguk's daughter. Back when they shook hands, their dads argued over who Ha Jung-woo would marry. As the lightning and fire dads clashed, Flaming Flower got super annoyed as they argued over whose daughter had a better figure. The main dude, fed up, split them up, saying he already had someone. Now facing her supposed rival, Kwon Woo-hwa was speechless. Her first thought was if this kid was really the one they compared her to. But as she brushed it off, the kid asked if she was looking for Ha Jung-woo. Flaming Flower was shook at how the kid guessed her mission. Hearing the main dude was gone, she asked where he was. Turns out, he was off to the airport. Meanwhile, at the airport, Yoon Jo-in thanked the main dude for his help, and he said it was no biggie helping the future island family boss. She expected that and said she'd be back in Korea after her business trip. So, Ha Jung-woo said bye. But surprise, she reached out for a handshake, wanted to seal the deal. Our hero grinned and shook her hand. With that, the plane took off. On his way home, our hero, worried about his friend but sure she'd be fine, focused on Woo Group's shares. Ha Jung-woo knew he needed a quick plan to expose the president. He heard about sects spending big for the martial arts tourney, even if they were weaker. He planned to negotiate and sneak his crew into the competition for some wins, trading cash to mess for the president. He thought about giving his crew epic hero endings, but felt bad since they just became tight. While the evil dude reflected on his good guy turn, his driver was freaked by his dark vibe. Ha Jung-woo, still shocked he turned good after 5 evil lives, had to thank Jin Kang-beg for the change. Then, they spotted someone in the road. Seeing him, the driver freaked and stopped the car just in time. He yelled at the guy for standing there, saying he had no right to drive them into his drama, then realized it was Pang Se. The boy was pumped to see his boss, thinking he was a goner. Before he could explain his mess, they got attacked. Boom! The car exploded. Then, the corpses decided to show up. Those assassins who were supposed to bring Pang Se back alive were now stuck rummaging through the wreckage for his body. They started gossiping about how Ha Jung-woo got caught in the explosion too, and how he didn't live up to the hype. But just when they were saying someone weak enough to get blown up shouldn't be in Jun Galman, our hero popped up, agreeing with them. The assassins, totally spooked by his sudden appearance, scrambled to back off. Ha Jung-woo mentioned he couldn't help but overhear their noisy chat and asked why they were gunning for the psychic. The first assassin, playing it cool, ignored him and started jamming on his flute. Next thing you know, our hero was stuck in a showdown with a beast, the assassin's stomach. Seeing their chance, the other two jumped in, unleashing a storm of slashes at him and the snake. Just when they thought they'd nailed him, the assassin saw our hero taking a hostage and called them out for being such loudmouths. Ha Jung-woo then laid down the law, saying there were only 3 reasons to try a daytime hit. The first reason, he said, was because they were total idiots. The second reason was they were crazy folks backed by the big shots. When their buddy hit the ground, the 2 assassins charged in for revenge, only to get diced up by our hero, who explained the third reason was to be as strong and untouchable as him. After all that drama in Jun Gain-won's sitting room, Pang Se started chowing down. He said the giant cave of Hebei opened and collapsed at the same time, and it was no ordinary cave. He explained they'd face massive destruction after a great 8 monster showed up. Pang Se then said his family was at war with Sa Hetman for control of the area. Ha Jung-woo got annoyed because his sidekick wasn't spilling the beans about getting booted from his family. Pang Se freaked out, saying he only lost a few rounds to Sa Hetman, which is why his master was putting him through the ringer, leaving him terrified. Ha Jung-woo didn't need an explanation to figure out his minion, who was supposed to become the head of his family, lost so badly he ran away from China. Pang Se said he tried his best, but couldn't beat his second big brother, who was now after him. This made Ha Jung-woo realize it wouldn't be a walk in the park to secure his minion the successor spot, even after taking out his older brother. Seeing him beg to stay in Korea, he realized he might not be the best puppet for the job. Soon after, Lee Ho-guk was shocked to hear the hero wanted to head to the Pang family in China. Ha Jung-woo confirmed it, saying the family sent their third son to their sect to ask for backup. So Pang Se formally introduced himself and said his dad promised a chunk of Se-hyukwon land and some power in China in exchange for their help after winning. Lee Ho-guk said the offer was generous but pulled the hero aside for a quick chat. Once alone, he told the hero they'd be wasting time and effort since the Pang family might ditch their promise, looking for throwaway soldiers. It was pretty annoying for the hero to praise them for actually thinking instead of diving headfirst into battle. Jung-woo felt the same, figuring the Pangs were using the 36 stratagems, the base of all war tactics, to make them and their enemies take each other out. But he couldn't blame them for the plan, saying he'd do the same, while pointing out to the strong man how the reward seemed too tempting. Right then, Ha Jung-woo shared his plan to use the family's internal drama to make it all fall into his hands. Yet Lee Ho-guk doubted someone as hopeless as Pang Se would be the best puppet. Ha Jung-woo said it didn't matter, because with the rightful successor gone, the brother who won the war for the family would take the throne. So when asked how he'd exploit the family feud, Ha Jung-woo said he'd be heading to China himself. Lee Ho-guk was all, "I should come too." And the hero was like, "Dude, we'll look like hired guns." So they started bickering about Lee Ho-guk being too old for this, while Pang Se just watched, probably munching on popcorn. Lee Gang-cheon, totally zen, meditating away. Ha Jung-woo was like, "Hurry up, guys. We're off to Hebei as soon as possible." Then he asked about the flaming flower, and our hero was like, "She's a powerhouse, gonna be a fierce rival." But his buddy wasn't buying it. That's when the young dude just lost it, tears and all. He yelled about how she visited their sect recently. He dressed to impress, only to find out she ghosted. His sis spilled the tea, saying the flaming flower bounced when she heard Ha Jung-woo wasn't there. So, Lee Gang-cheon was all, "Dude, you stole another girl's heart," and got an ear pinch for his trouble. Ha Jung-woo was like, "Focus on training, bro," and gave him a well-deserved reality check. Later at Tianjin port, Ha Jung-woo got a warm welcome from the Peng family emissary, who hooked them up with a ship for a chill trip. The guy was like, "Of course we sent a ship. Your sept sent some serious muscle." Ha Jung-woo felt pumped like he was back home. In Heilongjiang, where winter's brutal, folks gotta tough enough to survive. Rumor has it, one soldier there equals 10 regular dudes. Back in the day, as the Heavenly Horse sect leader, our hero hired these tough guys. Usually, they hate teaming up, but they all rallied under Se-hyukwon's flag. He figured they had a solid reason and was curious to find out. But the big deal was Pang losing the war. Nearby, someone wondered if they should step in, seeing Ha Jung-woo and his crew hit China. Ju Ho Myung got asked if Se-hyukwon's gatekeeper could take down the evil embodiment. Later, the hero told his squad to split into 5 groups, cause rolling deep could be a hassle. Lee Gang-cheon was once blown away by a stunning castle, but when asked if he was impressed, he played it cool, saying it takes more than that. He asked the hero the same, who said it was no biggie, reminding him of his first house. In his past life, the evil embodiment torched powerful houses to start wars. But the Pang family had leveled up since his last reincarnation, their crib way bigger than before. With that, the Koreans got a royal welcome to the palace. Then, someone spotted Jang Dongmun's forces and freaked out. It was rank 7, Pang Joon-seon, aka the Thundering Tiger, telling them to scram. The emissary tried to explain the Koreans were allies, but Pang Jim-song was like, "Nah, they're just mercs." Just as things got heated, the Thundering Tiger tossed a sack of gold coins. He said, "Mercs got paid, time to bounce. Our fans got this." Ha Jung-woo held back Lee Gang-cheon while MSCII tried to explain again, only to get slapped for his sass. Pang Jung-seong was all, "These foreigners are just chatting with the third song and fibbing to the family head." So, he decided to teach the guy a lesson. "Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get wild." So the muscle dude was all, "This guy's way too extra," but his pals were like, "Nah, he's just a tiny dude in a big crib, and we're gonna spill the tea soon." Then the Thundering Tiger was like, "Yo, watch your words, I'm the one who hooked you up with this epic trip to China." Ha Jung-woo, being the ultimate stirrer, was all, "Dude should use his gold coins to swap out that tragic suit." Thundering Tiger clapped back, "Worry about your own drip, bro." Suddenly, our hero was all confused, cause something wrapped around him, and the dude slammed him down like a WWE move. Just as the villain started yapping about the hero being a basic hired soldier, bam, strings wrapped around his neck. Our hero was like, "Taste your own medicine, buddy," and slammed him back down. Boom, the grade 7 warrior was toast. Just like that. Then, the bad guy noticed someone new had rolled up. The emissary was shook, cause it was Pang Woo-kyun, the king of blades, one of the big 5 of Junwon. The servant dashed to his boss, trying to spill the beans about the guests, but the head honcho just breezed past him to face our hero. Ha Jung-woo and the old dude had a silent stare-off. Intense vibes. Lee Gang-cheon was mind blown. Didn't expect someone linked to the lame Pang Se to be this epic. The family had apologized to the Koreans for the rough welcome, which was a plot twist. Lee Gang-cheon was like, "Whoa, the king of blades is actually chill." Later, after munching on a feast, Li Gang Qian was stuffed, and his buddy teased him for picking out. The young dude was like, this place is lit. The pain fam ain't so bad. Hao Jung-woo was like, don't judge him by a meal. That thundering tagger attack was a test. But his buddy already knew. Our hero was shook by the King of Blades' apology, and Li Gang Qian was like, that's some noble stuff. But when his friend said the old man hated weaklings, he was curious and asked for the deets. Ha Jung-lu spilled that even after he'd beat up a family member, the old dude forgave him, meaning he was unpredictable. Seeing his bestie all startled, the hero was like, let's stop goofing and get stronger. Ha Jung-woo started piecing together the eldest son's vibe and wondered how they were losing the war. He called his subordinate for a sitrep. The guy said the second song and half the house's forces were all fighting, with Pang Se rumored to join soon. Just as our hero was about to strategize, he heard screams trying to stop someone from crashing the bath. Then, bam, the door exploded and someone flew into the water. Li Gang Cham was shipped to see Pang Se next to him, while a girl voice was like, stay put. He panicked, realizing it was the men's bath. The intruder was Chan Kun Blade Flower, aka Pang Se Kyom, the family's forbidden member, demanding Ha Jung-woo. The musclehead was smitten by her beauty, totally crushing. She was annoyed by the silence and asked again for the hero. The naked dude finally spoke up, asking the pretty girl for some respect, since they were the same age. The hero recognized her name, and Pang Se Kyung thought he did a background check on her fam. But he was like, nah, you're just the most famous one, thinking she didn't know how popular she was. Ha Jung-woo could totally see this girl was a beast of a warrior, so he thought, hey, perfect role model for my sister's training. Li Gang Xion and pointed at the girl's KO'd big bro, asking if it was cruel to knock him out like that. The girl just asked if he was the dude she was hunting for. Li Gang Xion, super annoyed, was like, nah, not me, and introduced himself as the next big thing and Jiyoung Gangman Gape. So, she just ignored him and zeroed in on the other guy. Pang Se-kyung called herself the first flower of Habuk, ready to get back at the named dude for smacking her buddy. But the named dude was like, Noah, that title's for the beauty flower of Beijing. Li Gangcheon knew the beauty flower as the legendary hottie from the first family. The girl called that nonsense, saying the title was hers, and the muscle agreed. Ha Jung-moo saw this was going to be a headache, dealing with his simp buddy and the blade flower, so he asked about her buddy. The girl spilled she was there for the thundering tiger, who the main dude remembered beating up at the gate, so he picked his bestie to fight for him, leaving the guy totally confused. Ha Jong-ru told him to quit messing around, saying he brought him to handle the small stuff and show off his skills. The blade flower got ticked as the evil dude said the power gap was huge. She told Li Gangcheon to back off, saying she wouldn't go easy just cause he's cute. That compliment hit the desperate dude hard, so he jumped into the fight, even offering a free hit. Ha Jung-woo told his hype friend it was a bad move, and before he knew it, he got a gut punch from the girl, leaving him in major pain and shot before getting blasted outside. Li Gangxian didn't think she'd be this strong. Then he saw her coming at him with a flying kick, saying he was too lame to be the gate's successor. He dodged just in time. Li Gangcheon said he wasn't weak and almost got KO from her hitting a vital spot. The blade flower charged again, saying it was his fault for not being careful like a real warrior. Seeing this, he decided to go all out, and boom, they started trading punches. Pang Se-kyun realized she was up against a tough opponent, while Li Gangcheon saw how strong she was. As they kept clashing, Ha Jung-woo was shocked at how evenly matched they were. Then, the blade flower went for her thunder palm to land a big hit on the guy's gut. He realized not taking this seriously might be game over and wondered how she got so strong. Pang Se-kyung was stunned he was still standing after her hit, then got caught by the hand. She said she wouldn't go down easy, leaving him shocked. And just like that, she hit him with one of his own powerful moves. He had no time to dodge and got blasted away. Li Gangcheon knew this fight could be the end but refused to give up for his pride. So, he unleashed his full power and closed the gap between them. Despite the pain, he gathered all his strength for a massive hit with Golden Steel's soul depletion. And boom, Pang Se-kyung took a serious hit. After attacking, he realized her body was so tough, even his fist got hurt. Then, she tried her thunder palm again, but he dodged and slammed her into the ground with his flashy moves. After taking so much damage, the flower used her special power, leaving him speechless as she healed herself completely. He called her after coming back just to keep fighting, when out of nowhere, Pang Se-kyung toppled over onto Li Gangcheon, saying she felt sick. The dude started stammering while she told him to zip it, both of them turning red as tomatoes. Riga and Cheon started tearing up, thinking he finally had a shot, since every girl before was only into his best bud. And as she started checking out his muscles, he was stoked a girl was finally noticing him, until he remembered she was just trying to off him a minute ago and pulled away. The blade flower said his wild electric punches made her heart do a weird dance. Then, Pang Se-kyung told Li Gangcheon to be her boyfriend, and before he could roast her taste in guys, he zipped it. So, as she fast-forwarded to talking about marriage, Ha Jung-woo snapped a pic of them. While Li Gangcheon wanted to pick Gon, his new girl wanted more shots. Ha Jung-woo thought they were a cute pair and imagined his buddy joining the paying fam. Meanwhile, in the palace, the King of Blade asked a sidekick what he thought about someone, but the sidekick was clueless. The headed family boss, Peng Jia compared this person to the family's second son. Hearing this, the Gad got curious. He said his advisor was wrong this time, since his two sons were like night and day, with the second being super scary. Elsewhere, chaos erupted with screams and blood everywhere. The cooks told the butcher to back off. The guy asked a buddy to run while he distracted the attacker, but got owned. And as the lady begged for help, her head went flying. The killer was finally chill. The Pain family's second son, Se Cheon, got revenge for his food. Then, the emissary showed up, shocked to see the second son had trashed the restaurant, calling it a minor issue, when suddenly, another chef jumped him from behind. He grabbed the chef by the neck, saying the food was too spicy. Not a fan of spicy, he decided to spill everyone's blood. Later, Patting Shay was grossed out. It was explained that the restaurant massacre was their enemy's doing. The protagonist realized times were changing, and if the massacre went public, the government would step in, so they had to keep the war hush-hush. Then, Pang Si got word that soldiers would handle the mess, and they were sent to the front lines. So, as the protagonist moved out, his sidekick realized he was going to be used as a shield. But as they left, someone was watching them up close. Only then did the protagonist spot this someone. Ha Jung-woo made a quick move, but found no one there. This left him puzzled, seeing how the stalker slipped away. Meanwhile, the stalker thought the showdown wasn't ready yet, and the hero needed to deal with the second son first. But he knew the second son could be Ha Jung-woo's end if he wasn't careful. Meanwhile, the hero didn't mind the hassle as long as it spiced up his gay. The Pang soldiers charged at the enemy. A whole platoon rushed a tiny squad, but the Shahek guy called them cowards, saying no matter their numbers, they couldn't touch him. This guy was the Blood My Wound scholar, the Sahutman vice gatekeeper leaving the Ebony squad. But the paying men wouldn't back down, saying their numbers gave them the upper hand. Then the axe wielder smashed the first guy before slicing the second. He adjusted his grip and turned them all into confetti with his bloody axe tornado. As his attack spread like wildfire, the surviving paying soldiers freaked out, calling him a monster for wiping out a whole platoon in one go. And as they bolted, tails tucked, the dude just cracked up. He told them running was pointless, all roads were blocked by his crew. Then he noticed someone lurking behind him. Ha Jung-woo asked Peng Se about the day's mission, so Peng Se explained they had to deal with a vice gatekeeper. Ma-woon spotted the hero, the overseas ally of the third son, and called them both cowards. Peng Se, knowing the evil dude's power, warned about the enemy's strength, saying they needed to take out the target fast and bounce. Ma-woon said their plan was toast and summon his whole squad. Seeing them, the third son was shook, thinking it was game over. But then some enemy squad members started bleeding into the air. Ha Jung-woo wiped out the powerful squad with one hit. The leader was in total disbelief. Then, the protagonist decided to train his minion, starting with boosting his weak mind. Meanwhile, Pang Se wondered about his master's true power. The Scholar of Blood charged at the protagonist to avenge his crew, but our hero slashed him with ease. Still, Ma-woon wouldn't quit and charged again, and boom, a huge explosion happened. Soon after, no Sahyupma man was left standing, not even the platoon leader. Patting Se Cheon took a sec to size up the situation. Then, someone called him out for using him as bait for the enemy. Ha Jung-woo said the second son had secrets, but was shocked when the god was happy to see him alive. Suddenly, the second son hugged the protagonist, and before he knew it, our hero was being filmed by the emissary with a shady look. Thanks to the god of death's support, Hebei got a new dragon. This person was Pang Se Cheon. Back home, the public cheered for the young man who took down the Ebony squad that wrecked a whole restaurant. Then he saw his dad rushing to greet him. The second son held the family head, who was super proud of him. But from afar, the youngest son knew it was his master who took out the enemy. Ha Jung-woo told the boy his brother was up to something sneaky. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, the timid blade of magic, Chul Myung-gak, the Shahukmun gatekeeper, was shocked to hear the Ebony squad was blamed for the chaos. One of his commanders said they needed to act fast, as the god of death could come for them anytime. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. The enemy's second sound had such a silly nickname. But when the baby in his arms woke up, he realized he was too loud. So, he tried to make the baby laugh and chill. The gatekeeper then told his commander to gather all the troops. The timid blade of magic was ready to wipe out the rival family for good. With that, the commander rushed to carry out the order. Meanwhile, at the Pang family palace, the King of Blades was deep in thought, gazing at the view. He said he felt better with his second son around, worried about the family's future after the first son's death. Pang Jia urged the family head to stay alert, as with the Scholar of Blood gone, the powerful gatekeeper would come for them. The King of Blades said it needed to use this rare chance to crush the other side, as the government would be against them for being accused of murder. The governor then said since Ha Jung-woo and his crew were strong, he put them on the front line. Hearing this, the old man felt like the war was about to wrap up. Pang Jia decided to spill some key to the fam's head about Se Kyom. This got the head all curious, surprised there was any gossip about his daughter. Meanwhile, downtown, after dodging a shadow, Li Gan-cheon finally shook off his tail. Just as he was celebrating his ninja skills, he spotted a cute girl. He went for it, giving her a cheeky wink. Boom. She noticed, and he told her she was stunning. She was all smiles and invited him to grab a bite. Li Gangxian was shook, couldn't believe his smooth move worked. Then, out of nowhere, someone bonked his gate on the head. The girl spun around to face the attacker, only to see a dark, scary figure telling her to scram. So, she bolted out of there. Li Gangxian asked Bladeflower how she tracked him down. She spilled that she tagged him with a scent, like some spy movie stuff. Peng Se-kion then yanked Li Gangxion's ear, reminding him no girl gazing allowed. But he shrugged it off, not having any of that drama. Bladeflower told her new boo they were a thing, but he called her crazy and told her to back off. With that, he decided to make a break for it. Li Gangxian was bummed. While his buddy was charming princesses, he got stuck with a warrior queen.